Oh, we're live. There's no intro, no flash screen, nothing. We're just live. Welcome everyone to night 2 of DLF's draft party. The draft is about to start. We just hit 7:01 here Eastern time, 7:02 now, and we have so many great guests. And I always complain about people's introductions, so I'm just gonna let them all introduce themselves. I guess we'll just go clockwise. So, let's start with our co-host Addison. So, Addison, say something.
Co-host is a strong description here for me. I feel like I'm just along for the ride with all these other awesome people. Excited to get going for rounds 2 and 3. Run it back from what we did last night and talk about all these other wide receivers that we missed from yesterday. So let's get into it.
I got to tell you, I don't know how to read a clock, so I'm not sure if that's me.
It's all good. Just go ahead.
We'll go in the other
Clocks
way.
are not my strong suit unless they're actual, number clocks. But I don't have any introduction. I'm just here. You can find me on Twitter at Lindelians or just Linda. You'll find me. I talk a lot, so. But I'm excited to have more to talk about tonight. 32 was fine, but I'll take double.
Yeah, I'm with Linda. I'm just here to enjoy. Hopefully we have a couple wow picks like we did last night. That's really what I'm here for, right? We're all here to see the wow pick, who makes the head scratcher, and then just talk about how it affects us as fantasy managers.
Yeah, and what's going on, guys? I'm CJ at KidFlashFF, and I'm also Tyler's co-host on the Dynasty Duo. Just to plug that one in there real quick. But I'm so excited to be on tonight, be talking about everything that's going to be going down with everything, all the picks today. So hope we get some flashy ones, and let's see where Elijah Moore goes. I'm really excited about that one.
What's up? I'm Jeff. I do some injury work through DLF and Destination Devi, and yeah, I'm excited to see where some of these guys go. Elijah Moore, like you said, Michael Carter, Javonte Williams, obviously. It'll be good.
That's a big one. The first few picks is Williams.
Yeah, I'm as excited for this round 2 as I was for round 1, I think.
I mean, I feel like round 2 and round 3 is really where, we get a lot of fantasy relevant players. We're going to get – how many running backs do you think we're going to get today? What would you say? We can just go around, or whoever wants to jump in. I think it's going to be 4, 5, 6 running backs today. What do y'all think?
I'd say 4. I think that's probably the number I have right now. It's
4?
probably going to –
Okay.
Yeah. If I had to list them off, it'd probably be Javonte, Trey Sermon, Gainwell, and Carter with the 4 I would pick.
With a chance of maybe Chuba getting in there.
Yeah, that's like the 5th one I think could be in there, or like swap one out with that situation. But yeah, Matty loves some Chuba Hubbard.
He does, and
That's good. I'm a fan of Matty for that. So
I think it just depends on who wants him, right?
Yeah, I mean that's anything.
Yeah, I think it's just going to take one. I would love to see him go to San Francisco. I think that'd be fun.
San Francisco would be interesting. I don't know why they signed Wayne Gallman in free agency, though. That was kind of weird.
And then Kansas City signed McKinnon today.
Wow, we don't.
Yeah.
I'm just like
garbage. But
well, we're speaking of players that were on the 49ers that were supposed to do something. Didn't work out well.
But yeah, they're making us wait. They're making us wait on the broadcast. They're not. The Jaguars are starting us off at 33. There haven't been any discussions about trades with the Jaguars. You would have thought they had the whole day to do it. So probably they would have done it already. So yes, put that comment on the screen. My hair is definitely better. I agree that it's better. I think that's very clear.
I don't think I said it yet. You just agreed.
Well, no, I'm agreeing with myself. I said it was better and that I agreed with it. So that's all that really matters, is that I like my hair. But Trevor Lawrence does have really nice hair. So you can tell, but we're just waiting patiently for the Jaguars to make their pick at 33. But there have been discussions, and this will be the first, I think, because I don't think the Jaguars will take a fantasy relevant player at 33.
Not after yesterday.
No. So at 34, the Jets are in discussions of trading the pick. So do you think it's possible that someone could be trading up with the Jets to maybe get a running back? Could that be something that happens early in the second round?
I mean, I feel like the Jets are in line to take a running back if they don't trade back as well. They're like one of the teams that you could see getting around. They have like Tevin Coleman, LaMichael Pirine, like players that don't really matter that much, or just kind of just guys on the field. So if they don't trade back, they might be the ones taking a running back here.
Yeah, I mean, they should take one, but it's the Jets.
I don't think they should. I think they need to take an offensive tackle and protect their new quarterback.
Well, they did.
Yeah.
Vera Tucker in round 1, right? I mean,
they traded up to grab him, I believe.
Oh, you know what? I remember that.
Which was bizarre, by the way.
I don't think it's the best
bizarre move.
Yeah.
Well, it's not bizarre in the sense that they definitely screwed over Sam Darnold by not protecting him. So they figure, well, if we're going to get Sam Darnold 2.0, we might as well try to protect him.
I just thought it was bizarre that they gave up capital to trade up for Vera Tucker when Darisaw was still available. And then Darisaw fell to the pick that they traded away. So I don't know if I would have done that from their perspective. But it's the Jets. Are we really surprised that the Jets are making questionable decisions? I think this is not very surprising. We now see that something interesting is going on the broadcast. There are former players walking across the screen. They're continuing to make us waiting for Jacksonville to finally be on the clock. But soon we will get something.
Tyler doesn't wait.
Because they know we'll watch it. Like they know we're gonna watch it.
I know. I hate that. Can we get the this stream link like the posted on Twitter?
Yes.
While we're in this downtime.
Yeah. Can we get that? I want the people to see what we're doing here.
Yeah, I think Cal had it up. I just retweeted it.
Yeah. I was just wondering if we can get a retweet on that from the main account.
Nice.
That would be just absolutely lovely. But I will get it promoted right now while we're getting started. Roger Goodell is currently speaking. He's saying something about he's talking about how the communities have emerged from the pandemic, which is very important. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how dynasty leagues go this year versus last year. A lot of people forget that around this time last year, there was question of whether we were even going to have a season. There's a lot more uncertainty in the air. This year, it feels more just like a normal off season. Is that like, how do people feel about that? Does it feel like more refreshing this year? Is that something that's come up for anyone, or just interested in people's thoughts on that topic?
I mean, it's a little bit back normal in terms of your dynasty league. You're not trying to make new rules besides factoring in for the extra game. That's the only factor we've had to make this offseason compared to like adding more IR spots, trying to figure out if there should be replacements. There's so many things we had to deal with last year to even just like potentially have what's going on. So it's kind of nice to be like, okay, what week are we playing our championships? That's the biggest decision we have this offseason. And that's super refreshing for me, who commissions a couple leagues out there. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm really enjoying that at least.
Okay. So I think that we're going to see just early in round 1, if we look at the order, or round 2, sorry. If we look at the order, the Jaguars start us off, so we're not that interested, I don't think, in the Jaguars pick. Someone in the chat, I think, said the likelihood of that being, what's his name, Travon Moehrig. I don't know how to pronounce that. Was that about right? A safety. So, but after that comes the Jets, who we already talked about, then Atlanta, and then Miami. So between the Jets, Atlanta, and Miami, all of them are in the market for a running back. So I think that we'll see.
You stop it with that Miami nonsense.
Well, I just said that Miami.
I love me some Myles Gaskin, though, man. That's
market for a running back.
Yeah, you
and
stop
then
that.
But what if they all pass on a running back, and the Eagles at 37 last year, they were interested in taking J.K. Dobbins to whatever with Miles Sanders. So they could surprise us. I know that most people were very surprised, Jeff and I included in this, when we can talk about that. When the Jaguars selected Travis Etienne in the first round, that was very surprising for us. Is there anything coming up in round 2 What would be like the most surprising thing that you guys can all come up with if you had to pick like one crazy scenario?
Kellen Mond goes to the Eagles in round 2.
Ooh!
Oh my God!
That's a situation. That's a.
I
It would
want
be
to
Irish. It would be a solid one, right?
Jaguars take Javonte Williams right here at this pick.
That was. Then they
Oh,
have
you
the,
said
they have the first and second down back Javonte Williams and the third down back ETN, and then James Robinson just doesn't exist anymore. Just to mess.
Also, officially, the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. We have gotten started. I love it. No more waiting. Waiting is the worst. So
I think they could take Barrymore here too. I think that would be a good pick for them to bolster up that defensive line.
But yeah, hopefully we actually get something to talk about here in a second.
I honestly can't see it in the next 3 picks after Jacksonville, Javonte not going to one of those 3. Realistically, just between the Jets, the Falcons, and the Dolphins, like one of those 3, I just think is taken. Barrymore's I think is going to be going to the spots.
So Darius Slayton is announcing the Giants pick at 42. How funny would it be if he announced his successor?
Well, it's too late for that.
They already
got that.
Oh, they could get another one.
Another one.
Why not?
Overkill.
Why not?
I think a tight end to replace Evan Ingram would be more likely than another wide
They have Katie Smith.
So, Tyler, how are you feeling about the Kadarius Toney pick to go into your Giants?
I don't like it. I don't think Kadarius Toney is very good.
At least you have another first next year.
I like that part. Dave Gettleman, for once, he didn't pick Kadarius Toney at 11. That's something he could have done.
He wanted to. You know he did.
I know he wanted to because Dave Gettleman is completely incompetent. He could have picked Kadarius Toney at 11. I would have been very, very upset. But, the Eagles got us. They traded in front of the Giants, sniping Devonta Smith from us. So I'm not happy about that. But let's not forget that it led to all of those sequence of events led to the Bears getting Justin Fields. So we can't be too upset. That was good.
I think Fields landing in Chicago is a great landing spot for that. I think it just bolsters like all the receivers that I was like super worried about. Which even like Mooney is a little bit worrisome with the second round, and that's the thing. Like they could take a wide receiver, but I think Allen Robinson now just moves back up in my rankings because I was putting him down farther because I think Dalton's basically become a shell of his former self, and he was slightly above average to start with.
Ian Rappaport has reported that the Jaguars have received interest in the 34th overall pick by Dallas, Carolina, and Atlanta.
33rd, you mean?
34th. 33 is Jacksonville right now.
Oh, you mean the Jets?
Jaguars. Jets.
The Jets,
I read it wrong.
34.
He said the Jaguars are on the clock and the Jets are getting trade interest.
Okay, yeah. That's what's happening. That's in line with what we were hearing earlier today.
So,
there was
I bet Atlanta's straight up for
Dallas has to be going for defense. They can't be coming up to get Javonte.
Yeah.
No, but
Couldn't
Wouldn't it be funny?
Let's not forget that Dallas got sniped on cornerback in the first round. They were very interested in having a cornerback at 10, but the Panthers and Broncos made some questionable decisions. They made questionable decisions taking cornerbacks at picks 8 and 9 when they could have replaced their incompetent quarterbacks that they have there.
Yeah, Linda, how are you feeling about that?
Yeah,
Well,
Linda,
I
how do
made
you
some
feel?
questionable decisions by drunk trading for Drew Lock the other night in several leagues.
Tell us about some of those. Give us an example.
The two that come to the top of my head, the best one was Drew Lock for the 2021 405 and in a Superflex league. And the worst, by far the worst one was Drew Lock and the 2021 10 for Matt Stafford, which was It was ballsier. But so far I'm okay.
It's not the
He still has a job.
You
made it sound way worse than I thought it was. I thought it was
I was waiting for
Dude, I got roasted on Twitter.
How is that possible?
Yeah, I mean, one was great.
We're talking about for anyone listening who might not know, we're talking about Superflex. You could start 2 quarterbacks. You can't give up a potential starting quarterback for the 405.
Yeah,
I mean, you got to steal there.
We've been saying sell Lock for a long time, but not giving him away. Don't just hand him to somebody.
Especially since I posted on Twitter, I'm going to drunk trade for Drew Lock tonight. Like, my league mates got to pay more attention because she could have upcharged me.
That sounds like it's their fault.
Wait, no, that's not.
Pick is in.
Yeah, the pick is in. And I don't know if we're going to have as much tweeting from people breaking it on Twitter as we did last night. Last night, we always got the pick on Twitter before getting it on the TV broadcast. But as soon as either Twitter or the TV broadcast brings up us the pick, I will bring the pick to you. Although,
I just saw it, and it's a good one.
Is it? Well, just tell us what it is.
You want me to ruin it?
Go for it. Ruin it all.
Ruin it. I mean,
Tyson Campbell.
Tyson
as
Campbell.
Expected.
Can't ruin a draft pick when you don't know who the player is.
Tyler's like, I don't have an opinion here.
Cornerback Georgia, Tyson Campbell. I've never heard of him. He could be important, but what I do know is that cornerbacks are maybe not as important in IDP leagues. I think I know that, but I cannot confirm or deny because I've never really played in an IDP league.
He's a cornerback. So now we're going to see reports that Dallas no longer wants to trade up.
They don't want to trade up.
They don't want to trade up.
They heard the Jags heard that Dallas is trying to trade up, and they're like, "Oh, okay, cornerback."
I want something crazy to happen. This
next pick could this is where it gets interesting. Like I said, the next 3 picks could be fantasy relevant players.
Now let's talk about the next 3 picks. So let's say you're playing in a Devy league. And you have a share of Javonte Williams right now, would you want Javonte Williams to go? If your choices are the Jets, the Falcons, the Dolphins, if those are your 3 choices, as already having Javonte Williams on your team, well, which of those would be the best for you? So who's the Debbie? Is there who does Debbie the most on here? All right, Brandon, we'll go to you first.
I mean, if I want Javonte, I probably want him. Probably on Miami or Atlanta. I don't know that I want him on the Jets. I don't know that I want him on the Jets.
I think Atlanta's the best landing
with
spot.
me, Brandon.
I think from an opportunity perspective, right? We're looking at Atlanta. Who's he got to fight? Mike Davis. All right, so Mike Davis gets all the majority of the touches week 1, and then he fades into oblivion.
Week 1,
right?
He'll get the first carry, and then he'll just be off the field. We've seen that with Mike Davis before with David Montgomery.
I'd like
what actually happened.
Well, and as
I'd like
much
to
as
encourage the chat. People in the chat, weigh in. Yeah. I want to hear from people in the chat what they think about this and future questions.
Like Atlanta's go on.
I mean, Atlanta's a good option. Atlanta's a good option. Miami's a good backup. They like to run the football. I think they're going to be defense and running. I think that's just going to be a lot of what they're going to be predicated on. I think the Jets are a year away from really having the kind of offense they want to have a rusher.
But I don't think any of them are bad spots, especially Javonte's so young as well. I think the Jets is the 3rd of the spots. That's because they're the weakest of the offenses. But if he goes there, they still have a decent line now. Like, as much as we want to make fun of the Jets being incompetent, they still aren't a bad offensive line to run behind. And
let's also remind the people talking about age that there's basically Najee Harris is about a year older than Travis Etienne, who's a year older than Javonte Williams. So there's actually more than a 2-year age difference between Javonte Williams and Najee Harris. Javonte Williams recently turned 21 years old. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, he's one of the youngest running backs in this class, I believe.
He might be.
I'm not going to care too much about the age. I get 4 years, I trade him.
I'm an ageist. We know that.
I mean, it still does matter, though, because at a certain point, there's going to be that psychological aspect. Like 4 years down the line, are you trading a 25-year-old running back or a 27-year-old running back?
Right? 4 years down the road, your league.
They're flashing receivers and running backs on the screen while we're talking about the Jets pick. So it seems like the people on TV think the Jets could be going with a skill position player here.
Well, they also need a wide receiver 1 on that team. It
might be too late to get one. I don't know. I would love it if the Jets did something kind of crazy and went with Rondale Moore.
You just love Rondale Moore.
I do like Rondale Moore, but then they could cut Jamison Crowder and his bloated contract and move forward.
I think that's what they're waiting for.
I am not a Rondale Moore fan.
I'm on the Elijah Moore side. If that's my Moore of choice.
I'd be fine with that too.
Yeah, I mean, I like Elijah Moore better. Rondale Moore's, I know that people are like, it doesn't matter how tall he is, but it matters. I can't stop thinking about looking down at him, which is an issue, I think, for me. It's just like a mental block for me. And I'm just not going to – I hope that he succeeds, and I have to eat all the crow. I want that for every rookie, just so we're clear. But
did you know that Rondale Moore has one of the highest BMIs in this class, though?
He does. You said that on a recent.
Well, then get him behind the line, and he could be a running back. But
it's kind of easy to have a high BMI when you're that short, though. Comparatively, that's a big factor of it.
I did learn that. I think I learned that from you, Addison, from one of your videos, which I suggest if you're watching this stream, you should check out the DLF YouTube channel. You should watch Addison's videos. He has a lot of them. They're very, very good, very informative. He does a great job hosting by himself, which I always think is very impressive. I would never do videos alone. So I find that to be very awesome that you do that.
Thank you.
The Jets
waiting for the Jets here. Oh,
they picked. They didn't trade.
Okay. The Jets pick is in. Where we have an interesting discussion here. The Jets select wide receiver Elijah Moore. Wide receiver Elijah Moore, just what we were talking about earlier.
Crowder's gone.
So the Jets have selected Elijah Moore, which I think is very, very interesting. What does this mean? I mean, what are your reactions? Just jump in. I want to hear it.
Like I said, Crowder's gone. That contract is bloated already. He's going to be cut. They're waiting for the situation to get someone to fill that role, and now they have it.
I can't believe they didn't go defense. I also think that some Elijah Moore stands are going to be panicking on Twitter, which will be fun.
Panicking? So you don't think this is a good landing spot then?
No, I think it's a great landing spot, but that doesn't matter. You can't make everybody happy. There's going to be at least a couple Elijah Moore fans that will be upset that it's the Jets.
I think it's a good spot for Moore with Corey Davis and Mims kind of taking some of that from the outside, and he can kind of do what he does. He's in the proper role for him to succeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of what I was saying about Rondale Moore applies here. I mean, you have Davis and Mims who really exclusively play almost exclusively on the outside. It's a perfect spot for a slot receiver if you're going to cut Jamison Crowder. Elijah Moore, just given his size and profile, is probably mostly going to be a slot receiver in the NFL. So, yeah, get another weapon for Zach Wilson. I don't hate it. It's probably wouldn't have been my first choice.
What was your first choice, Tyler?
For Elijah Moore? For him to be selected in the first round by the Packers? I mean, like, we're talking about my first choice. I mean, that would have been my first choice. I wanted him to go in the first round to the Packers. Then maybe Aaron Rodgers wouldn't be threatening to retire. I mean, that's something that I would have preferred. But for the Jets, I think it's interesting that they didn't address the running back position, and they didn't trade their pick. So whatever people were calling them didn't seem to offer enough.
So I bet they grab Michael Carter later. Oh, Atlanta's trading pick number 35.
They are. Oh, they're trading the pick, so they're not taking a running back.
Oh,
here.
I don't know if someone would jump up for running back. I think, well, maybe.
Adam Schefter, says Atlanta's trading pick 35, but we don't know the trade just yet. So interesting. I think this could be someone trading up for a running back.
Rappaport just said the Broncos are now on the clock.
What?
This is Kellen Mond.
The Broncos.
Oh my God! Don't.
Is this Kellen Mond?
No.
So everyone, the Broncos are now on the clock.
The Broncos go get Javonte Williams.
I've seen rumors of Denver being interested.
That'd be
interested in running back.
I'm so in on that.
I hope they take Teven Jenkins, and I will be the happiest little camper.
A lot of people.
I want to see Kellen Mond see Linda's head explode. That's
I'll leave. Nobody will ever hear from me again, and I will burrow into
How about another tight end? Another tight end. Would that be worse?
What the shit? I didn't know I was going to come on here and get bullied.
So a lot of
I live in Denver, Linda. I hear about it too.
A lot of people said that Denver would trade with Atlanta in the first round up to 4 for a quarterback. They didn't do that. So now they've gotten in their trade with Atlanta. Broncos pick is in. I think this will potentially be Javonte Williams. here?
Oh man, if it's not, Miami's next.
Yeah, Miami's
next.
Gaskin Truthers holding their breath if it's not Javonte here.
Gaskin Truthers, their heart is in their like stomach right now or whatever.
They're like,
Yeah, they should be me. Fucking.
It would be the best.
We're trying to figure out what the Broncos are doing.
Denver picked his name.
I'm scrolling.
Oh, this is so much anticipation.
Oh, I got it.
what is it?
Is it JOK?
Williams.
JOK has heart issues apparently.
Oh, JOK would be.
It is Javonte.
Okay, yeah.
It is-
All right,
it is
I'll
Javonte.
read it.
Is it really?
With pick 35, the Broncos select running back Javonte Williams,
Wow.
North Carolina.
Wow.
I mean,
Javonte Williams. I think
Who needs a quarterback when you can make a RBBC?
Okay, so this is a running back. So running backs in fantasy are like, the lifeblood of our rookie draft, dynasty teams, et cetera, et cetera. Where do we rank Javonte Williams in this running back class? Who just jump in if anyone has the answer.
He's my RB too, but this landing spot is confusing. I don't know what it means. I mean, I know Melvin Gordon's out the door next year, but I thought he would be a nice value running back. I didn't see them.
Is his contract cuttable? I don't have it.
No,
I don't know.
1 year. He's
Numbers
got 1
are
year
not
left.
my thing.
Yeah, I thought it was 1 year.
He's only got 1
right.
year left. It's probably less than 5-6 million. So I mean,
team friendly.
not anything.
This
Yeah.
feels like Derrick Henry whenever DeMarco Murray was there for like that 1 year.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And then now next year it's going to be all Javonte.
I
So
think
it's
he's
like,
my
we got AJ
RB3. I think it's my instant reaction. I think he's behind ETN for me.
I agree.
I like it, but like not having that first round capital, you're behind somebody regardless. ETN has an easier path to touches. Like everyone loves James Robinson, but ETN got the draft capital. James Robinson's a UDFA. That's just
What they give up?
they didn't publish it on the screen.
too much probably is the answer.
Pick 35 and 219 for 40 and 114. So I don't like doing number
That's a
conversions in my head.
What was
Yeah.
the first? Well, what did they give up?
It was the Atlanta gave up 35 and 219.
So it's
So there,
7.
that pick and a 7th for the Broncos 2nd and 114, which is
That's a 4th.
a 4th.
The important part of this is Gaskin
That's an
is
early
safe right
4th.
Yeah.
now. Gaskin
For
survived.
Everybody. Well, for now.
So far.
Yes. So
He
far.
dodged another bullet though. He's dodged like the entire free agency. He's dodged the big three. Like the biggest factor now, I think, is Trey Sermon or someone like a Chuba Hubbard going there.
It would be a real problem if they pick somebody here because the draft capital would automatically boost them.
Yeah, but
So-
regardless,
Who's
there's
reaching?
still it'd be a reach here. It wouldn't be like
Okay, so for me, did everyone answer on this? I also have him at RB3. He was RB3 before.
Here,
He was
real
RB3
quick,
taken. I'm not going to change it.
missed the Jacksonville pick.
No, they did not take another running back. They took a cornerback. So we've had 2 fantasy relevant picks out of 3. And right now, the Dolphins are on the clock. I think it's going to be very interesting what they do here. I think they could trade back now that the running back that they wanted, I think they did want Javonte Williams here. The running back they wanted is not on the board. I think it's going to be interesting they're not trading back because the Dolphins pick is in.
Tyler,
I
put that question
I
back
think
up.
it's Landon Dickerson. I'm going to be completely honest with you. They haven't had a center since they traded away Pouncey or cut him or whatever they did with him like 2 years ago. I give it to Landon Dickerson to boost that O-line. I'm waiting for Dickerson to be taken.
Okay.
I was going to say he's the edge rusher.
Dolphins pick is safety, Javon Holland.
Ooh.
Okay.
Over Moehrig?
Apparently. So not a running back. It's a safety instead.
Well, yeah, I mean they probably got sniped on the running back they wanted, so they're just going to try to take on their board best player available.
Oh, so moving past Miami, because how much do we know about this safety? It's not a running back. It's not fantasy relevant. So we move past that. Philadelphia is on the clock. Now, one thing that a lot of people have been talking about is going to happen on day 2 of the draft is a trade of Zach Ertz. Do you think that Philadelphia might be drafting at number 37? They already took Devonta Smith in the first round, but they're still a little bit thin at pass catchers. They don't really have any running backs behind Miles Sanders. Could they consider?
They have Jordan Howard.
They have Boston Scott.
So my point stands. They don't have any running backs behind Miles Sanders. What they could need a offensive weapon here, because I still think they're a little bit short, especially if they trade Ertz away.
I heard from a reliable source, Kellen Mond is their pick.
Oh boy. I think it's not impossible. They did it last year.
I mean,
Can you imagine if they take Kellen Mond here after passing on both Justin Fields and Mac Jones in the first round?
It would be very bizarre.
I'll cry happy tears.
So
Can we take a second for Mike Davis all of a sudden becoming like a legit RB1?
but they have to take a running back, right? Like they cannot leave this draft without one.
I think Atlanta's still going to get one of the other running backs we talked about.
If they go Gainwell at their pick,
Davis is fine.
It's a wrap.
Well, no, because like for me, Gaskin, there were only 3 running backs in this class who were better. So Gaskin's already survived them all. Whereas Davis, there are 7, 8 running backs I think are better. I don't think Davis is good at all. So Davis to me is probably still looking at a backup, whereas Gaskin, I think at this point is going to be the starter. If it's Gaskin and Gainwell, I somehow, although they didn't pick Gainwell at 36, I think Gaskin would be the starter.
I think they're going to roll Gaskin at this point. Like maybe they get someone deeper, but I don't think that just seems like the way they're going to go with it. He played very good last year when he had the starting job.
I feel like they still are going to draft a running back, but it's going to be at this point. I think it's going to be a backup.
I think it'll be more of a bigger body type of guy, somebody that kind of replaced what Jordan Howard did last year. I feel like they tried to do that with Malcolm Brown as like a safety valve if they didn't get their guy with their free agent signing, but a bigger kind of guy for more goal line stuff. I feel like.
Well, I think Malcolm Brown's competent in that role, though. Like he's not. I
agree.
So
but
I'm not
still
sure
think they will take someone.
Maybe that might be a day 3 pick for them.
I mean, where does their next pick is at 50?
Yeah, the guy that's
they're going to be on the clock here in about.
The guy in the
45
chat
minutes.
is probably
Addison.
the one I was thinking.
Addison, good call
Andre
on-
Stevenson.
I can see that.
That's a big back. Doesn't need a lot of touches. Can give you 4 to 6 goal line touches, short yard.
Yeah,
you're fine.
He'll have 2 carries, 1 touchdown, 3 yards.
But I think that most people would value Gaskin ahead of Stevenson. I mean, we saw Gaskin serve as an RB1 at times in the NFL. We haven't seen Stevenson do anything.
Well, that's the thing we're talking about here. We're talking about they're trying to find a role for that goal line, that bigger body, because Gaskin did get injured last year, and it's something they had to deal with as well. So that bigger body position could just be that literal Jordan Howard role.
I have some news. Yeah. The Eagles pick is in. They've selected offensive lineman Landon Dickerson.
Good.
Nice.
Landon Dickerson is the pick, not a quarterback. So they're getting more protection for Jalen Hurts. I like that. I like what they're doing there.
Bengals are trading.
And the Bengals, we're getting to that. The Bengals have traded number 38 to the Patriots.
Oh.
Interesting. I don't think the Patriots are
wide receiver.
Could be a wide
Patriots
receiver.
need a wide receiver.
Terrace Marshall.
Terrace Marshall.
Moore.
Tight end.
Another tight end would be interesting.
Tight end.
I do think a wide receiver is possible. Who would we like the best fitting on the Patriots? Would it be Rondale Moore, Terrace Marshall, Tyler?
Probably Rondale Moore would be, because of the signings they already did and who's already this. But if they want to trade Harry, I think they go Terrace Marshall. That's
what do you get in return for N'Keal Harry?
Nothing.
Like
right?
in real football, in real life football.
Nothing.
Okay.
Royce Freeman.
Yeah.
They'll move up in the 6th round pick. They'll do what they just did now.
Sorry, Linda.
Yeah. You get a day 3 pick next year.
Well, we don't have to worry about it. We don't have to worry about it because we have the Patriots pick here. The Patriots pick defensive tackle Christian Barmore.
Okay.
They love
not a receiver
defenders. Here. I feel like they always draft an Alabama defensive player.
Now, I do have some concerns, not about the Patriots, but about the Bengals. The Bengals, we as we know, took Jamar Chase in the 1st round, but they passed up on an offensive lineman to do so. I thought that they might consider offensive line in the 2nd round. Now they've traded back, so I'm a little worried that they're not going to be bolstering the offensive line.
How far back? Where was the Patriots pick?
We're trying to. So the Patriots were at
what's
46.
the 15th pick of the second?
Jeez, they went back that far.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about that from the Bengals. They really need to make sure that they protect Joe Burrow. At least
I'm still mad at him. Fucking.
You still mad at them?
Yes, I get that Chase is an elite wide receiver, whatever generational other fun words we like to throw around. I know he's fantastic. I know he's the best in this class. I know he's an immediate difference maker. But if your quarterback isn't the one throwing the football because he's hurt because you didn't protect him, then it doesn't really matter how fantastic your wide receiver core is. You've got to protect. I think it's easier to find a fantastic wide receiver than it is a fantastic offensive line. And now I'm mad because they really looked at that big O scar on his knee and they were like, no, it's fine.
I agree.
Right, so the trade is the Bengals traded 38. The Patriots traded them 46, 122, and 139. So it looks like 2/4 to move up.
Okay, that's a reasonable return.
Not
to
bad.
move back 8 picks, 2/4 in exchange. It's not unreasonable.
As far as the player go, Barrymore was like the best player on the board. It's just a position that isn't like coveted a lot of times. So
I just feel that the Patriots need to work on their offensive weapons. I mean, outside of their 2 tight ends, they just don't. Nelson Aguilar is not going to cut it, right? I mean, N'Keal Harry is a bust. Jacoby Myers is whatever. And Kendrick Bourne, okay.
It's Kendrick Bourne.
Like this is not a real set of offensive weapons, especially if you're going to be going to Mac Jones at some point. You need to get him a receiver. So yeah. The TV broadcast is well behind what's actually going on. But we've just gotten past the Eagles pick. We've gotten past the Patriots pick, which brings us to the Panthers now. The Panthers at 39, obviously they're not going to take a running back. That would be kind of insane. Could they be in the market for a quarterback, though?
Didn't they pick up Darnold's 5th-year option today?
Right, but they traded Bridgewater away. They don't have a backup quarterback. Could they? We always say, oh, no, the team would never do something like that, right? But
I think it's a little too early to take up Davis Mills, Kellen Mond, Kyle Trask kind of guy.
Yeah, we joke about it, but it's not something I see. Should they have someone right there?
Denver is also next. Or they were, but not anymore. So I want to see a quarterback, though, just to shake things up.
I don't think we see one until round 3, honestly. I think that's when you start seeing those Trask and Monds.
I think we see one in round 2, personally. I think
who do you see taking the quarterback here?
I mean, I don't think any of them deserve to go in round 2.
No, I get that.
I thought it would be Kyle Trask, like up until very recently.
39 to the Bears.
The Bears. Okay, that's not for a quarterback. I think the Bears could be in the market for a receiver.
They could be in the market for a receiver, though. They want to replace Anthony Miller.
Yeah, they could. This could be Rondale Moore.
It could be Rondale Moore.
And get ready for when A-Rob leaves next year.
Well, A-Rob is.
He's going to. Actually, if Fields plays well, he might stay, like, realistically.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that could actually happen. Unlike they're actually putting a quarterback that I believe is going to be competent. They're going to be very good there. That might be a reason for him to stay.
I love how there's been so many trades. I mean, how many? This is already what, the 3rd or the 4th?
This feels like a mock. How many trades are going on? Like this doesn't feel real right now.
So, I think it's been interesting so far. I think people kind of were a little surprised by a lot of these landing spots. Najee Harris to Pittsburgh. Most people thought that was going to happen, but I didn't hear a lot of Etienne to the Jaguars or Williams to the Broncos. I heard it time to time, but those were a little bit unexpected. So it'll be interesting to see how that affects rookie drafts. With DLF rookie mocks are coming up very soon. So if you're listening to this, watch for that tweet from Ryan McDowell. He'll tweet that, and you can join to get a good. Those are great to do because
Nope, never mind. Finish that thought.
They give you a good perspective on what people are doing in their rookie drafts. It's always good to practice before you do the real thing. It can never hurt. Why not give it a try? We'll have regular 1 QB. We'll also have Superflex. So you'll have an opportunity to practice no matter your format. And it's something I really suggest doing as many mocks as you possibly can, because that'll give you a better handle on the values.
So Tyler, I have a question for you, actually. Oh, go on.
So Carolina traded 39 and 151, and Chicago got back pick 52, so the second rounder, pick 83, which is a third rounder, and then 204, which is probably like a.
And the pick is in as well. It is tackle Teven Jenkins.
What a fucking steal! That's such a steal.
Protecting Justin Fields.
Yeah.
Put up that comment. Last comment.
This one?
No, the one after.
This one?
Yes. Yes, I agree. I agree with Adam. Yes, they are. The mocks are fantastic, and people should join them. So I just wanted to get that up on the screen. So Teven Jenkins to the Bears. Let's talk about that. I think he was mocked to go in the first round for a lot of people, right? In most of the exercises, I saw him going in the first round. Yeah, I think this is a great pick. What do you guys think?
It didn't cost them a lot too, honestly. Remember what they've been moving up and bolstering what they need to do. I think they're giving Fields everything to succeed. I think it's what they should be looking for. So.
He was, and his run blocking is like probably his biggest strength. So for all those people that are still in love with Monty, it should play out well for him as well. Oh, I'm so excited. That's my baby.
Yeah, apparently he fell because of a hip concern and something else. I was following Ben Albright. He was reporting some stuff on him of why he fell, but that's a great pick.
Jeff, what do you think about his injuries? Do you have like any special insight for the people?
Tackle.
Okay. And also, is there any injury, anything that we should discuss about any of the players that fantasy relevant that have been picked today so far? Just Elijah Moore and Javonte Williams. Anything with those two that people should know?
Those two, no. I mean, they had very clean histories. I think one player that I'm going to start fading here if he's not picked soon is Terrace Marshall. He's one guy who he would have. I guess there were a lot of rumors that he would go late first, early second, and if he's not picked soon, then that tells me the medicals really did come back, where teams are a little afraid of him.
Tell us more about that. The medicals. What is the exact issue, if you know that people are concerned with Terrace Marshall?
Well, yeah, a lot of people say he only played on one leg. That's not true. He basically had the same injury as Jalen Waddle, left ankle dislocation and fracture, but that was back in 2017. He struggled in his first year at LSU, just playing wise, workload wise, and then 2019 he played. He had dealt with a stress fracture in his right foot, but he missed only 4 games. So played 2020 just fine. He was healthy. I think they are injuries that he can get ahead of, but again, NFL draft capital tells us a lot. So obviously they see something to fade him.
And okay, so it's something to keep in mind as he continues to slide beyond the first round and even further. We've come to the Falcons, and their pick is in. So we'll see what the Falcons do here. I mean, could they take a receiver? If there were rumors that they were trading Julio Jones. It's possible.
I think at this point it's probably defense.
So I do agree that their defense is pretty awful, but we'll see what the Falcons do here. They need a running back for sure. Well, we know what the Falcons are doing here. Not a running back. They're taking safety Richie Grant. Richie Grant, safety.
They needed to take defense. It's boring, but they needed to do that.
We as fantasy managers have been picking on the Falcons defense for quite a while. So just from that perspective, I know, and as someone who wrote a streaming article the last couple of years, I never recommended the Falcons defense ever. So they've been really bad. I always picked on them for my quarterback. So I like the idea of upgrading the defense.
Especially at safety in that division.
And that is going to bring us to Detroit. Detroit now. Now, Detroit, as we know, declined to take a receiver early in the first round. They went with Penei Sewell instead. but they have no receivers.
They were gifted offensive line. That's why I think they got a receiver here.
Well, they have no receivers, though. They have Quintez Cephas, Tyrell Williams, and Brashad Perryman. They have the worst wide receivers in the league. I think that's very clear. So this would be a time for them to take a receiver. With that said, it's the Lions, so prepare for a quarterback. It's the Lions. Got to be prepared for a quarterback.
Confirmed Kellen Mond. Heard.
Oh my God. Can you imagine? What do you think the Lions okay, here. What? No.
I don't know. I don't have it up. What's up?
They didn't take a receiver. All right, here's the Lions pick. Tackle Levi Onwuzuruke.
You got it.
That one.
Nailed it.
Levi Onwuzuruke. Tackle, defensive tackle. I think that's is this team just not they don't need wide receivers. They don't need them. We don't need to have wide receivers on our offense. Keep in mind, for anyone watching, Jared Goff was only successful when he had 3 great wide receivers. Now we think that I don't understand. Is this puzzling to anyone but me? I think this is crazy, right?
At least Jared Goff's going to remain upright.
But a defensive tackle.
Jared Goff's not the long-term answer. So they're not going to build around him. They're just going to try and set up for 2022.
I think they might just be taking what they believe is best player available. I don't know what they're going to do. Maybe plan for next year to take wide receivers because presumably they're going to have high picks available to them. So,
and they have the Rams 22 pick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I said that I think last night, Addison, we were talking about lining up quarterbacks, potentially quarterback locations. You know, teams that'll have multiple 22 draft picks. Seems like the team that's on the clock right now. It's the Lions
and the Giants as well.
Yeah, this is Daniel Jones' last stand.
And
these
Eagles,
are
maybe.
These are teams that if we swing and miss and it doesn't work out, you got to look at what's going to be around. I mean, if somebody like Spencer Rattler walks into the Giants next year as the quarterback of 2022 with all of those weapons around him, it's going to be a hot commodity. Right? I mean, same thing with Sam Howell. Like these guys there's going to be potentially somebody walking into, an interesting location next year that we're all going to be salivating over.
Yeah, we're all assuming the Giants will be up, but this is like literally they give Daniel Jones everything they can to succeed. Here's all these weapons. Go out and do your thing. And if he can, we're going to have a very good quarterback going to a very good spot next year. That's something to look forward to.
I'm just very concerned.
Giants are trading the pick.
Okay, interesting.
Again.
Gettleman is being different. I like it. The Dolphins are trading up. The Dolphins trading into this pick. Could it be a running back?
Who?
Trey Sermon.
I just because people like them doesn't mean they don't.
I don't think it's the right call.
You know what? This is awesome though. They traded up. If they don't take a running back here, I guarantee you they traded more picks that they have later on day 3, which means less potential picks for taking a back end running back.
Correct.
No, this is all stuff I'm spinning for Myles Gaskin.
Like they're either taking a running back here.
The wheel's spinning for you, Addison.
Or they're not in
they're going. Everything's
Addison,
good.
I'm with you on the Gaskin train, man. I don't want to. I'm with you.
I need a jersey or something.
I do love, as a Giants fan, that Gettleman is managing to trade back. That is very impressive.
But he's still going to trade back and then reach.
Okay, they took an offensive tackle.
Offensive tackle.
It's good for Gaskin because now it's better for the offensive one.
Liam Eichenberg, offensive tackle.
They traded back 8 spots and picked up a 3rd-round pick in 2022.
Okay.
Dang it. That's
so they didn't lose anything this year.
No, but the Giants are now accumulating picks for 2022.
So I think that it just looks like Miami is content to roll with Gaskin as their starter at this point.
Maybe. They just don't think anyone's going to take the one they like.
If they believed in anyone to replace him, I think they would have made an effort at this point. I think now we're looking at...
there's still running backs available, right?
Yeah, but I think they would have made an effort. At this point, I think we're looking at a compliment to Gaskin.
But they didn't really run a compliment offense.
We say that, but I don't really buy it. Do we really think that Brian Flores just won't run a complementary backfield for reasons. Like, I've never understood that. I don't really know why people just kind of lock in on that just based on last year. Is that something that we can rely on going forward? I'm not sure about that. I mean, Brian Flores, look at the coaching tree he comes from. He comes from the Bill Belichick coaching tree, right? Like, this is not workhorse running back coaching tree. So I'm just saying that I think that there's plenty of reason to think that he could run a complementary running back system. It's now that the workhorses are off the board, why not? You make do with the personnel that you have. That's what good coaches do. I totally think it's possible.
Can we take a second for Dave Gettleman trading twice in one draft?
Bizarre.
This is
nuts.
He's traded back twice in one draft, and Ryan Pace is now probably having the best draft of the so far
We're
of the
having so
2021
many trades. I love it. So
Is San Fran on the clock? Jeff, are you on the clock?
San Francisco is on the clock.
According to Tyler, San Francisco is on the clock. Miami picked it.
Could San Francisco could be in the market. I think it's a little early for any of the other running backs, but who knows? Maybe they don't think so. And then a receiver? Probably, maybe? I don't know. How much do we think they need a third receiver? Debo does struggle with a lot of injuries.
I don't think they needed a third receiver.
I do think they take one. I just think
not today. Not today.
I think. Do they have a third? I think the third would be, they don't. Doesn't look like they have a third round pick. Oh no, they do. They have 103, one of the compensatory picks. I think that could be a reasonable. This is a deep receiver class. Pick one there, but I think this is a little too early. I think this is going to be some sort of not fantasy relevant.
I was hoping the Niners would trade back and.
Well, they are trading back. You're getting your wish. San Francisco has traded pick number 43 to the Vegas. Vegas is now on the clock.
Oh no!
Vegas
Dwayne
is interested in a running back.
It's
running back to complement.
We need Anthony Schwartz. We need
Let's
more
talk
speed.
about that.
Yeah. I think we need more.
It's Eskridge. He's going to run 9 routes.
Their offensive linemen. They released they destroyed their whole offensive line and replaced it. Spent the money on Kenyon Drake. So let's see what they do here.
And then drafted Leatherwood.
And then reached for Leatherwood. I pissed some Raiders off.
Could have had Leatherwood here. They could probably, right? At 43, Leatherwood might have been there.
He would have been there.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they did
the numbers. Like for Leatherwood, it was a 60% chance they're going to make it to the next pick of the Raiders, and they reached up for him.
The Raiders are doing here.
Don't
They're
think what the Raiders
something
do.
crazy.
Do the opposite. They think the opposite of what you think is logical. That's how you know compared to the Raiders.
So they're going to take a quarterback,
running back. That'd be fun. Kellen Mond.
Or they take a tight end.
A tight end? Oh, that would be interesting. A tight end. That could be very bizarre if they took a tight end. Okay, so San Francisco traded 43 and a 7th for 48 and a 4th.
Okay.
So they spent a 4th for a 7th to trade up 5 spots to, or the Vegas spent a 4th to trade up 5 spots. And we're still trying to figure out what Vegas is doing here.
So are they.
Well, we're always trying to figure out what Vegas is doing. I think that's
just had no plan. They're just bored.
They have no plan. Yeah.
You ever sit at home? You're like, I just want to send a trade out, see what happens, and that's what they do.
Yeah, it doesn't usually go well for me.
It's not going to go well for the Raiders.
Pretty familiar.
We've gotten to the point where the broadcast is just way behind the Twitter. So
the broadcast is still on the Dolphins, I think.
The broadcast is on the Dolphins right now,
and we're in the future on the Raiders.
Yeah, we're still working on the Raiders.
Matt Miller tweeted that he reached out to a few scouts on why JOK is still on the board, and a few of them said that scheme fits really hard. No linebacker coaches at his pro day. He's small, mental lapses, not fast. Tape is fun, but doesn't translate. Some interesting things that he heard from scouts.
Damn, I think he's still going to be a steal. He can play he doesn't have to scheme fit because he can play at all those positions back there. I don't know. I'm certainly no scout. I just like him.
Back to the Dolphins for a second. I do like that the Dolphins got a tackle, and Raiders pick is in. It's actually, I think it's a good one. The Raiders pick safety Travon Moehrig.
That's a good pick.
Yeah.
That's a really good pick. Wow.
I thought he was falling in the draft. I don't know. Yeah. Obviously, I don't know anything about him. He's the safety. But I do know that he was mocked in the first in a considerable number of drafts, worth the early second. So 43 is a good value. I don't remember the Raiders' defense being particularly good.
What I find really interesting is that last year, all the teams, AFC West, were trying to boat race with the Chiefs, and now they're trying to bolster defense. They realized they couldn't boat race them. They're trying to go back to the opposite way. I mean, I don't blame them either way, but I'm just saying that's fine. I find it interesting. It's like the polar opposite strategy of what they were trying to do last year with the Raiders and the Broncos taking offensive pieces, and now they're going more towards defensive side of the ball earlier on to try to kind of maybe stop Tyreek Hill and Kelsey.
So this brings us to the Cowboys now. The Cowboys at 44.
The Cowboys got hit again on defense.
Yeah, the Cowboys we'll see what they do. They could always do something crazy. Jerry Jones is always good for a big move. I know that there's a lot of people still waiting for Blake Jarwin, but could they take a tight end here? Pat Freiermuth?
I swear to God, Tyler, if you put that bad juju on Blake Jarwin.
Oh, I knew what you were gonna say. I just wanted to.
I'm just glad. Like, I saw so many what if Kyle Pitts makes it there? It's like, logically, I was like, he's not going to make it there. But there's like that fear in the back of your head where you're like, well, if he does, though, Jerry Jones is 1,000% pulling that trigger. So I was glad we escaped that pretty quickly last night.
Yeah, I think Dallas is a great choice here for like what their setup is right now. There's nothing. They keep getting like jumped when they're about to take somebody they want. It's happened quite a few times now.
They could always take a quarterback.
Kellen Mond.
So
pick is Kellen Mond.
While we wait for Dallas, let's get another discussion up here. So we have on the Jets, we have 3 wide receivers that are somewhat relevant. We have Corey Davis, Denzel Mims, and Elijah Moore. So put those in order.
Elijah Moore, Corey Davis, Denzel Mims.
I'm gonna go Corey Davis, Elijah Moore, Denzel Mims, which sucks because I have so many Mims.
I was close to putting Corey Davis. I'm just like, I think Elijah Moore is just has a better potential, and he's younger, so I think that's kind of where I'm going with that one. But I find those two very close. I find Mims very much behind those two now.
Yep.
Addison, Brandon.
I actually have it as Mims, Elijah Moore, Corey Davis. That's
really?
Just my yeah. I just don't. Corey Davis as the alpha just never worked out in Tennessee. I just don't see it being. I just don't see him being the alpha on this team. He might see alpha coverage if he's the wide receiver, if he's the alpha. And we're looking at a really tough division with Gilmore, with Jones, with Howard, with Tre'Davious White. Like, whoever is going to get that blanket coverage, it's going to be like someone's going to take that on every week. So if that's Corey Davis who's getting blanketed by that, like, is Zach Wilson going to even look that way? So I'm looking towards the other targets, somebody like Denzel Mims. Yeah, he was hurt last year. I've never seen somebody pull both hamstrings at the same time. That was pretty impressive. But I mean, Mims and Moore. I mean, Crowder could also be in there still. I mean, I know
Crowder's going to be cut.
I know we're saying that right now, but as long as he's still on the roster, he still has opportunity. So I mean, it's.
Well, don't forget that they signed Keelan Cole in free agency to play a depth role. So I think Crowder's as good as gone, personally. Now that they drafted Elijah Moore, they don't need 5 relevant wide receivers. That just seems like too much to pay Jamison Crowder $10 million. So I think he's basically gone.
Possible.
Who didn't weigh in? I forget. I've been too busy refreshing.
Addison didn't weigh in.
Moore, Mims, Corey Davis.
Yeah, that's what I'd have. Toss up between Mims and Moore is the wide receiver one, but around that order.
Well, I'm glad we're all on a consensus basis.
Yeah,
We all agree.
Yeah, to me, it's
That's
easily
fantastic.
Moore, and the other two are totally irrelevant. I don't want them at all.
Yeah, I'm not big on Mims. We've talked about this a few times.
I
Me and
hate
Tyler.
Mims, and
Yeah, we're
now
both really
I don't
low
like-
on him.
Now I'm out on Davis too. Like, I just want Moore. I'll take my chances that Moore is going to develop into something, and just forget the other two.
Either way, they still don't have an alpha. Like, realistically,
No, they don't.
Like,
But-
Moore's very good. He's a very good route runner. He can play that slot. He can beat the safety blanket, but he's still not the alpha on the team. I don't think he
I
has like
feel-
Keenan Allen alpha from the slot.
I feel like this is going to be a situation, at least at first, that in 2021, none of these guys are going to produce at all. Like, I don't think there's a wide receiver. I don't think the Jets have a top. It's possible the Jets could be one of the teams that don't have a top 40 wide receiver. I mean, if you think about it, there's 32 teams. It's possible to say that a team doesn't have a top 40 wide receivers. Not that there's going to be a few teams that don't have one.
So Tyler,
They could be that team that has like 3 wide receivers finish in the 40s and 50s, and nobody that we really want.
I wanted to ask you this earlier, bud. I have an idea. So I know you don't like Bateman's spot. I know you don't like Tony. So I want to see what you think of Bateman, Tony, Elijah Moore.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay, before that happens, I have to hop off. I've got a couple of shows to do, but I appreciate you guys
Linda.
hanging out
Thanks,
with me
Linda.
and let me
Thanks for
bullshit.
coming
I'll see y'all
on.
later. Thanks,
See you,
guys.
Linda.
Bye, Linda.
And Linda didn't plug it, but I'll plug it for her. People should definitely tune in to FF Confidential. People should do that. It's a good show that Linda's on. So I've been doing plugs for people lately. I did Dynasty Outhouse's plug for his show last night on my show because he was tired. He didn't like we should get him on here if he's not busy at some point.
He was
didn't-
upset. He was
He
upset
was
on
very
our show.
upset. He is like a stan of T. Higgins, and he also loves Tyler Boyd. So the Jamar Chase pick really sent him into a tailspin. But yes, people should definitely follow Linda on Twitter at Lindelians and listen to her show at FF Confidential. And while we were talking about all of that, the Cowboys selected cornerback Kelvin Joseph, Kentucky.
They needed a cornerback, so
The Cowboys defense, I think, again, from that streaming experience, I know that the Cowboys defense was awful because they were in all of those shootouts. So, yes, bolstering the defense is a good move. Back to that question. You said Elijah Moore, Rashad Bateman, and Kadarius Toney, and I would rank them in that order. Elijah Moore first, Rashad Bateman second, and Kadarius Toney a pretty distant third. Not interested.
I was just curious if the capital affected Tony compared to Elijah Moore. I think Elijah Moore's better. That's the one I threw in there. The Bateman one, I know you're so out on that landing spot that it plummets him that far.
Rest in peace to Rashad Bateman. Unfortunately, I said this before the draft. I looked at the Ravens passing pie. It's not there. I can't bet for Bateman to succeed. He has to be a stud wide receiver. That's what he has to be. And I can't. I don't think Bateman is special. I think Bateman is good, but not great, right? I mean, isn't that what people say about Bateman? He's kind of good at everything, but he's not Jamar Chase. He's not that special prospect. I think that he lost his whole ceiling. I wanted him to go to the Packers so badly. Maybe bring Aaron Rodgers out of retirement, but yeah, I'm totally out on Bateman with the Ravens, and I might go down with that ship, but I'm okay going down with it.
All right. And you guys have anything to weigh in on that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, we're weighing on that because not everyone agrees with me.
So we're still doing the Bateman, Moore, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had.
We got a little bit of time.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in on Bateman actually in Baltimore. I am. I mean, I know it's not going to be it's going to be more of you're going to be ready for boom bust. There's going to be weeks where he gets 4 targets and there's going to be weeks where he gets 8 or 9 targets. But Lamar Jackson's going to have to throw the football to somebody. And I think that's part of the reason why they're bringing in someone. I mean, obviously, look at who Lamar Jackson has thrown to on the outside his entire career. I mean, he just hasn't had anybody even close to the Rashad Bateman kind of profile. We can't even argue Willie Snead is a better prospect.
Willie Snead.
Like Willie Snead is terrible. And I think I said this last night, Sammy Watkins is going to be good for one week.
Sammy Watkins is awful.
I'm like, when we're looking at, it's Mark Andrews. I mean, they're not going to use J.K. Dobbins, even though he might be one of their better, if not best receiver from last year, and they just never used him.
Yeah, he does. Lamar Jackson doesn't throw to the running back.
So if we're looking at Bateman from that potential opportunity, again, I'm not saying he's going to be 125 targets, 80 catches, 1,000 yards, 12 touchdowns right out of the chute. I'm not but I think he can produce a couple good fantasy weeks for us when we're going to need him in the bye weeks. I'm not completely sold on Tony. I think he's probably the bottom of the three. I think I see him more in like a Percy Harvin role. I think, he comped himself to Alvin Kamara last night, and I kind of laughed a little bit.
Yeah, what is he talking about there?
I don't think that's going to be his role. I think he's going to be like a Percy Harvin. You're going to see a lot of bubble screens. You're going to see he's good. He's going to be probably asked to block a lot for Saquon. He's probably the fifth option. Easily. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, Saquon, KG, Ingram, and then probably fighting with Shepard and Slayton for that fourth spot.
Just kind of rotate those three. Yeah.
I mean, I think I think if I had to put them 1, 2, 3, I'm going Bateman, Moore, Tony. But I mean, Moore's gonna have the same issues that that Tony's gonna have. He's just probably fourth on the totem pole in New York right now, as of right now.
So
he could easily ascend to a position, but we also have to see who Zach Wilson's going to want to be a safety blanket, right? Because we all knew that Jamison Crowder was Sam Darnold's safety blanket. Who's going to be the safety blanket for Zach Wilson?
So to break some news, the Jaguars at 45 select offensive tackle Walker Little. So getting some extra protection for Trevor Lawrence. And also the Bengals at pick 46 tackle Jackson Carman.
There we go. I finally got somebody.
Back-to-back tackles for the Jaguars and the Bengals to protect their franchise quarterbacks. So the Bengals did get a tackle in the second round. I like that they secured the tackle position. So that's just wanted to get that there. And to answer this question from Eric, I mean, who's going to throw more passes, Zach Wilson or Lamar Jackson? Who's a better passer? I mean, who's a better passer, Zach Wilson? Or for me, I think it's Zach Wilson. Lamar Jackson, he's great in fantasy, but if I just have to choose who I want throwing my receiver the ball, I'd rather have Zach Wilson throwing them the ball than Lamar Jackson. And I don't think that's particularly close, personally. So even though I'm not the biggest fan of Zach Wilson. So, yeah, that's what I think the Jets are going to do for Moore. I just feel that there's no upside in the Ravens offense. No receiver wanted to sign there. I've said this a million times. No receiver ever wanted to sign there. They offered more money to Juju. He didn't sign there. Why? Because John Harbaugh said receivers will not produce numbers in this offense. I don't want a receiver on a team that says receivers will not produce numbers in this offense. That doesn't work for me. Their offense doesn't produce receiver numbers by design. That's scary to me. So I don't want Rashad Bateman, but if it's him versus Tony, I'd rather have Rashad Bateman over Tony, who I don't want at all. I think Tony is just not going to be useful in any way, shape, or form. But I'd much rather just take my chances on Elijah Moore, just in case Zach Wilson is a total stud and throws 5,000 yards. I think there's a lot more upside there. Lamar Jackson's offense, not for me.
So, Carp, to counter the arguments you made for against Rashad Bateman, just to kind of play devil's advocate here.
Do it.
So, Greg Roman has been an offensive coordinator in the league since 2011. His first 4 seasons in the league, he was the offensive coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers, 2 seasons with Alex Smith, 2 seasons with Colin Kaepernick. All 4 of those seasons, his wide receiver 1 was a top 30 wide receiver or better. In 2011, it was Michael Crabtree at wide receiver 27. And then 2012 was Crabtree at wide receiver 15. 2013 was Anquan Bolden at wide receiver 14. And 2014 was Anquan Bolden again at wide receiver 18. Then he went to Buffalo, who then had a wide receiver 20 season in 2015. So the passing volume was pretty similar. They were in a 450 to 470 range in terms of pass attempts, which if they were in that range, Lamar Jackson hasn't thrown for anything more than 440 attempts in a season. So that would be a decent increase for at least for Lamar Jackson, specifically from last year when he had like 400. So I could see them being in that 450 to 475 range. I could see a large majority of those targets going to Rashad Bateman just because he's the clear alpha outside wide receiver one on that team, a guy that Lamar Jackson hasn't had his entire career with Baltimore. And, you know, it's not like Greg Roman doesn't have a history of wide receiver 2 fantasy guys in his offense. With Anquan Bolden did it, who's I feel like could be a very similar type of player to Rashad Bateman while being thrown the ball from Colin Kaepernick, who I feel like is a very close comp for, you know, Lamar Jackson, at least passing wise. And so I feel like there's parallels, there's similarities there that make me intrigued by what Rashad Bateman can be in this offense. I think the ceiling is definitely capped, but if we're talking about a guy who could be wide receiver 18 or wide receiver 19 on a consistent basis, I feel like that could be Rashad Bateman.
Jeff, are you reacting to the Charger pick?
Yeah, I wanted Asante Samuel for the Niners as the replacement for K'Wan Williams, but Creed Humphrey's sitting right here. Alex Mack is on a 1 year.
We haven't had a fantasy relevant player in a minute. With Asante Samuel going there, cornerback, by the way. For I know that. So cornerback there for the Chargers. Thought the Chargers could have been in the market for a receiver, but they decided to go with cornerback.
I mean, again, another situation where they're trying to. All these teams are bolstering their defensive backs, basically, to kind of. Again, that whole division is trying to keep up with the Chiefs on their offense, and this year they seem to be trying to load the defense to have that going.
It's been a little bit quiet. We had 2 fantasy relevant picks to start off, the 2 out of 3 to kind of kick us off, and we've just had a major dry spell, so we've had to kind of just vamp a little bit and just like talk about stuff. But yeah, I mean, back if we're back to Rashad Bateman, I'm just not in. I'll have to believe it when I see it. I don't care about what Greg Roman did. I'm an offensive coordinator in 2011. It's irrelevant to me. I don't care. I care about what this coaching staff in Baltimore, what he says he's going to do in Baltimore, what they said there. And they said that they're not going to pass the ball more. They like running the ball. They're just going to keep running the ball. So they told all the free agents that. They told them that the receivers wouldn't produce. That's enough for me. If I see something different, that's fine, but I'm not going to be convinced until I see it. I have to see it.
So you also said that you have Elijah Moore like at the whole receiving core for the Jets outside your top 40 is what you were saying. So you have Bateman.
No, we're talking about producing in 2021.
I understand that. Yeah, I'm not talking about dynasty. I'm talking about like for next year's productions. If you're drafting a player and you're on like I'm
just not betting on a rookie to produce. I mean, betting on a rookie to produce last year was an exception. I think people need to understand that what happened last year is not going to be the norm. You're
100%.
Not going to see rookies produce massive seasons for fantasy all the time. Like if Elijah Moore has a decent rookie year and then takes that year 2 leap that what we all want to see, I mean, that would be nice. But as a rookie with a rookie quarterback with 2 other receivers on the roster, you're not relying on Elijah Moore. You're not relying on any of these guys. The only receiver in this class that you're relying on for me anyway, that you really want to be relying on for year 1 production is Jamar Chase. Everyone else, you could get something out of Devonta Smith or Jalen Waddle, but I wouldn't expect like the world. And then everyone else, if you get anything, you're happy. Like any usable fantasy production, right? I mean,
I think Jamar Chase has had the best landing spot by far. Of anyone else well, correct. He had both things going in his direction. I don't think anyone else really has had a good enough landing spot for me to feel like I want to plug them in even as my wide receiver 3 week in and week out. Jamar Chase, I would be comfortable with my wide receiver 2, 3, even as a rookie, and he could definitely outproduce that easily.
I'm just saying that I think that last year has gotten people a little bit confused. Like
we were gifted. We were gifted fantasy production last year. That's not the norm. If last year was your first year playing Dynasty, This doesn't happen every single year. We don't get the Justin Jeffersons, the CeeDee Lambs, just coming out of. We knew they're gonna be great, but coming out of essentially nowhere to like instantly produce. It's very rare. It's a very unique class.
Javonte. Yeah, we didn't touch on the Javonte pick that much. I
mean, we said he's the running back 3 in the class for myself.
Yeah, we did say that, but we didn't talk too much about like what we expect this year. I mean, I think Melvin Gordon is going to begin the season as the starter. Mm-hmm. That's what I think.
Melvin Gordon's going to get the passing down works most likely too.
Mike Clay tweeted out his initial projections from his like sheet and stuff for Javonte, and it was 180 carries for like 770 yards and like 3 or 4 touchdowns, and then 25 receptions for 200 yards and a touchdown.
Which is, like did he say what running back he had that as?
No, he just tweeted out the raw projection stats.
You should also keep in mind that Denver has been frustrated with Melvin Gordon because of off-field issues, the DUI, etc.
But if they were that frustrated with him,
is he suspended? Eric,
charges got dropped, so he's ready for week 1. But
yeah, charges were dropped. It doesn't look like
he could still be suspended though, right? By the NFL.
Yeah, but someone did a thread
you
on
never
this
know
recently.
what he decides to do.
It looks like a suspension is unlikely, so I think he'll be ready for week 1.
But either way, it still puts a black eye on him on the team. That's
it doesn't help.
So it probably like guided him to that pick as well. It didn't help his case by any means. Like that's one of the biggest things there. But I still think Javonte again. Royce Freeman's dead. That's Mike Boone. The hype train is gone.
Royce Freeman was not alive.
Yeah, that's.
I gotta get going. Sorry, guys.
Later, Jeff.
Later, Jeff. Right as Peter.
Thanks for coming on,
Peter.
Oh, Peter's here.
Oh well, that's the way you feel.
Much better. This is.
Asante Samuel Jr. We were really excited about that one.
Yeah, we've been trying to pretend that we know stuff about these defensive players.
What do you mean pretend? I'm an expert. My name's
maybe you are. Maybe you are an expert. I admit that I am not an expert about defensive players. I did know who Asante Samuel was, but that was it. That's all I had. If anyone lost where we are, by the way, the 49ers are on the clock.
Mm.
What do you think?
Eric said Peter showed up for Terrace Marshall to get drafted.
Is that what happened?
No, it's just Peter's a huge Terrace Marshall fan.
Well, he could. Yeah, I mean, he probably will be here for.
Isn't it weird that people that spend billions of dollars analyzing these prospects agree with this little nerd, not all you little nerds? I think that's weird, personally. No, nothing. Nothing. Oh, your big boy pants not around when the stuff hits the fan, huh? No words.
Well, there's been so we've been waiting for fantasy relevant players to go for so long, and we've just had like 45 minutes of nothing.
Niners pick is in.
It's been frustrating,
draft, man.
I know, but it's been frustrating.
Kind of anticipated. The first round was a little more lit than I expected.
I know.
That's because the amount of quarterbacks that we're going to go. That's about it.
And I think more running backs than I expected, especially again that.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I didn't expect any.
I put Najee there. I put Najee in the first.
Yeah, Najee to.
There was a chance because of the shallowness. Yeah.
Yeah, but I did not see Etienne going in the first. I had him going in the second. Oh God.
Sorry, I'm seeing the chat. First time seeing Peter. How come you're not in your 60s and holding a bottle of whiskey?
Oh my God.
I'm 60 at heart, so we're good. We're good. Don't worry, we got it.
49ers select Aaron Banks, guard, Notre Dame.
Yeah, you didn't have to.
Not necessary, but unfortunately, I've been doing that for every pick.
Kyle Pitts,
the rookie quarterback.
Where are you ranking Kyle Pitts in Dynasty tight ends now? That's the only question anyone cares about. Let's go.
4.
So all that, so nothing could have put him in the top 3 for all. Like I've heard nothing but generational, better than Gronkowski for 3 months, and it's like the best draft capital you could possibly hope for. And it's like, wow, I still wouldn't draft him over any of the good ones. Like,
yeah, that's exactly right, man. not until I see something on the field. And usually tight ends take a little bit longer. Where he'd have to be like another outlier, which he definitely can be. Generational talent gets thrown around a lot. I think he is going to be that, but I don't think it's going to be right away. There's still like Hayden Hurst.
So why are we drafting him historically high in rookie drafts? Like no tight ends ever gotten this level of rookie draft buzz.
We is not doing that.
Okay, DLF ADP that you take part in, and our ranks, which you all take part in, he is historically high across the board. So, I mean, take some responsibility. Come on.
I mean, yeah, I didn't do that, and I don't rank.
It's not me,
DLF,
bro.
So I don't rank for DLF, so I'm not
Who's
responsible
doing
for
this?
that.
Because everyone I ask is like very reasonable about it, but
I mean, like in in one QB non-tight end premium, I have him at 5 behind Chase, Harris, Etienne, and Williams. Like, is that? I mean, that's high, but I think that's reasonable.
I think that's where we kind of put Fant and Hawkinson.
They were a little lower.
They were like 7 and 8.
They were 8 or 9. I think. I don't know. We can check it. The Cardinals pick is in, by the way.
Do we care?
We might. I mean, we would care if it was fantasy relevant.
We will know in a second, I guess.
Yeah, we'll know in a second. Hopefully, it gives us something to talk about. Hopefully, it's not another defensive player, but it probably will be.
Tennessee's coming up here soon, right?
That's gonna be a good one to watch to see what Josh Reynolds survives.
Can anyone make me feel good about Elijah Moore being on the Jets? Anyone got any positive things?
It's not the best landing spot, but he has a chance to be the one there.
Tyler has him above Bateman.
Wow, that's because Bateman is in a black hole.
You missed that conversation.
I mean, personally, I think Elijah Moore's in a bigger black hole. Like, I'd rather have a good team with low volume than a terrible team with low volume.
Well, I just don't know that the Jets are going to be terrible. We don't know.
We know the Jets are with that.
Oh, is this interesting?
We're going to like this one. This will be fun.
Oh, am I going to like this?
The Cardinals are taking.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not going to like. Well, I do like this. At least it gives us something to talk about.
The Cardinals are taking Rondale Moore.
Rondale Moore.
Let's go.
Ooh.
Okay.
He's Christian Kirk.
So Christian Kirk has disappeared from fantasy relevance.
He just got the slot roll. He just got it.
Now he lost the slot roll. Okay. Finally, something interesting to talk about after like an hour of not.
Ellie, you should be happy about this one. You're the Rondale Moore truther.
Am I that happy about it though? Like, it's fine.
I love this spot for him. I really do. He
I would
can
have
be out
preferred
of
him
the
in
slot.
Tennessee.
They can put him out of the backfield.
Indianapolis, my man.
If they have to, they can drop him. They can put Rondale in the backfield if they want. They can put him in the slot. I don't think it's the death to Christian Kirk. I think this is, the death to Larry Fitzgerald. I know he's probably retired, but now it's the final nail in that coffin. But I really actually like this spot. There's a lot of Cliff is creative as all get out. He's going to put him in space and let him go to work. I really do like this spot.
But do you think?
So where do you rank him dynasty wise?
I now have
got
him
a feeling.
back. I feel like he's going to be probably for me. He's going to be ahead of Elijah Moore in this spot. I would definitely have him ahead of Elijah Moore.
Is he ahead of Kadarius Toney?
Yes.
That's what matters the most. Is where do you have
Toney? I think he's now ahead of Addison from last night. I think he's ahead of 301. I think he's ahead of 301 Tony. I think he's still I still think he's an early second round rookie pick. I don't think this position launches him into the first round superflex territory. I don't think that happens. I think a lot of people are going to debate between, do I want Rashad Bateman in Baltimore or do I want Rondale Moore in Arizona? I think that's going to be kind of that after the Chase, Waddle, Smith, after those three, where do you go?
There's a debate
there. The 111 and the 112 in Superflex is going to be really highly debated and probably going to be really different from person to person.
You mean the
201 too?
Right?
Well, 111, 112, 201, that range, and how people order Bateman, Rondale Moore, Javonte Williams, and Mac Jones would probably be the end of I'd say the guys that are guaranteed to be in the first round.
Yeah, I think Matt Jones like 10 or 11 to me, somewhere around there. I think that's where you go.
Right. So then after that, you're now talking about guys like Rashad Bateman, Rondale Moore, Javonte Williams, Elijah Moore, and then people might have Terrace Marshall if he goes to Tennessee just based on landing spot. Maybe insert another wide receiver here who Tennessee takes.
Maybe I'm crazy, but it doesn't seem like anything in this draft has done anything to change anyone's rankings. Like, unless if you were high on Tony, you're also happy now. If you were high on Waddle, you're also happy now. But I think it wasn't enough to shift any of them above Moore or Rondale Moore or Elijah Moore for me. So I mean,
that's yours.
Yeah,
you're the minority now. I think
this did change mine. It changed mine, so it's something.
This solidified Harris and Chase. Like, there's not a debate anymore. There's not even like close to anything to me that like some people were like, oh, it could be Smith, it could be Chase. I mean, no, this is like clearly
it just feels
Chase.
It feels like because of that, rookie ranks are kind of not the way I'm thinking of it. It's like, I mean, Chase Claypool is wide receiver 20. Do you put him above Claypool or Cooper, who's 21? All of these rookies seem to be, from the way you're all talking, they're outside the top 24 easily. Apart from maybe Chase.
Devonta Smith,
I would push way up there.
Chase is way higher, but I actually
Chase is already a wide receiver 1 pre-draft, wasn't he? Wasn't he like wide receiver 11?
Yeah, that's
or 12?
what I mean. It's kind of like
I can tell you where.
I think Chase would still be around there.
I ranked them earlier today.
He's wide receiver 12 right now. Yeah.
I had Chase at wide receiver 9, Devonta Smith at wide receiver 27, Jalen Waddle at wide receiver 30, Rashad Bateman at 47. And Tony at 50. If that's where I had them.
Jaws, I guess. Whedon, my man. That was actually my exact thought. To be honest, I mean, Christian Kirk. He's shown he's NFL capable, but can't go up quite enough volume in that role. So it's sad, but maybe more can. But yeah, Andy Isabella is definitely
what
sadly
happened there. What
sadly
happened?
Dead.
What happened to Isabella?
Kingsbury was the only person that liked him that much. And then he was wrong. Yeah. That's what happened there. Like no one had
weird. People forget that he was a second-round pick.
I know
he was the Josh Rosen pick.
It's
really
so
good
weird.
in college. I also just think when you draft or when you trade for DeAndre Hopkins, like shit changes, man. That's a different kind of thing. That's a different kind of thing right there.
They're like, here's my plan. Oh, we can get Hopkins. All right, that plan's gone.
Yeah, Hopkins for David Johnson.
Yeah, I'm good.
Who needs a plan now? Just throw it to that guy.
Inside, outside, we're good. Doesn't matter anymore.
So yeah, this is interesting though. I think there's going to be a lot of, as we said, a lot of debate between. I think that Devonta Smith and Jalen Waddle for most people are going to be 2 and 3 just based on the crazy draft capital difference. But I think in wide receivers. Yeah. And then I think there's going to be a lot of debate between Rondale Moore, Elijah Moore, and Bateman, and maybe a couple of, we'll see if there's anyone else, probably.
We'll see a Tony Truther. Everyone's going to have at least one.
There could be a Tony Truther, in some leagues as well. Maybe I'm
Giants
just
made a pick.
And I'm burnt.
Or people who don't pay attention and they see that Kadarius Toney was like the 3rd wide receiver off the board or 4th, and you're like, wait, this guy's got to be good, right? He was the 4th wide receiver off the board in the first round.
He's got
Giants
to be
made a pick. Giants picked the linebacker.
All right.
Okay.
So Ojulari, the guy they were targeting at 11, they got him at 50.
Oh my God. I like it. I like it. As a Giants fan, I like it.
Yeah.
Hold on. I have to share this real quick because this is just way too good. This is from Twitter. Michelle Majuk just shared this on Twitter.
Mm-hmm. There's also a video of Ray GQ.
Oh, Ray's going to be very happy. I know he's very in on Rondale Moore.
Ray is very happy.
That is so good.
Ray is extremely happy right now.
I guess I would have Rondale Moore as my wide receiver 4 in this room.
But see, here's the thing. I really like Rondale Moore, and I think, he kills Kirk, he kills Isabella. I'm sorry, it's still just DeAndre Hopkins and Kyler Murray. Like, that's... I don't know.
I think this is actually good for Chase Edmonds, too.
Positive. I mean, he hasn't got any competition yet.
Don't get Tyler started. Careful. Mentioning Chase Edmonds around me is asking for it.
So, I like it. I just think an up-tempo offense with Rondale in space. I think Again, I don't think he's going to be a guy that commands 9, 10, 11 targets weekly. I think you're going to probably see 4 or 5, but I think they're going to try and get him 8 to 10 touches. He's going to be the end around guy. He's going to have some weird tunnel, like touch pass screen, something crazy because he's super strong. I just think he's going to be a very interesting piece in that Cardinals offense that you're going to have to scheme for.
Wonder if they try to use him like how the Rams use Robert Woods. Because Robert Woods leads wide receivers in
but more compact.
Usually leads wide receivers in like rushing attempts. I mean, minus like whenever Visca joined.
By the way, with Washington on the clock, this could be. Oh no, it's not. Not a quarterback. I was hoping we could get a quarterback here. That would have been interesting. But it's a tackle, Samuel Cosme.
Oh, okay.
This entire draft just fully convincing me. Like, the only thing I was really clear to me doing my pre-draft work this offseason was I just want to trade up for Chase. Like, that's who I want in this class. Receiver, yeah. I mean, there are other interesting players. I like Elijah Moore a lot. I like Taylor Wallace pretty much. I really like Bateman. But, like, I just want to trade up for Chase.
Me too.
Outside of Superflex, that's yeah.
Peter, what do you think between Chase and Harris? Who would you pick between those two?
Harris? Which Harris? Who are we talking?
Najee Harris.
Najee.
101.
It's a good question. I want to take him at the 102. That's ultimately what I want to do. I want someone else to take Najee Harris because positionally that makes sense. But I want Chase, and so I'm going to move however I have to get it. And if I can't move, I'll take Chase.
Yeah,
I agree.
I would take Chase as well.
Washington's making a trade. They're trading to the Browns at 51.
And beyond that,
guess you got some different info.
Washington, yep.
It's weird.
Washington is trading the number 51 pick to the Browns. I haven't seen the information yet.
I thought got some new people announced they got a tackle.
It said that they went tackle.
Yeah, it says pick is in on my screen, but okay.
Well, Panthers traded with the Browns.
Okay, 52.
Panthers, okay.
That makes sense.
Rappaport screwed up.
Yeah. Rappaport made a mistake.
How dare you?
Yeah, my rookie moves this year are all going to mostly be about getting players from last year's class. Like, that's the weird. Like, I want Chase, and Harris is probably the pick over Chase because of positional value, which makes me think I just want to go get CeeDee Lamb instead. If you know what I mean.
Get him.
Welcome.
Got some new people.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
Oh, God.
All right. We drove Peter into hiding.
Oh, don't tell him I'm here.
Oh, no.
Sorry, actually, we drove Tom Kislingberry into hiding.
I'm so glad Tom could join us. I appreciate that, Tom.
Tom is joining us today.
Well, it's an IDP draft. You had to bring in the Englishman.
We could have used him because we've just been waffling and floundering on every defensive player.
Your accent isn't quite as good today, Tom. What happened?
All right, gentlemen.
I've been drinking. I've got Tom Kislingberry has a drinking problem. That's the thing I'm saying live on stream.
Oh my God.
No. Tom Kislingberry misspelled. No. So the accent fades over time. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh my God. I don't know. Someone's in trouble.
Normally me. How you doing, Scott? Nice to see you.
I'm doing well. How are you doing, Peter?
I'm pretty good in the sense that this draft is kind of as sad and lonely and disappointing as I expected. And as a man who deeply enjoys disappointment, this is wonderful.
So this is perfect for you then.
Yeah. It's just kind of right in my wheelhouse. You know what I mean? We're trying to decide if Rondale Moore can get enough targets and next to DeAndre Hopkins to be in any way fantasy relevant. Because we're excited about the player, but, Hopkins sucks up a lot of air.
Nice.
Yeah, he sucks up a lot of air. It's all on that left side of the field, though. I mean, if you look at his route tree, it's to the left, to the left, to the left, and sometimes up and to the left. So,
yeah, but if you've got DeAndre Hopkins on the left, why do you need to throw to the right?
That's true.
To be fair. Are you talking from inside a well, by the way, or is that just my
No, my audio is terrible. I'm trying to figure out what happened to it because it's normally not terrible. And
I was going to say, you got that fancy ass mic and the greens. I expected a little
check
more.
What your computer's running your microphone as.
Yeah, it was. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Oh my God, that's so much better.
Way better.
Gosh.
So
normally my computer is set up, my soundboard set up, and I went on a show last night and it got effed up. It didn't work at all, and so I've been trying to get it back to where it was. So there we go. I'm not in a well anymore. Thank goodness.
Appreciate it.
No, but yeah, it's good to see everybody. I'm excited to be here. What happened? I just got on. I missed a few picks. So Rondale Moore went to the
Arizona Cardinals.
I mean, that's great for them to win a game here and there, but it's not great for fantasy. It's great for DFS.
You don't think?
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be. I don't know. I mean, are you thinking like 11th round, 12th round for him? Where's his ADP going to be?
I was trying to get people to think in terms of overall ranks, but we're more interested in rookie ranks. I think it's hard to get him in the top 24 right now.
Yeah,
which isn't great.
Gentlemen, I got to hop out of here, but thank you all so much for having me on.
We love you.
Nice to see you, bud.
See you guys
later.
One thing you said, Peter, that I caught on when I did get in was, CeeDee Lamb love and Justin Jefferson love. I do think that some of those players from last year, we talked about K-makers too, different position, but just a stronger year. And I think there's more opportunity for them to break out this year, which they did already last year, but further breakout, cement themselves as RB1s and wide receiver 2s in the league. And CeeDee Lamb was really close. I think he finished 25 last year, 25th. So he was right on the edge of that wide receiver 2 every week. So I like
my hope for this class was someone like Rashad Bateman or Taylor Wallace would fall to the second or third round, and then there'd be a great second round rookie value. And outside of that, trade up for Chase. And where Bateman's gone really high, I don't think he's fallen to the second round anymore. So you can't target him like with really high upside there. I still want him, but if I'm going to trade up or get in that range of value, probably just go for Chase, I guess. Which makes me feel icky. So I'm like, I trade out for last year's players.
That's a good strategy.
By the way, the Browns selected JOK. I'm not going to even try on his last.
Gabe Gearing is very happy right now.
I love that for them.
But the slide on JOK is finally over, so that's what the Browns did, and that brings us to the Titans, which I think is very interesting.
This could be a pick.
Receiver really badly.
So at this point, like, who are we looking for now? Obviously, we haven't seen any of the tight ends come off the board, and that certainly could be a need for the Titans. I say other than Kyle Pitts, obviously, but that
doesn't count. Yeah.
Terrace Marshall, receiver, would be what I would want here.
Monty's kind of on the same page here. That would be interesting.
Freiermuth, yes,
that would definitely bump up Freiermuth, and that would put so much more value in passing on Pitts to go for Freiermuth, in my opinion. Because
but all of my Anthony Ferkser shares would be sad.
That would be true.
Well, then that can't happen. We don't want to make your shares sad.
Oh, it's okay. That a lot of things.
Nope, we won't let it happen. Don't worry about it. We got you, buddy.
You were not on with me last night when Travis Etienne was picked. You have no idea. Because I spent the last week saying there's no way that the Jaguars will possibly take a running back in the first round or second round. It won't happen.
That was upsetting.
Then everyone is like, why couldn't you predict the future? And I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm not a psychic. I'm sorry.
What people be mad? I'm really interested to see what happens to Taylor Wallace.
I know. We're still waiting on Tylan Wallace.
So there's
really like him
falling. Yeah, Terrace Marshall is another one that I'm kind of surprised to see him still available here. And not that I'm surprised that any of the wide receivers that have gone ahead of him went ahead of him, because I feel like that's probably right. But I expected more wide receivers, I guess, to go.
Jeff was talking about the medicals earlier before you got here. He said that was kind of a big concern on Terrace Marshall. I don't really know too much about that. Like it was a little confusing exactly what the problem is. But there also might be something that the NFL knows that we don't about Terrace Marshall's medicals.
I think maybe they looked at what he did in college and realized it wasn't very much or very good. And
I figured you would say that.
Carried on. But yeah, that's me.
I know from listening to your podcast, which you should plug, the DLF family of podcasts.
That's true. Yeah, it's on the DF family of podcasts. Just listen to that, and you also get good shows.
Dynasty Crossroads.
Yeah, no, I've been arguing with every nerd under the sun, including ones that are actually smart. And I don't get it. I mean, at this point, he's probably going to be a value in rookie drafts based on their takes. I don't know.
I thought it was really interesting once JJ Zacharyson got on the Terrace Marshall train. And then
he just fully smacked me around. He's very smart.
Unfortunately, we don't have to discuss the Titans receiver because they went with a tackle. Dylan
Rogers. What are they doing?
Tackle.
Is AJ Brown going to have 200 targets?
He must at this point. I mean,
a 50% target share.
They didn't
Josh
take
Reynolds, baby.
They didn't take a tight end. They took an offensive tackle instead. I think it's an interesting move, which brings us to not interesting is bad in this case. Brings us to Indianapolis.
I think we're finally going to see in 2021 that Corey Davis was carrying AJ Brown, and I think we just have to get used to that world. I'm sorry.
My God. I don't think so.
At me, baby. At me.
Well, okay. You weren't here when we did the Jets trio, right? How do you rank
Probably
the
not.
Jets trio with Elijah Moore? How do you? Corey Davis is there.
Like I'm supremely depressed. That's actually what's got me in a low energy mood. Like Elijah Moore going to the Jets is like my worst fucking nightmare. Like that's one of my favorite players in this draft class going to my least favorite landing spot. So,
well, how do you rank?
I rank them all. I don't want Jets players, and we'll see what happens. I can't want Jets players. No.
Maybe Zach Wilson will change.
They take Corey Davis. They take my Elijah Moore. Someone has to stop this monstrosity.
Maybe Zach Wilson will change it. Maybe. Let's all hold out hope that we all trash on Zach Wilson, but maybe he'll be good. Well, you never know. Anything could happen.
I mean, people have been pointing out Gase is gone, which is nothing but a positive, and this is a new coaching staff. But I've got to feel the rot is deeper than that. They've had several turnovers, and it just keeps sucking.
As someone who's from New York, I do think that it's an owner problem, kind of similar to the Washington team. Like, this has always been a problem ever since Woody Johnson, like the Johnson family has owned the Jets. There's always just been a lot of issues. So I do agree with you that it's not just Gase, but Gase is so bad.
Yeah. No, definitely. Yeah, but they chose him, and I've got to think their decision-making process leading them to Gase doesn't mean they led him somewhere good now. But to be fair, landing spot is remarkably difficult to predict, and that most of the things that we think matter, we get it wrong a lot based on, as honest a process as we go through. And I tend to bet on the player, and I think Elijah Moore's really good. I think he's better than Jamison Crowder, and he was able to do it there. Mm-hmm. Robbie Anderson's a bit of a mystery to me at this point, but he was able to do it there. So I'm not going to not want Elijah Moore. I'm just really depressed.
I feel you.
Peter, that's the worst place he could have gone out of all of the spots. Yeah, I felt the same. As soon as I saw it, I started scrolling down. I was trying to put my kids to bed, and I just said, okay, Elijah Moore? No!
Sorry.
Damn it! And I don't even have any shares of him, so it's not even like it's a personal, like my investment. I just want to see great football players get opportunities. Here's what we're going to see. He might just be like the king of garbage time for DFS.
You know what I mean? I mean, who's he competing with? Mims? I mean, I like Mims, but not as much. And landing spot's tricky. I would say, I'd rather Baltimore. I know everyone's down on Baltimore as a landing spot. I'd rather Baltimore than the Jets. I'd just rather a well-managed team that's going to win games like that. I'd take that. But again, I mean, you could go down he can vacuum up all the free volume he wants argument. I mean, it's possible. He's good. Have I got a delay, or did I just wow everyone in here?
No.
No. Yeah, the Ravens over the Jets as far as a destination. I think that's been true in the past, but I don't know. I have a little bit more faith in what we're going to see out of this new Jets regime. I don't know that the ride is quite as deep. I think a lot of it got brought out with Adam Gase, and we might see, somebody made a comparison of Zach Wilson to Jay Cutler, and ever since I heard that, I haven't been able to get that out of my head. Jay Cutler wasn't bad for fantasy as far as his weapons, so hopefully we see some of that same gunslinger mentality, and that might be good for these guys. Might mean a lot of targets.
Yeah. I'm
gonna need you to say that better and more often, because I need to be convinced it can happen. Because I really do like Elijah Moore, and I don't want to back off him.
I do too. I don't believe in Corey Davis being anywhere near an alpha. I just think at the end of the day, I think I was talking about this earlier with Tyler, and Addison was here earlier. I think that whoever gets that alpha corner in the AFC East, that they're not going to be eating much for 6 games out of the season. It's just not going to happen. Between Jadarius White and Stephon Gilmore and Xavier Howard, you're just not going to have many successful games there. So I'm leaning more towards the Mims and the Moore part, that one of them, and maybe Elijah Moore becomes Zach Wilson's security blanket like Jamison Crowder was to Sam Darnold, and gets 14 targets, 13 of them in the fourth quarter for 69 yards and a touchdown, right? Like that could be what I think that's what we're hoping it to be. I just don't know what it's going to look like right now. And you got Keelan Cole too. I mean, that was a nice pickup too.
Let me just jump in real quick and introduce. Really excited to have Jeff Hazley join us. He is the co-creator of the Carolina Fandom podcast and was live last night watching their pick and had a couple of good quarterbacks on the board, chose to pass, bring in a pretty good player, and then obviously picked up that 5th-year extension for Darnold. What was the reaction like last night when Carolina passed on the quarterbacks, and what have you heard here today about the Darnold 5th-year option?
Yeah, so thanks for having me. First of all, I appreciate it. It's great to see everybody. So yeah, the reaction, we kind of had the same type of situation here where we had 9 people on a chat. Most of us were Panthers fans, and the reaction was kind of like, I know the pick, guys. I know the pick. I'm not going to say anything, right? And you're going to be. I don't want to say anything, right? And then the pick came through, and we're like, whoa! I was not expecting that. I was thinking either Rashawn Slater. I was thinking possibly Justin Fields. And I mean, those were the 2 guys that I was thinking it could potentially be. And for them to pass on Fields, it says a lot about Sam Darnold, and it also says that that's their investment too, right? And that was their decision. Mm-hmm. And it looked like they wanted to go with Darnold for the entire time. They didn't do the 5th-year option as of yet, so that they could potentially trade out. And I think they tried to trade out, but they weren't getting in return what they really wanted if they were, were going to lose out on J.C. Horn. They said that Horn was their top corner, was their top player on their board, which I'm not sure about that. I mean, Kyle Pitts is on a board too. But still, that says a lot. I really like what he brings to the table. The Panthers had the 2nd worst 3rd down conversion percentage allowed last year, next to Tennessee only. They were just a hair under 50% of the time. And Cal, you probably remember this. The Saints played the Panthers, and then I think the Falcons played the week later. The Panthers only allowed 1 punt in those 2 games. They couldn't get off the field. I mean, they really struggled. So they desperately needed a corner who can come in and kind of eliminate half of the field, or at least close to that. It'll really help out Brian Burns as a defensive end. I think we're going to see an elevation from him, as well as Hassan Reddick, and you've got Itur Gross-Matos as well, a group of young pass rushers. So I think that helps. And as far as Horn is concerned, I think a lot of people who were kind of in that Justin Fields camp have kind of pitched their tent on Horn now, and it's starting to come around. Just like we kind of warm up to certain players, and I think that the fan base is starting to do that. I think it's a great pick. I was kind of taken aback a little bit when it happened, but just kind of watching and listening and learning and understanding, that's what they really need. They haven't had a good, solid corner. Well, they had James Bradbury, who they let go. Horrible decision. But they haven't had a really good corner since Josh Norman. And, of course, that was to 2015 season when they went 15-1, went to the Super Bowl, and had one of the best Super Bowls ever defensively, despite losing to Denver. But, yeah, so I like the pick. It looks like they've traded down twice already. Now they have accumulated they still have their 2nd-round pick. They have 2 third-round picks. No, sorry, 3 third-round picks and 4 6th-round picks in this draft. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. But Carolina is stoked, and the other half of Carolina is like, we'll find out. But me, I tend to be a follower of the Matt Rule and Joe Brady system. So what they say goes. So I will follow them, and that's where my fan base lies, and we'll see how it plays out.
I like your breakdown there, and you're right. Probably best cornerback since Josh Norman. That was Josh Norman before Derrick Henry buried him underneath the turf there in Buffalo.
We got to interrupt.
Yeah, we got a pick here.
The Steelers have selected tight end Pat Freiermuth.
Wow. That is wow.
I don't. This is not good.
Yeah.
Why is it not good, Tyler?
I mean, I don't.
It's not great for Ebron, but I mean, Ebron's okay. So this year, it'll take a while for Freiermuth.
Yeah, I mean, Ben is totally washed. They already have wide receivers on the team to soak up target. I mean, I don't see why I would like this landing spot. What's good about it? Like, what is the selling point? I don't see it.
I just saw.
I like it for the real life Steelers. I see why Addison is happy.
Right, for real life, not for
not for us.
Coming from a Steelers Penn State fan, this is the best thing that's happened.
This is perfect for Addison. Addison is having a field day, but like for fantasy, I'm out. I mean, right? This is terrible. Yeah. I don't like this landing spot at all.
No, I agree with you for fantasy. I just wanted to get your vitriol out there because Addison was so excited, and I
should be.
Yeah, I'm excited from an NFL standpoint perspective. Right.
This is
awesome
for the Steelers.
Freiermuth is a great blocker. He can be that guy. Ebron's not good at that. So he can be that kind of a tight end and be that tight end moving forward whenever Ebron leaves. Juju's leaving next year, so maybe there's more opportunity for targets down the road. For fantasy, I agree with you. This isn't great. He could have went to Tennessee and been so much better for fantasy in terms of opportunity, but I'm cheering because I'm a Steelers and a Penn State kid, and that's where we're at.
Also, we just passed Indianapolis at 54. They picked a defensive end. If he had gone there, I think people would have been much more excited. Given how Carson Wentz
to have a good GM, because the Colts have a really good GM, and he's just not thirsty. He's just doing smart, sensible, and team-improving things, and it's annoying. I'm really hoping they take a wide receiver, and they're not doing it.
Yeah, still like a shot at you, Addison.
The Colts passed on Terrace Marshall as well at 54. They took another defensive end.
I agree.
It wasn't. I think Pat can help out. I mean, a good tight end, especially of his size, he can help out in the receiving game a little bit, I guess, at some point. And like I say, it's not really a fantasy take, but a good tight end can help in a number of ways, and Pat seems to be that. That's fine for the Steelers. It's just
who this actually kind of works out for is Najee Harris. Because they're just going to throw it. They're literally just going to throw it all day long. Like, they're going to throw till literally Ben's arm is off.
And Freiermuth is a better run blocker than he is pass blocker, so that does make sense.
He's got the size to do that in year one as well, despite the complexity of the position. I mean, yeah, it's good.
Like, there's going to be no stacking the box for Najee. Like, Najee's never going to see a stacked box.
That's true.
Like, they're just going to literally, they could go 4 or 5 wide and just say, hey, go at it. Have fun. Good luck.
My fear with him was always that he could turn into like Mercedes Lewis type, where he's asked to block a lot. But if they're going to pass, he's not as good a pass blocker. So I think he could end up running a good bit of routes. It's just a matter of, is there enough target share to go around? And no, I'm not sure. Shane, what do you think?
Excited. No, there's not.
Yeah, I agree with Shane. Welcome, Shane, by the way.
Hi, I'm Shane.
Hey,
good
Shane.
to see. Good to see some of you.
Nice to meet you.
What's up, Shane?
Hey, hi everybody.
Hey, Shane.
It's been an exciting second round.
Lots of trades.
I was being facetious.
It hasn't been that exciting.
Not been exciting at all.
I'm trying to get excited about Elijah Moore, man. I'm trying, and it's hard.
I like that pick for the Jets.
It's not hard. That's a problem.
That's a great pick for the Jets.
Elijah Moore.
It's a good fit for the Jets. I like it for the Jet, like the real life Jets.
What is Elijah Moore's the slot receiver?
Yeah, so they're going to cut Crowder, save $10 million.
So why didn't they get the better one? Why didn't they get Rondale Moore though? The actual.
That's a good question. That's a good question.
I think Moore can play on the outside as well, and he's a little bit bigger, and he can. I mean, sure, he has the run after the catch, but he actually kind of reminds me a little bit of DJ Moore.
Elijah Moore. We got to use E and R more.
Oh no!
Otherwise, I'm going to be confused.
I got to interrupt everyone. The Seahawks have just picked wide receiver Dwayne Eskridge.
Oh
no!
They went. They just went all the way in.
A decision to pick Dwayne Eskridge there. Okay.
I've heard a lot of talk about some pretty smart teams liking him. I don't know. I didn't see it as much, but I've heard, like he's got a lot of what you want. That is interesting to go over some of the names he's going over here.
Yeah, but
can he block? Can he keep Russell Wilson?
Yeah,
up?
How is he going to succeed for fantasy here? I mean, there's just no room for that.
Well, he wasn't going to succeed for fantasy wherever he went
that's
anyway.
a good point. He wasn't going to succeed anywhere, but this is. I mean, he's behind Metcalf, and they just extended Lockett to $69 million, didn't they?
Yeah.
So this is irrelevant.
Well, I mean, no, he'll be a good wide receiver 3 on that team. So
on the team, but it's not for us.
He may not even be that. Is David still on that roster?
No, David Moore's in.
David Moore's
Carolina
on Carolina. He's given us the 2 D Moores on Carolina issue.
Damn it.
So I don't think they have anybody behind Lockett and Metcalf.
Yeah, it's not a bad pick for the. Like, I get it for the real life Seahawks.
No, it's a bad pick for the Seahawks. They don't need a wide receiver.
Yeah, they need like a
not in the second
or a
round,
guard or a center or another
tight end. I mean, I don't really like Gerald Everett.
Or tight end or no, I love Gerald Everett. You're so wrong, Carp. Already starting with your wrongness as soon as I'm.
Well, I mean, I just like to talk. So when you talk a lot, you're going to get some things that people disagree with. It happens.
I talk a lot and I'm usually right, so I don't understand.
You don't talk as much as I do, though.
No, well, yeah.
What's up, Dave?
So wait, did anyone have a funeral for Christian Kirk yet while I was gone?
We tried to have a funeral for him.
I'll get my can lit. Don't worry, I'm on it.
And Andy Isabella.
Yeah,
I'm fine with a Christian Kirk funeral. I think it is a funeral.
We should have already had Isabella's funeral.
That happened already at this point.
That's what I was going to say. Was anyone holding out hope for Isabella?
No, that was
and
months ago.
If they were, why are you so bad at fantasy football?
I think Chase still is, right? No, never mind.
That's no. Give
So
up.
where do we put Dwayne Eskridge?
Up, Taylor.
I'm not sure if you include me in that or not, but I appreciate it.
Where do we put Dwayne Eskridge in rookie drafts? Because this is just going to be hot
below
garbage.
Kadarius Toney.
306.
Last of the players selected.
I got him at 306.
Man, that seems high.
Yeah, I don't think I'm actually gonna. He's not going to be drafted by me.
Yeah, I'll be out as well. Completely out.
He's my age.
He's old. Oh, he's old. Oh no,
Yeah.
can't have that. I don't want him.
He runs a sub 4.4 though.
But he's old. I don't
there
like
you go.
old.
But 80% of this class ran a sub 4.4.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, unless you're sub 4.3, it's really not impressive this year. You need to run a 4.26 like Schwartz did for me to pay attention to you.
Hey guys, I got to bounce. I just want to say thank you very much to Tyler and everybody else who invited me on. Peter, good to see everybody.
See you, bud.
Great rest of the draft, everybody.
Thanks, Scott.
Thanks for coming
Where
on.
you going?
Thanks, Scott.
Where you going though?
Well, I have to go prepare for my podcast tonight at 11.
I see where your priorities are. I see.
I know. It's
11.
me. I know. It's so.
Yeah, when you got a Hawaiian special happening.
My podcast partner is Bo_McBigtime, and he is West Coast, and that's the earliest he can get off work and get home. So he rushes home from work to jump on the air, and Jordan Bannock is on there as well. So
I love Jordan.
It's gonna be
crew.
It's going to be a Saturday night show when we get into the DFS season, because it'll go, maybe 10 o'clock to midnight, and we'll just talk DFS, the slate, and wrap us up before we get into Sunday. But now we're talking draft. So, Peter, maybe you can check us out later. Maybe we'll see when you.
Gotcha.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Scott.
I've got a memory like a goldfish. I remember you abandoned me.
Thanks, Scott.
No, I was
That's
there
what
for
I
an
remember.
hour. Peter, I was there for
Just go. It hurts too much.
So I was watching Handmaid's Tale. Did Terrace Marshall get drafted yet or no?
Nope.
So
somehow Dwayne Eskridge went over Terrace Marshall. That's the decision.
Well, so
his medicals 2 legs.
Yeah, his medicals are really bad. Then
they must be.
Yeah,
they must be much worse than we know.
Well, I assume the NFL, hopefully they know more than we do.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, they must be much worse than the publicly available information. That's the only explanation.
Did anyone try to tweet at him and ask him how bad his feet are?
Why don't you do that?
I don't like tweeting at players. Hey, Matt's here, and so's Bob.
Hey,
what is up?
We just quietly slide in through the back door here, just kind of listening in on everything else going on. The Dwayne Eskridge slander needs to stop, man. Dwayne Eskridge is
time someone was in here to finally rescue that man's name. They were saying some horrible things, Bob. Please.
I stand by every horrible thing I said.
Hey, we got another one to talk about. The Rams made a pick.
Who they pick?
Tutu Atwell.
Oh, wow. My God.
Okay, now you guys can slander Tutu.
Tutu to the Rams.
Wow.
Well,
wait, is Sean McVay still a genius? Like, are people still like holding on to that?
He is now
line
officially a genius. I think that's what that is.
He just drafted someone that's going to die on the football field, and I don't even feel bad about it. He's 149 pounds.
Get me a Tutu shirt right now. That might be the first.
Well, as much as I hated Dwayne Eskridge, this is a new low.
Oh, I love it.
McVay had to have seen Cliff with 5'7". Figure, well, I might as well go find another. I might as well go find an equal.
Yeah. What did McVay get did he get to coach Tavon Austin at all? Right after him. No. So he wanted to find his like welfare Tavon Austin, and he found Tutu Atwell. Good for him. Wow. That's look, I love it for fantasy drafts because people are going to draft Dwayne Eskridge and Tutu Atwell way too high, and I'm going to be like, oh wow, you really sniped me there, Bob, and I'm going to laugh at them all the way home. Yeah.
This probably kills any sleeper appeal that either one of those guys had, right? I mean, this has not been good landing spots at all today.
Why are we drafting 5'8" guys in the second round?
Except for Rondale Moore. Let's leave Rondale Moore out of that.
Good.
Who's good? Tutu Atwell?
Yeah, he's exceptionally good for where he played.
Yeah, analytically,
I know you guys all think that I'm really good at football because I'm 6'2" and 200 pounds and therefore would fit the measurables. But here's the thing. This man's actually good at football. That matters.
Okay. How many 150-pound wide receivers have
I don't know why this is so hard. Like, the one thing all players that you want on your fantasy team right now have in common is that they were all above average in college. Like, that's it. And of the players in this draft that actually fit that description, Tutu is one of 10. So, yeah, I'm stupid,
so you're drafting him in the
he
first
actually
round?
did the thing all those players have in common.
So you're drafting him in the first round then, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Are you taking Elijah Moore in the first round? Is that what I'm saying? Is that your take? I like him, therefore I have to take him in the first round.
Where are you taking him then? I'm just
get
curious.
you guys.
Where do I have to take him? I'm just excited about the landing spot and pointing out he was pretty good in college, which tends to be a positive thing.
That's fine. He was good in college.
Yes.
Hey guys, I gotta get going. I need to go. But Kel, thanks for having me on, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we got
enjoy the rest of the draft here, fellas.
Make sure you check out Jeff, his work with Football Guys, and with Panthers
Twitter
Nation. Absolutely. Addison's got to go too. Addison, you want to say goodbye?
Goodbye.
We love you,
Thanks for
Addison.
having me on. This was really, really fun. So thank you all to everybody who joined up here last night, tonight. We'll continue to join. Appreciate everybody that stopped by the DLF live stream. So Kyle, Carp, hold it down. Y'all got
Kyle's
it.
going to be holding it down.
And actually, yeah, Tyler's got to go too. So Tyler, you want to
I have
to?
Everyone running away. I get it. Tutu gets picked, and you're like, I want none of this.
Not having that effect on people.
I understand.
I have to make
We don't have the Bob effect.
short guest appearance on.
It's like I show up and everyone just kind of takes.
I will be back, and I will leave you all for the next about hour in Cal's capable hands.
Yeah, Tyler, we'll see you in a few.
Okay.
Thanks,
See you
y'all.
guys.
Half the room just left.
All right.
I know, right?
There we go.
Wow, we can see Addison's great graphic now.
Yeah, so let's reset the room a little bit. We got a great crew in here. Brandon, who we talked with a lot yesterday, and a couple things just from this that we actually mentioned after the show that I wanted to get everybody's thoughts on. A lot of talk, obviously, about Mac Jones falling to the Patriots today, but How does Josh McDaniels set up an offense that's going to work for Cam Newton and Mac Jones? I don't know how he's going to write something up or he's going to write two plans. How's it going to work? Bob, you're a Patriots fan. I'm curious what you've heard around town today.
I haven't heard anything, but there's a few things in common with a run-first offense and a rookie quarterback. Rookies love tight ends. Run-first offense loves tight ends. It makes a little bit more sense now that adding Aguilar and Kendrick Bourne, because Cam was not going to be targeting them at all. I don't know if he has any arm left, but at least having them out there as veteran receivers will help Mac Jones. But basically the offense will probably stay very similar, and quick outlets to the running backs, the tight ends, and the occasional pass downfield.
Matt, you watched Aguilar play a lot last year. Do you think Mac Jones helps him?
Depends.
I think it's the other way around.
Are we getting the Raiders Aguilar? Or are we getting the Eagles Aguilar? We don't know. We haven't seen one more than the other here. So, man, I have a hard time believing that he's going to continue what he was doing last year. I think he could go back to probably somewhere in between what we've seen in Vegas and what we've seen in Philadelphia, which if you can't catch everything, you're not going to bring everything in. You're going to probably lose that trust of a rookie quarterback. He's probably not going to trust throwing that ball. Once he doesn't trust his receivers, then you're going to see rookie mistakes come left, right, and center. So it's going to be interesting. I know Shane could talk about Nelson Aguilar. I don't know if we're even allowed to speak that name.
I don't know if he's allowed to, though, right?
But I'm allowed to talk. Look, Aguilar's interesting. He had one okay season with the Eagles. He had one good season. It's just the rest of his career was very bad. But I don't know if that was so much his fault, or maybe the Eagles were just using him incorrectly, because he seemed to thrive as a deeper threat with the Raiders, with Derek Carr or David Carr, whichever Carr plays for them. Maybe the Eagles should have tried that, because he has good speed, right? He's not good at catching. That's never really been his thing. Maybe in college, Peter would know better than me, but maybe in college he was good at catching, but not so much in the pros. I mean, Nelson Aguilar is not going to make or break any quarterback, right? Like he's not the type of receiver that like Mac Jones is going to either thrive or not thrive because of Nelson Aguilar. But yeah, no, that's going to be a fun game plan to see. Yeah, I do want to see the game plans that are written up, like Cam Newton versus Mac Jones, because they're very different players. Very, very different.
Is Mac Jones going to play year one, Shane? Also, you weren't here, but I was asking where everyone was ranking Kyle Pitts in their Dynasty overall rankings, and no one would go above tight end 4. And since you're here, I thought maybe we could hear, a better ranking.
Tight end 4. Why are you guys so low on him? You got.
I didn't say it's me. The haters have all left. Not Kelce, these guys. These guys are great.
Kittle,
Waller,
Pitts.
Waller.
Then
you put him.
Then T.J. Hawkinson. Then Waller. Or Fant. Look, I'm an athletic slut. Like I just want the purebred athletes. Like Waller's actually pretty impressive too, but like Kyle Pitts is just the unicorn. Everything about the guy. So I'm going to overdraft him in every league I'm in. So I'm not afraid to take him at the 102 in a super flex rookie draft. In fact, me and Peter are going to be we are in a league together, and there's about a 45% chance I take him at the 102 over a quarterback. Although I say that now, and I don't have to actually make the pick right now, so it's easy to say.
Right.
Peter, 2 questions for you. One comes from the chat here. Are we taking the over/under on Peter finishing a pack by the end of the third?
A pack? I'm taking the over.
I think we're going over.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't buy football cards. What packs?
And then second question, you mentioned college and college production. Like, how do you factor in Mac Jones' college production into what you think he might do in New England?
Was that to me?
Yes, sir.
Who are we talking about now? So I'm talking with people who actually appreciate Tutu Atwell. Okay. Yeah, what are we talking about?
Yeah, no, Mac Jones, you talked about college production, you talked about dominating in college. I mean, obviously he had a really good year last year.
Yeah, he did. There's not much that works for college evaluation that I've found. I know a lot of people smarter than me, and lots of people do well at quarterback evaluation. I have never found anything that works for me. What I will say is, based on a few things that I know that do have some signal, Mac Jones was extremely efficient based on his conference at completing the ball last year, and that's completion percentage above expected, which is a Josh Hermsmeyer way of looking at it. In fact, he had one of the highest completion percentage over expected that we've ever seen, if not the highest. But he also comes from a terrible conference, so I guess you could adjust down that somewhat. Mostly it just feels a little too apropos. They got a quarterback that fell who has a bad body. It feels like they're just trying to draft Tom Brady a little earlier, and I don't think he's going to be that. If I were to guess, the odds are on not being that good. But that's just a guess. If he plays this year, I don't know. Something someone pointed out to me is that Cam and Mac Jones do not mix. You can't roll out a system and like Matt's not going to learn Cam's system. Like what you can do is like push everyone out the way, barrel through the tackle, and then do this. And Mac will be like, "Okay, all right, I'll get right on." Like I don't know. I know. I guess they got to figure that out. And that's why I'm wondering if they're really going to try and play him this year, because he definitely can't learn what they're going to roll out for Cam. So are they just going to go straight Mac Jones and Cam's on the bench? I have no idea.
But here's
I don't know what their thoughts are there.
They clearly, there's no way they could have thought they were getting a quarterback at 15.
No.
They couldn't have.
That was probably unexpected. That's fair.
So they couldn't not sign someone. And I guess Cam was the best of the lot, which is not saying a lot because it wasn't a great lot. It was like Jameis Winston, who I don't think was ever really in their plans, and Andy Dalton, which whatever. I wouldn't be surprised if Cam's, I wouldn't say not released, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's relegated to the bench for Mac Jones.
Is it a definite that he's going to make this team? I mean,
I'm going to jump right in on that with his contract stuff. There is no, I mean, there's really no repercussions if they do cut him. It's only a $5.5 million cap hit for a quarterback. That, I mean, to me, that's nothing for.
Oh, there he goes.
Wow, there he goes. Carolina Panthers, rest in peace. Based on what you're saying about his contract, it really does feel like their move would be, I mean, Cam's out. They don't want to design a system around Cam to teach it to their young quarterback next year, or design a new one next year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, there was only $3.5 million guaranteed at signing,
which is nothing. I mean, really,
right? Especially really when we're talking about quarterback. I mean, like I was preaching that there was no way that the Falcons were going to take a quarterback at 4 because Matt Ryan's contract was guaranteed at $64 million this year, and then another $42 million next year, and then even in 3 years from now they can cut him, but it's still going to cost them $20 million.
Peter, what do you think about who is on the Patriots team the most valuable offensive like dynasty player? Like who goes first on that team in a draft?
You're kidding me, right? You don't know.
Who is it?
Kendrick Bourne. And that's where we cut the podcast off. You see, that would be a great ending. I deeply love Kendrick Bourne, like to a level that's unacceptable by anyone's standards. But I really do think he's a good NFL player.
Is that Corey Davis?
I don't know. I really do think Shane's got it right. They weren't expecting to draft a quarterback there, really, and so they probably have to go back to the drawing board. I really feel like they were planning to fuel through the tight ends, get some good slot targets from an amazing player in Kendrick Bourne, maybe kickstart Neo Harry a little bit and watch Cam run. I think that was the plan. And now they probably don't know the plan. So it's a little hard to guess at. But I guess Hunter Henry?
No. John over Henry.
I mean, they're just going to cannibalize each other. Neither of those guys is so transcendent that they're just going to leave the other in the dust. There's just going to be a lot of rotating weeks where one guy's the star. Maybe there's weeks where both guys are the star of that team. They still need legitimate wide receivers. I don't know what their draft looks like so far tonight. I haven't really paid attention to them. Sorry again, watching Handmaid's Tale. But I was, and I hate the Patriots, but I kind of wanted to see them go wide receiver to help Mac Jones out to get a legitimate wide receiver. But
yeah, they went Christian Barmore here in the second, early defensive tackle. So I'm curious though, I guess we got Terrace Marshall here. Matt, I think you're higher than sounds like Peter is. What do you think about the fit there in Carolina?
Well, I'm not high yet, but we're definitely thinking about
working on it.
Terrace, working on it. You're not going through the same packs as Peter is, but seriously, Marshall's a little bit alarming now. Watching him drop back, these medical reports, like we said, we didn't have these medical in front of us. We kind of heard a little bit of something. I think Jeff Mueller kind of even pointed out that he wasn't too concerned heading into the draft about Terrace Marshall. I know he's fading him now a little bit. So when Jeff kind of talks about medical stuff and he's starting to fade Marshall, that makes me have to reevaluate this too. And I'm going to probably fade him a little bit more as well. I had him as high as my 4th ranked wide receiver going into the draft. That's probably going to take a considerable drop here after.
Yeah, he was kind of my favorite second-round target. I liked kind of getting him late in the second. And I'm not sure about this. I mean, they got DJ Moore there, obviously. They've got Christian McCaffrey's going to command. Robbie Anderson's going to command. Best case scenario, he's 4th or 5th in targets. I know they lost Curtis Samuel, but I mean, I guess you play the long term. But now you got Sam Bradford there a couple of years. I don't know. I don't know that's.
Are you trying to say Sam Bradford, Sam Darnold can't support 3 fantasy relevant wide receivers?
Maybe that was a good Freudian slip there that I called him Bradford.
That was right on point.
He was a guy that was getting first round buzz, right? End of the first round.
End of the first 20. Mm-hmm. Well, Saints are looking at him possibly, right? We were talking about him as a potential landing spot with the Saints there, opposite of Michael Thomas. Play a little bit in the slot there. You can play a little on the outside. And then apparently his foot or leg or whatever that major concern was, I think it was his leg, but
yeah. Now he still went in the second round, right? Are we looking at 27, 59? I mean, so he's still got, day 2 draft capital. It's not like it's a death knell. It doesn't feel great when you read off the receivers that went before him and you see Dwayne Eskridge and Tutu Atwell go before him. But, Henry Ruggs was the first wide receiver drafted last year. Sometimes the NFL gets things wrong. Hopefully the draft at Ruggs. I believe that was the Raiders.
Yeah. Matt, who made a worse pick yesterday? Is it the Saints or the Raiders?
What's that?
Who made a worse pick yesterday, the Saints or the Raiders?
Oh, it was definitely the Saints made the worst pick.
The Raiders took a 4th round tackle.
I had him rated at number 52 overall, so he's really a 2nd round pick. And then they turn around and grab Travon Moehrig, who had a 1st round grade on. So really swap them around. It feels better. Peyton Turner, I'm sorry, I had him, I think, originally as my edge rusher 14 going into this draft. Good athlete, lots of raw skill, but that's exactly what it is. It's raw. It's going to take a few years, probably 2 to 3 years to get the most out of them. They've already got a project like that in Marcus Davenport. I think they just got themselves another Marcus Davenport, to be honest with you. So
let's go around the room. Just starting with Peter here. We got a couple of teams. Green Bay's coming up. Kansas City's coming up. A couple of spots that we could think that wide receivers could land. Who are we thinking who are your best available? Who would you like to see in those spots? Peter, starting with you. Which wide receivers would you want to see in Green Bay or in Kansas City?
I mean, I'm still working from the same list. I want Taylor Wallace to wind up somewhere. I'd like him to wind up at any of those last 3 teams. I think he could do something. Outside of that, who we got left even, right?
Not great. It's not great.
We got Diami Brown.
I'm not as high on him as some.
Yeah, you got Amari Rodgers, Nico Collins,
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, who I still like.
Seth Williams would be interesting.
I do like Seth Williams.
But if Rodgers isn't on the Packers, just forget that. I'm not going all in on Jordan Love. So yeah, I'm really interested in Taylor Wallace and Seth Williams. Those are the two I'm kind of waiting for. At running back, there's a whole kind of plethora. There's a whole tier here. We're waiting to see who they're going to get drafted behind, basically. So it's a little harder to pick out. Jalen Darden, I have some deep interest in Jalen Darden, but he's not going in the next few picks. Sorry, I'm just kind of talking around the subject, Seth. No,
this is it. Yeah, that's what I want right there.
Chuba Hubbard and Michael Carter at running back are the two that haven't gone yet that I'm really interested in.
Shane, what do you think? Who are some of the? I mean, Amari Rodgers is another name that's still on the board.
No, I like all the guys Pete likes, unfortunately. Seth Williams, Amon-Ra St. Brown. I like Amon-Ra St. Brown too. Tylan Wallace. I'd like to see any of those guys go to the Chiefs or Green Bay. Buffalo here, I see someone asking about a running back. I mean, I guess Chuba would be fun here. Because Zach Moss, like, have they given up on Zach Moss yet, or is that just the rest of us?
That's just all of us.
That's just all of us.
That's
okay.
just us, yeah.
All right.
I think I like Zach Moss, but I don't think enough for us to care in fantasy. But I think it cost them last year in the playoffs when they didn't have him on the field and they had to have TJ Yeldon out there.
I think Chuba's the last running back I care about. I'd like to see Sermon go off the board soon so people can overdraft him in leagues. But Trey Sermon to Atlanta, I would love that because people would move him up to RB3 of the class and draft him in the first round.
I think I would too.
I've got Sermon on my running back 4 right now going into the draft. You throw him on Atlanta, and man, I think you could definitely challenge him above even ETN right now. Even Javonte Williams, I'm not too big of a fan of Javonte Williams in his landing spot. So I could probably even talk myself into Trey Sermon as RB2. Matt Waldman, we know Matt Waldman. He loves himself some Trey Sermon as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Peter, you didn't mention Sermon in your running backs. Is that part of the production?
He's part of that plethora. I'm not, again, he's a player I agree belongs in that tier of interesting, but he's not as high in the tier as for me as he is for some. I think he's interesting. I just think he was good, not exceptional on 2 different teams. And I'm generally looking for people that do slightly better in situations. And to be fair, he did trade up to a higher, he'll get traded up, or at least he ended up somehow onto a higher ranked team, and then once again took over the role and did fairly well with it. But I don't think he didn't blow the role up, if you know what I mean. He did basically what running back ones on that team do.
Yeah.
Well, the Bills didn't take a running back, but if they did, we'd have the perfect guy here to talk to us about it. We've got for whom J Bell tolls. Excuse me. Jeff is joining us. What's up, Jeff?
Not much. I'm excited watching some draft. You know, my team just picked, so we took another edge, starting to build that pass rush. So I can live with it. I was kind of hoping for an offensive pick, but they need defensive ends, so it's okay.
That's 2 defensive ends they've taken then, right?
That's 2 defensive ends they've taken. So it's been a big team need. Jerry Hughes is like 33, 34, and they took Epinesa last year, but he hasn't really broken out in the way that you would like to see. So I can live with it. I was kind of hoping for – I kind of like Brevin Jordan if I'm going fantasy-wise, or Creed Humphrey was a guy that I thought they really struggled. The center struggled last year, so replacing him might have been a good long-term move. But defensive ends, edge, we could take him. How is everybody? Nice to see you all. Thank you for having me in.
Hey, Jeff. Pretty good, thanks.
Hi, I'm doing okay, Jeff.
So, Peter, where does your rankings have Timmer and Terry? Because that's somebody that I'm interested in. He's a ceiling or floor guy.
I actually just have my rankings up, and you would ask just as I X out, wouldn't you? Yeah, he's interesting. He's got physical size. I'm told, because obviously I don't watch or nothing. I think he was slightly disappointing at the pro day, though, wasn't he? He slightly disappointed people. They thought he was going to do better. Or am I thinking of someone else?
No, I've got him. He was supposed to be faster.
He's supposed to be a little faster.
The Packers did not select a wide receiver in round 2.
No, they got to protect Jordan Love.
So got to build that team around Jordan Love.
They did get a center from Ohio State, Josh Myers, but they did not get a wide receiver.
A good player.
So they just have it's an organizational ethos that they will not draft wide receivers for Aaron Rodgers, right? Like, obviously, they had that 1 year when they were like, all right, you want them? You can have Equanimeous St. Brown, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and Alan Lazard, I think. Was he the third one that they drafted? Yeah. But, of course, they were all like 5th, 6th, 7th round. They were like, that's it. That's what you get. And now they're just like, literally, like, you will never get another.
What was Devontae Adams? What was Devontae Adams?
Like a second-round pick?
He was a second-rounder, but that was a decade ago.
I understand. I'm just wondering. I was trying to gauge where his pick was. Just
no. Yeah.
Well,
second-round pick.
They had to take this pick, though, because they lost an Ohio State center in free agency, so their bingo card was open in that spot. So they had to take an Ohio State center to make sure that
you got to do it. I mean, you got to do it. Yeah. Sorry, just did he disappear? But Tyler asked, and now he's gone. But yeah, I had him wide receiver 15. He's a later breakout, but had an interesting slate of stats there. I just had to answer the question. I hadn't finished answering. Sorry.
No, it was me that asked the question.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought. Yeah, that's where I had. That's where I was thinking. The Packers, I just think suck. I think we were misled by the fact they drafted accidentally 2 generational quarterbacks, and that's just misled us into thinking they're any good at this. Back-to-back draft classes, just mistakes every pick. So I mean, and that's coming just from some fantasy nerd in his basement. But like, I think we've seen that play out last year, and I think we'll see it play out again this year. Especially if Rodgers isn't there.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give Mac Jones right now for Aaron Rodgers.
Shane, is Aaron Rodgers, is Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay next year?
Yeah, where else is he going to go? I mean, honestly, where's he going to move?
Jeopardy.
Yeah, so he could retire, and then he needs to pay back, I think, $23 million.
Yeah, so
that ain't happening.
Alex Trebek was making $10 million a year on Jeopardy. If Aaron Rodgers left the Packers, he'd have to pay $11.5 million this year and $11.5 million next year as well.
Yeah,
so he'd work for free for 2 years, basically.
That's like 60 shows.
Yeah.
Well, Jeopardy's like every night, isn't it?
Here's the thing, though. You're relying on the fact I can't lose $50 this week and not make my bills, and we're talking about a guy who could give up $20 million and be fine. So it's a different scale, and I do think he's a big enough jerk. If there is a big enough jerk, it's Aaron Rodgers.
He definitely is. His family hates him. He doesn't
won't. I
his
get
family.
It, but
but the thing about him is he's so competitive. I can't imagine him taking a year off of football at this age, because he's got how many left? He's 38. And I know Tom Brady's going to play until he's 50, but Tom Brady is a unique, very unique person. I can't imagine he's not in Green Bay next year, but honestly, none of it. Look, anyone can be moved, right? The cap penalties don't matter. Like we've seen that this year. It does not matter. It's just if they were going to move him, I just thought it would have been during the draft, because that would have been when Denver could have had a quarterback anyway, so it really didn't matter. Apparently,
at that point, like
I think it's going to be after June 1st move, because
the cap hit, yeah.
The second round is almost to a close here. We got Tampa Bay. The pick is in. I don't think it's been announced yet on who it is, but we're really close to closing out the second round. And we were hoping for a couple of wide receivers. Instead, we got like maybe the least exciting position in the NFL taken. Both teams took centers. But it is interesting. It's good that Kansas City is beefing up that O-line, right? They used their first round pick to go get Orlando Brown, and then they use this one on a center. So it's good to see them protect after what we saw on the field in the Super Bowl. This is a really good move for them, I think. Does that make you nervous as a Bills fan, Jeff?
Yeah. I'm just nervous of the narrative that we traded away Patrick Mahomes and we're just going to lose this guy every single year. So it's just how it would work for the Bills. We finally put a team together. We finally get a quarterback, and we have to lose to him every single year. I think they've done a fantastic job rebuilding that offensive line. The guys that they had in free agency. I don't know. Is Duvernay Tardif? Is he done, or is he coming back?
No, he's coming back.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
They just flipped their whole line.
Yeah, they flipped their whole line. They did a fantastic job. They did a really good job.
By CEH.
Well, I was told that Jet McKinnon is now on the Chiefs roster. So there's that.
Is he? I missed that signing.
Yeah, I did too.
Today.
Clearly, it was today. I saw it and I didn't care enough to verify it. That's one of those, like, if someone says it's true, you're just like, okay, that's fine. Whatever.
That's probably true. Yeah, whatever.
I just saw a graphic on the screen that Mel Kiper says a need for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers is running back.
Is he joking? He
must have talked to
right?
Bruce Arians.
That's
I
sarcasm.
can't imagine a worse landing spot for one of these running backs we love. So I sure hope that's not it.
Get Kenny Gainwell. He can catch the football. They needed somebody out of the backfield that can actually catch the football.
Wait, don't they have the LaShawn McCoy still?
And Gio.
Hey,
They got off.
LaShawn McCoy is back-to-back Super Bowl champion. So I mean,
He is.
He's
want
a
to
good
win a
luck
Super
charm.
Bowl. Sign LaShawn McCoy.
Yeah. Look, you know what? What's funny is running back. I know if a running back got drafted here, we'd all be like, oh, but every one of those guys is on a 1-year contract. Now, we said that, like Ronald Jones, he'll get freedom after this year, thank God, by now. Leonard Fournette is on a 1-year. Gio's on a 1-year. Keyshawn Vaughn isn't, I guess, but he probably won't even make the roster this year. So it won't be that bad of a landing spot. It's just you'd get absolutely nothing out of him this year.
Do we tip picks? How does this work?
Oh, you know what happened here?
I know what happened here.
I think
it's fantasy relevant-ish.
What were y'all doing earlier before I got here the second round?
No, it is not.
Okay, tell us, Jeff. I gotta know. Tell us.
It's Kyle Trask.
Woo! Oh.
So you want to know my favorite thing about watching Kyle Pitts highlights was watching how he adjusted to all the bad throws from Kyle Trask. It was amazing. It was almost like they planned it that way. Like it was he was like, look, I really need to show off like my ability to adjust in the air and adjust bad balls. Could you just always do that? And he did. Yeah, he did. Every throw was behind him. It was a step too late, a step too early. It was almost as if you meant to be that bad. So great. I love it. I love it for Bruce.
I think so. My friends and I I think it was the Brady Quinn draft, but it was one of these drafts where one of these quarterbacks was slipping, and ESPN just kept talking about the quarterback that hadn't gotten picked yet. Meanwhile, they're showing these DB highlights that are getting picked, and they're picking off Brady Quinn or whoever it was. It was like every single highlight was picking off the same quarterback that ESPN's like, how's this the guy not get drafted yet? I don't know. I think Kyle Trask, he reminds me of Mason Rudolph, was the guy that he reminded me of. Like, I just don't. I'm not there.
They were looking for like the closest geographical quarterback to them or something. Like, is that how they made this
cost
pick?
savings? Man, I think make some franchise cost savings. You might be able to take a bus versus a plane to get to the facility.
Saved them a little bit of money there.
Which is interesting because they actually just re-signed Blaine Gabbert. Or was it Blaine Gabbert?
Can't battle of death between Kyle Trask and Blaine Gabbert. Here we go.
No, it wasn't Blaine Gabbert. It was a different quarterback.
No, it's Blaine Gabbert. He's the backup, isn't he?
Blaine Gabbert, yeah.
Okay, it was okay. So they re-signed him yesterday, I believe.
So that puts us back to now the third round's going to come up here, and we've got still a pretty good amount of fantasy relevant players. But Peter, I know you look at the analytics. What happens if these guys don't get taken in day two?
Nothing much. It's fine. No, don't get so thirsty. Go look at team second round versus team first round. And the second round looks a little thicker, a little meatier, to be honest, over the last few years. And really, what matters is getting top 3 round picks. After that, there is a big fall off, but good players can break out from lower down there. And honestly, with the way this class is, yeah, we're kind of looking for some of those fall of value. So I'm not overly worried about it. I can pull up numbers, but I generally hate reading numbers because everyone calls me a nerd, and it really upsets me. So I try not to do it. Thanks for pointing it out, though. I appreciate it. But
in general, we want them to be drafted here in this third round. We don't want them to slip into the into tomorrow, right?
Yeah, it's a really big fall off. Also, something that I would throw out there is that there's a longer career arc. You can't expect a player not drafted in the first 3 rounds to really break out as early or even show as much positive indication in their first or second year. And so there's a longer wait period if you're going to draft them and hold them on your roster.
Yeah, that's definitely anybody else look into some of those numbers and have any kind of a different take? I mean, I know that doesn't seem to be something. There's a lot of like people pretty consistently say day 1, day 2.
Oh,
if they get into day 3, it's
I don't think there's literally no way to argue that.
Except for
hold on.
Except for James Robinson.
We might have another pick that's pretty ugly.
I mean, do you have a position you're thinking about particularly? And I can read you stats if that's what.
How about tight end, late round tight ends? How they doing, Peter?
Not great. Pretty much. Okay. Actually, tight end's one of the few positions where draft pick matters a little bit more than draft round. Yes,
we
sir.
Got another pick. We got another pick that's pretty ugly.
Oh no.
We've got a pick to the Vikings. Quarterback.
Kellen Mond.
Kellen Mond.
I don't hate it. I don't hate that
either.
One point here, the Vikings have so much draft capital built up, they can throw these picks around like nobody's business. They're out there tossing picks around, throwing around. Kellen Mond, I think Kellen Mond is better than Trask, in my opinion, and I think he could be a serviceable quarterback. They've got Kirk Cousins already there in place. Mond doesn't have to step in right away. Kyle Trask, on the other hand, ain't playing for another 10 years anyway because Brady's going to play until he's 62. So I think Mond is maybe the better of these two picks, better landing spot for sure. And I don't hate this, especially being the Vikings when you're dealing from a position of strength here with that capital that they have, those picks. They can afford to miss and take these shots at guys. And I like that.
Pretty athletic too, isn't he?
Yeah, he can move. He can rotate. He can slide that pocket. He can bootleg out. He's dare I say, he's a poor man's Dak, in my opinion. He can do a lot of things that Dak did out of college. Now, does that going to translate for him in the pros? Probably not, but who knows, right? Dak was a 4th-round pick. Kellen Mond's got that 2nd-round capital. I think both Trask and Mond were realistically 4th-round graded quarterbacks, but we've seen these quarterbacks get pushed up the boards, much like a lot of these tackles have. And yeah, I'm okay with this. Back in the 2nd, start of the 3rd. I think that's a good spot for Kellen Mond and the Vikings.
You've got 2 more years. 2 more years, definitely, of Cousins, though. He's $45 million against the cap next year. He's 31 against. It's 45 next year. It's 76 million this year on dead cap.
Another quarterback.
So he's sticking around.
Who just drafted a quarterback?
This is an interesting narrative pick for a quarterback. The Texans took Davis Mills.
So Davis Mills is going to get drafted in the 2nd round of Superflex drafts.
Yep.
Is he?
But yeah, because Deshaun Watson's going to be suspended at some point.
Yeah.
They got Tyrod.
Well, probably something's bad's going to happen to Tyrod. Look, Tyrod just has bad luck. He gets stabbed in the lung. He gets what happened in Cleveland? He got a concussion or something, and Baker came in and was like, "No, this is my job now." It doesn't matter. Like Tyrod's going to get some new version of COVID or something next year, and it's not because I want him to. The dude just has awful luck.
Yeah, we're going to give you this vaccine.
Yeah, I do like, though, that is an interesting landing spot, and you're right. I think people are going to start reaching for him in the 2nd round of Superflex leagues for sure, because you're right. You have whatever's going on with Deshaun here. Then you have Tyrod Taylor, who is kind of interesting because the quarterback coach from Los Angeles, I was going to say San Diego, Los Angeles Chargers, he is now in Houston. I think he followed him over there, so that some familiarity. I expect him to get the start, but yeah, Davis, he could get some run. I think there's some people that are higher on him than the narratives would say. There was even talk of him going in the 1st round. Obviously, that didn't happen. And Peter, did the numbers say that that Davis could have any luck there in Houston?
Who are we talking about?
You're talking about a quarterback. Peter doesn't do quarterbacks.
Not really, but
no.
I can tell you pick is very important for quarterbacks from the main positions. Where being drafted in the top 15, you get a hit rate. After that, you're done. But yeah, to throw out a few numbers, like for a top 12 season, 1st round picks hit about 77% of the time. Actually, within the first 5 picks. Sorry, I've got it listed out here by pick. Within the first 12 picks, it's 67% of the time, then 65% of the time in the top 20. After that, it drops below 50%. And so literally by pick is pretty important. If you're talking about a 2nd round quarterback, the hit rate for a top 12 season is around 18% since 2000. So it's not great. I actually do think Kellen Mond's pretty interesting quarterback for a value in Superflex League. So he's one that stuck out even to me, to be honest.
Is that mostly like Dak and Drew Brees? Is that basically the second round picks?
Drew Brees was a first round pick, but
Dak
Dak and Tom Brady and who else we got? We got Russell Wilson.
Cousins was a 4th round pick.
Cousins was a 4th round pick. Yeah. I mean, 3 quarterbacks have had a top 12 season, so that's probably all of them.
So
Tyrod was one of those guys too, because he had an 8 season. But
where was he drafted? While we're on the Tyrod Taylor talking here right now, Bob and Shane may understand this one, but I think Tyrod Taylor is our generation Steve DeBerg. You know what I mean?
Steve, you're underselling.
He's a sick friend.
Good man.
Steve DeBerg had a couple good seasons, just like Tyrod Taylor. He had that quarterback 8 season, but everywhere that Steve DeBerg went, the backup was sure to come next. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was like as soon as Steve DeBerg was there, the next quarterback up was going to be a star.
Isn't that Ryan Fitzpatrick, though?
Same thing happened with Bledsoe.
He's also literally the only 6th round quarterback to have had a top 12 season. So.
Who's that? Brady?
He can run.
Tyrod Taylor was the 6th round pick.
Tyrod Taylor. Okay.
Brady.
So no hope for any of these quarterbacks.
No, there is some hope. I mean, at that point, you have to go to the player and what you think of them, because I mean, some players do break out, but they also tend to be pretty exceptional to do it. So you have to really believe in them. But also, I mean, it's like my undrafted free agent love. Eventually, the cost is, tantamount to the risk. You know.
So I because I'm not enamored with basically anything after 206, maybe in this class. I'm fine. I'm fine with taking Mond there.
Yeah, that would be the guy that stands out. You know, he brings a rushing floor, so that would be the guy that stands out of all these guys. Plus, he might be the latest pick out of all these guys. People thinking that Cousins might be more in line versus. I don't know. Davis Mills, I feel like, is going to fly. Somebody's going to – people are going to sell themselves on him being a week 1 starter.
That's their first pick, too. Texans pick. That's their first pick of this draft.
Yeah,
so
because
you're right.
They're the Texans.
That's something to keep an eye – like something to keep in mind. It may not be –
They are so bad. They are going to be so bad for so long. Anyway, I'm sorry. That has nothing to do with anything.
It's just something to keep in mind, right? Like when we're looking at the Texans and what they're or they're probably going to be rebuilding at some point here.
So when I'm trying to sell my late 2nd round pick in a Superflex league for first, for the following year, what I'm going to do is say, well, guys, he was the Texans' first pick. I mean,
exactly.
They went out of their way to get this guy, and he's clearly going to be the day 1 starter. So you should trade up here. I don't need a quarterback. I'll draft, let me get the capital for next year. You come get the quarterback. I'm going to help you out.
They're going to say something like he was their best player on the board. He was their number 1 quarterback. Like they're going to
high IQ,
shocked
guy in the room.
Yeah, shocked that he made it out of the first round. To be honest with you, they thought it was really a big 6, not
they had a first
5.
round grade on him. There we go. That's the one. They had a first round grade on him.
With all those weapons in Houston, how can you hold off? Brandon Cooks.
You know what, though? Houston might actually believe that themselves. They might actually believe that he has a first round grade.
I mean,
it is the worst run team in the league.
It is Houston.
Do you think Houston's the worst run team in the league?
I think they offer strong competition for that.
You think they're bad at their jobs?
They are going to the Super Bowl of that competition.
I think they might even have a dynasty established here soon.
I think they made some mistakes along the way.
I mean, but is anyone? They don't have the sustained badness that the Jets do, right? Like the Jets, it's just in their entire history, except for 2 seasons when Joe Namath was there, and when Mark Sanchez took them to a couple of conference championships by accident. And Chad Pennington was okay before he shredded his shoulder. But outside of that, like, have the Jets ever mattered? Like, and they've never done anything right. Like, right? Like, they just do bad things all the time.
That gives me hope on my Trey Lance and Justin Fields love that the Jets passed him.
Did Jeff and Peter, did you guys coordinate on your shirts tonight?
Always.
Yeah, me and Jeff are
Peter and I
constantly just coordinating outfits. Yes. I mean, it rarely shows up. The effort that we put into it probably a little wasted, but I mean, yeah, on any given day, you can see us coordinated if you happen to tune in to both streams at the same time.
I'm sad that no one put this in the DM thread what we were supposed to be wearing.
Yeah.
No, we keep it very hush-hush. We like it just to be our thing.
Well, the Panthers selected an offensive tackle, so they must be really wanting to protect Sam Darnold. Something the Jets would never do.
So when you rebuild that line in Carolina, can we like name them like the Ghostbusters or something just to protect Sam Darnold back there? Is that kind of what they're going for? A little.
I like it. Where are we at with Sam Darnold? So he's going to be good now because he's not with Adam Gase. That's the collective?
It's possible. I mean, I'm not ruling that out.
He's got weapons.
Look what happened with Tannehill since he got away from him.
No,
basically that's a pattern now.
If Sam can actually stay healthy, I like him.
Okay.
I think that's going to be the biggest thing. I don't know that he's ever really completed a full season. I don't know. I'd have to.
No, he hasn't yet.
He's always had like mono,
yeah.
shoulder injury. I mean, he's always had something that's always prevented him from playing a full 16 games.
Mono, I'm not going to blame him for. I mean, that's just an act of God.
I think right now, he had ghosts going on too.
I just it was completely by accident, but I just traded for Sam Darnold in the last week. So somebody offered me a trade. They offered Sam Darnold and Jameis Winston, and I gave up the 108 and Mike Davis. Yeah. I needed a quarterback desperately in Superflex, so it hit the inbox. I said, sure.
I mean, I think he's a good QB too. I have
Mahomes as my other quarterback, but it was a startup last year, and I had Haskins and Gardner were my two quarterbacks. So out of the 108 was my earliest pick, so I didn't expect to be getting. I don't know. I had to say yes.
Concerned about your startup drafting ability now that I hear about Haskins and Minshew as the quarterbacks.
I don't know. Some mistakes were made along the way. You learn and you grow, and that's really what we're doing here.
So the Falcons are now the ones on the clock here, and obviously this is the spot we want a running back to land, right? I mean, this is
Kenneth Gainwell. Please, Kenneth Gainwell.
Right?
Well, we already know the Bengals pick. We know the Carolinas pick. We know the Giants pick that just came in.
What site are you on?
We're just gonna.
I am not there.
Yeah, the Giants.
I know the Falcons pick and the Bengals pick.
I don't have the Falcons pick yet.
Yeah, the ESPN's tracker is still only on the Texans, so I have no idea.
So the NFL is on the Texans as well.
So
Giants came up and traded. They took a corner.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Falcons really are fine with Ito Smith and Mike Davis.
I think that, yeah.
Hey, can't forget Brian Hill.
Hey, Mike Davis, discount Christian McCaffrey. I mean, what's to complain about?
Yeah.
Basically.
Shane had an article about Mike Davis last year, and that absolutely was a smash.
I don't remember it.
Shane underrated.
Impactful.
No, I liked Mike Davis. He was a buy for me before the preseason. I basically said, look, he had a shot to be good, after Seattle run, and he wasn't. But he's got a 3-down skill set, and if something were ever to happen to Christian McCaffrey.
Which it did.
Yeah, and he beat out Reggie Bonifant.
You're basically a prophet.
I am. I mean,
you don't like to flex it, but I get it.
I know.
I'm gonna have to get out of here for a while, guys. At least, sorry to leave you. And it's all personal. I just don't want to talk to you anymore.
Yeah.
And also, I'm out of beer, so I gotta go get.
You need a new pack.
Go fix that.
Yeah.
Wait. How many did you finish? Cigarettes. How many did you get through?
I don't know. All of them? No.
All of them.
And they don't come in a pack, just so I have no way of
you roll your own.
You're a roller.
You are a Southern man.
I make my own cigarettes, man. I'm just out here living the blue collar. I can't. I got no good jokes for that one. But no, I appreciate it. Thanks very much. Don't smoke. It's bad for you. I'm not advocating for it. These guys say it's a good thing. I say it's a bad thing. You shouldn't do it. And no, it's great to talk to you guys. Really appreciate it.
If any children are watching, that's a great message, Peter.
Also, watch something else, children. This is not good content for you.
No, love you all. Thanks. Bye.
Later.
Yeah, so Atlanta did not take a running back. And it kind of makes you look. So Mike Davis, Chase Edmonds, whoever the Jets top guy is right now.
Michael P. Ryan still.
Yeah, or Tevin Coleman, or my favorite, Ty Johnson, who I like a lot. But I'm kind of curious to see. We still have a few running backs we like, but like Peter said, if they don't go here in this round, it makes their hit rate a lot less likely. Jeff, I know you've looked at a lot of these guys. Of the remaining running backs that are available, who's your favorite?
Fantasy-wise, Trey Sermon would be my favorite. I think he's, out of the guys that are left, he's the guy most likely to be able to take a workhorse role and deliver that really high upside in terms of having the frame. A lot of these guys, Michael Carter, Kenny Gainwell, I think they're more functional satellite backs as opposed to guys that can handle a feature back role. So that's the guy that stands out that's still on the board for me.
Did we just kind of talk ourselves into these guys? Like, is this just like a
there's been a lot of
running backs don't matter?
Ourselves into these guys, yes.
No one should move any of these guys up into the first round of their draft. No. They shouldn't. They probably, quite honestly, shouldn't even be drafted in the top half of the second round. But they will be, because we always tell ourselves that story of where, well, starter goes down, he gets in there, he's going to take that job, and it's his, and then it's his forever. And meanwhile, the NFL team's like, dude, we're replacing this guy as soon as we can. Like, we're going to do that next year. Like, we got this guy in the fourth round. There's a reason for it.
I feel like we're in the Keyshawn Vaughn type territory where we would ultimately bump one of these guys up to the first round and look back and be like, oh, we did it again. Why did we do that?
We'll always do that. Samaj Pirine is the one that always gets me before Keyshawn Vaughn, because I think he was like a fourth round pick, and it was just so ridiculous. And we did it. We did it as a community. We said, no, this is a first round running back, and we're going to do it. And you knew you were kicking yourself in the nuts as soon as you did it, but we just kept doing it and couldn't help it. We'll do it again this year.
I think we've got 10 picks here before we're really going to be looking at a running back, though. With all these teams that are up, I mean, Philly, Washington, Dallas, like these aren't going to be fantasy relevant running backs if they land here. These would be clear handcuffs until Miami comes up at 81.
Yes.
Which running back can the Raiders play at wide receiver?
Hubbard.
Yeah, he'll be the next running back to go.
Chase Edmonds.
I think he's the best available running back.
Who?
Chuba.
Yeah,
I like him a lot.
I'm hoping Chuba goes soon, because, again, I want to draft him in the second round. And if he falls to day 3, then he's just going to be shot in the dark. But the thing in this class isn't really that good. So I can draft just about most of these guys in the second round and still be like, well, look at who my choices were. Like, after that, it's just not great. Gainwell as a receiver. I'd like to see that. Yeah. I'm shocked he hasn't gone as much as he was talked up.
I think it was a lot of talking ourselves into there's got to be running backs in this class type thing. And
right. Yeah, sometimes there's just not a good one.
Yeah.
I was told a lot, though, that the reason that Antonio Gibson wasn't a full-time running back in this was because of Kenneth Gainwell.
Yeah.
So I assumed
his hands are legit.
Great.
His hands are legit. He's
a
little small.
Carter is better than Javonte Williams, too.
No,
I don't listen to those people.
Gainwell's hands are legit. He's a little small. So he's not full-time.
No, sir. Not that I know of.
Sorry, what?
Now, Jeff, you pay attention to Devy a little bit, and this is so obviously this is what we would consider a much weaker running back class. But does 2022 or 2023 look better for that? Or I've heard some people say it's kind of about like this year.
It is kind of about like this year. There's a handful of guys at the top. 2023 is going to be a loaded class. I think DJ Uiagalelei is going to be at the top, and I think he's going to be talked about like Trevor Lawrence is this year. Bijan Robinson is already the Devy running back number 1. He's coming in that class. Next year, you're looking at Breece Hall, Isaiah Spiller from Texas A&M. There's good guys. There's going to be good guys. And I think there is more depth coming up in the classes maybe than this class. This class is just a very shallow running back class, a handful of guys at the top, and that's really it. And really, we were lucky to get those handful of guys because ETN and Najee Harris could have gone last year in that crazy loaded class. And then we'd be talking ourselves right now into Chuba Hubbard and Trey Sermon in the first round, as opposed to letting those guys slip for a little bit.
Well, Chuba should have came out last year.
Chuba should have come out last year, yes. Yeah, he didn't look like he wanted to play last year was my takeaway. And he didn't exactly test where we really wanted him to. And he just didn't look like he wasn't into it. I do think there were a handful of, it's COVID year, and I don't blame these guys, but you're a 19, 20, 21-year-old kid, and you had certain expectations on what your last year in college is going to be, and then all this stuff hits, and it just seemed like several guys just were not mentally there.
Yep, they're great. Yeah, Kyron Williams. I mean, there's a few other guys that are going to be, second-round picks next year that we're going to be like, yeah, I feel a little more comfortable with that guy than Trey Sermon, possibly, or a Jarrett Patterson.
Yeah, but if you're playing the long game, the 2023 class is where I'd be. If you're rebuilding, I'd be looking at that one because Bijan and I said DJ Uiagalelei, those guys coming up are going to be. We're going to talk about those guys a lot.
Yeah, okay, so the reason why I'm asking this, and this is you guys just tell me what you think, but this is something that's been my theory because I have heard that it's not as good a running back classes this year, next year, but does that give a little bit of extra life to some of these older running backs that we think are just ancient and they're going to be going away? Does that give them more of a place to have a little bit longer line of carries and opportunity because they're not going to have somebody coming in from college to take their spot?
So here's the thing. These running backs got second contracts a lot more than the previous, I guess, generation did. And by generation, I literally mean like the last class before them, because they're more complete backs and they're better players. I mean, it's as simple as that. So I think we will see that we've already seen it a little bit. I mean, Derrick Henry is going to be 27. I mean, we're going to see some running backs through age 27, 28, which is already a 2 to 3 year extra addition to what we usually get out of them. Yeah. I mean, if you can't it's like the wide receivers, you can't be a mediocre wide receiver and keep a job in the NFL right now because there's so many good wide receivers that they just flooded the market. If there's not good running backs coming in for a year or two this year and next, then yeah, they're going to be forced to, basically run these guys out there and pay them. And they don't want to pay them, but they have to because it's, they look at the draft class and they go, oh, Trey Sermon's the RB4. So, Aaron Jones, you want another contract?
Yeah,
but these backs are so good though that we've seen though, and they're so complete, and that's the thing. And last year's class too was just so loaded, and I think that shaded things a lot. Yeah. And sometimes just special things happen, and it is interesting because you can see the top 15 backs or so they've really separated themselves, and then you have all these teams that they're not only going to committees, they're going to 3 running back committees that are just absolute minefields if you're trying to do a 0 running back strategy. Like you might be able to get a guy that can get you 8 to 10 points, but he's going to get you 8 to 10 points as opposed to these guys dropping 30 points at the top end.
What does it give guys like Derrick Henry or Ezekiel Elliott or Alvin Kamara or some of those guys that were kind of almost acting like they died already? Does it make you think like, well, maybe we're taking them a little bit low because who's going to come in and take their spot?
Yeah. I think go, Jeff.
No, go ahead, man.
No, you had an idea. You had it. Just go.
No, I know the startups that I've seen so far. It's all the quarterback. These quarterbacks that can run go at the top, and I think that's the way that you should do it. And then usually these running backs are peppered in towards the younger ones, but usually by the end of the 3rd round, 4th round, all these backs are gone anyways. And certainly in redraft, I think the strategy is going to be pretty clear that you just hammer running back while they're still on the board.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think one of the things that we're seeing as a byproduct of a thinner class is guys like Chase Edmonds and Myles Gaskin, who probably would be already like on their way out the door as a true RB1 on that team, are now going to be fantasy relevant this year, right? Like Miami could take a Kenneth Gainwell or a Trey Sermon, but I mean, Arizona doesn't have a pick the rest of the evening. So who are they going to take? It's going to be a day 3 draft capital. They're not going to get, unless they get an absolute diamond in the rough, like they're going to roll with Chase Edmonds. They probably drafted Rondale Moore for partially that reason too, to kind of offset some of that. So guys like that, have been on the waiver wire, or you picked up really late in a fantasy draft a couple years ago, are now all of a sudden relevant.
And that gives you a chance to sell those guys in season when people start thinking, oh, well, Chase Edmonds, definitely. No, yeah, he's a long-term starter. Like, no, he's not. No. This is because, the NFL teams look at their options and they're like, all right, well, it's got to be this guy. Like, it literally has to be this guy. Like, why am I going to draft Kenneth Gainwell, who might be Chase Edmonds? Yeah, that's just, it's redundant. I don't have a need for it. It's not going to help my team. I'll go get Rondale Moore, or I'll go get a linebacker, or I'll go get something that actually helps my team. So yeah, I'm looking forward to, I think I own him in like 3 leagues. That's it. And I'm so looking forward to selling him in like week 3 when he has like 15 receptions for 60 yards or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think teams are they're coming up with creative solutions. We've seen the usage on Deebo Samuel. We saw Curtis Samuel last year. We've seen these running quarterbacks. Like I wrote an article back in January about the red zone usage on these running quarterbacks has just gone through the roof. And so teams are coming up with more creative solutions as to just having a running back. And especially we're seeing it, with Buffalo. They don't have any running backs, and they're figuring out ways to move the ball. And so I think that's a big part of what we're seeing as well. And that's kind of the college game moving up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to welcome in a couple of people that just joined us. We've got the Spaceman who was here last night. Certainly appreciate that. And a guy who's got to be just beside himself that he now gets to talk himself into Kyle Trask being the successor for Tom Brady. JB, thanks for joining us, man.
Thanks for having me, man. I'm pretty pumped about it, to be honest with you.
I knew you would be.
Yeah, man. You get a kid to come in and learn from the GOAT for a couple years. I mean, there's no expectations for him. Let him sit and hold the clipboard and learn the winning pedigree, and man, let him take the reins, and he's going to have weapons to throw to even after Brady. So I'm pretty pumped about that one.
There are a lot of weapons. I mean, that definitely is. You do have to think about it that way for sure, but yeah, it's kind of interesting to see. I mean, a team that doesn't have a lot of needs, right? I mean, they get to have some luxury picks and, got a linebacker, got a quarterback. And, yeah, I don't know where else you're going to go if you're them. They're loaded.
Well, that's what I was saying to you the other night. Like, it's nice to finally watch a draft as a Bucs fan where you don't have a top 10 pick and desperate for needs to fill. We got to kind of sit back this year and just draft somebody who could be a rotational piece or be an understudy. And that's what we did. I mean, yesterday we got a guy who can come in right away and be a rotational piece as an edge rusher, put some pressure on the quarterback. And now you have your developmental quarterback to come in. And I think that next round, I mean, I'd love to see Quinn Meinerz come back to us. Another D3 offensive lineman, worked for us the first time with Ali Marpet. So I'd love to see that one drop to us at the next pick. And he's a guy who could come right in and be a guard to fill in also. We had an injury last year, and it almost hurt us. So I think he'd be a good pick for us.
This is a really interesting point because Tom Brady has a reputation of like not letting his backups take any reps at all. So I guess that is kind of a interesting thing there. A guy that probably needs a lot of reps, and I don't know that Tom Brady is going to let him. But we haven't had a lot of fantasy relevant picks here. So I want to toss it down to Dave. Dave, you've been watching the draft. You've been thinking about these landing spots. I almost feel like every landing spot has been bad so far. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Well, because nothing can affect the wide receiver 2 in this class, Rondale Moore. That's why. All systems go, baby. Now, I mean, I would have preferred for Christian Kirk not to have, his replacement already drafted for him as someone who was trying to get some post-hype sleeper on this offseason and last year or two. But Rondale Moore paired with Kyler, DeAndre Hopkins, Chase Edmonds, you've got a little bit of the goal line, short yardage guy in James Conner. There's a lot to like in that offense. And then you've got AJ Green. Maybe he's got one last thing in him. There's a lot to like in that offense, and what Rondale Moore can do to fill in the gaps is really exciting. So I also don't mind Elijah Moore either. I like both Moores because I think there's a stink on the Jets that's held over from Adam Gase. And I think it's a little unfair because you're seeing them. They've got some decent weapons now. Denzel Mims, Jamison Crowder, Elijah Moore, Corey Davis. That's not your Jets. That's not Brashad Perryman. That's not these just like random things they're cutting together. They're trying to build at least decent offensive weapons here. So there's some players that I've been excited for, at least in round 1 or round 2.
Rondale Moore, really interesting. He ran a lot of like shallow routes in college at Purdue, and I'm really interested to see how he's utilizing that offense. You got to think he's not going to have the DeAndre Hopkins role. I mean, obviously, but is he going to work that underneath? They don't really have anybody. If Larry Fitzgerald's gone, could he slide into that role?
That's the hope. I mean, that's the idea, is that, I think Cliff Kingsbury's kind of hasn't lived up to the bill as this offensive wizard that we've hoped. But that's the hope, is that he's being brought in to be a weapon to go with DeAndre Hopkins, because that's what the air raid is supposed to be. It's supposed to be this team that just, you're just attack, and score. And they've made offensive line improvements. So I think that's the hope for Rondale Moore.
Yeah. Jeff, I know I don't think we got a chance to hear your take on some of these landing spots on these wide receivers, but I know it's something you pay a lot of attention to. What have you thought so far about, the Elijah Moore, the Rondale Moore, where, and even like we got Eskridge that went to Seattle. We had wide receiver land in the Rams. I don't even remember who it was now. Tutu, yeah.
Tutu. I love Eskridge is a guy that I've written up that I really like a lot. I know that the analytical models don't favor him because he's an older prospect, but I just think he's a very talented player, and there's a huge need for a wide receiver 3 in that offense. I don't know. Fantasy-wise, it's tough to get a useful wide receiver 3, and so there's so much volume that gets funneled through to Lockett and DK Metcalf that I'm not convinced. Rondale Moore, I think we're all going to agree that he stands out as the guy that went today that's is just in a fantastic landing spot where the volume and his talent, that offensive scheme, how fast they go. I love that pick. Absolutely. I think it was a day of interesting football moves in terms of fantasy that aren't necessarily great fantasy moves. The Arizona move, or not the Arizona, the Carolina move, getting Terrace Marshall there was a really nice football move to fill that room out. I agree with what the Jets are doing with Elijah Moore. It was a nice football move that I don't know how much fantasy-wise you're going to see. But I did like Pat Freiermuth, too, going to the Steelers. We've seen that offense use tight end in the past, and so we know that they're going to throw the ball. And bringing Najee in, we'll have to wait and see, but he's so good in the passing game as well. They led the league in pass attempts last year. Given the lack of offensive linemen that they've added so far, I'd have to think that's going to be a big part of their offense again.
Yeah, the Saints just made a move up. I'm kind of curious to see. They do have a need at wide receiver, but I'm kind of curious to see. They also don't have anybody after Lattimore basically that can play cornerback. I'm not very excited about Patrick Robinson or any of those guys after that. So I got my Saints jersey on. I'm really curious to see what that pick is. You may even know it if you're checking in.
Elijah Molden.
Who is that? I don't even know who that is.
From Washington. Yeah, he's a corner.
All right. Well, Matt, I know you probably watched him. What do you think about the cornerback they just got?
No, they didn't just get him. That's my guess.
Oh,
we don't know yet.
Oh, okay. I hope that's who it is then. We need somebody that can.
The pick is in.
Seth Williams. I'm just guessing. I have no idea.
Oh.
Okay, I know who it is. If you want to know who it is.
Yeah, let's go.
Paulson Adebo from Stanford. He's a physical cornerback that probably fits what they need. So I think he's a good football player.
It annoys me that they even allow the defensive players to be shown during the draft. Like, I feel like those should be like the Oscar awards that they give out before the show.
I'm back.
Where it's just like, oh, okay, and previously drafted was this defensive tackle, this cornerback, blah, 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 blah. Like, who cares? I know. There's a giant the people that play IDP, I know you're hardcore and you love it, but I don't want to hear about it. I just
Me neither. Don't want to hear about it.
No. Just give me the offensive skill players.
So, for Adebo, if he would have come out a couple of years ago, he would have been a lot higher.
Yeah.
He's one of those players that got hurt by continuing to play the last couple of years there. And like I said, I got him down as my corner 13 coming into this draft, which is a huge drop off because he would have been a corner 2, a year ago? at this time, if he would have come out, cornerback 2, cornerback 3, somewhere in that ballpark, he would have been a lot higher. So he took a big hit going back to Stanford here. And I don't even know if he played that much this year.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not excited about that at all, obviously. But we're kind of running out of places for some of the third round. I mean, we've got some compensatory picks here, obviously, that we're going to be mixing in. But we were talking to Peter earlier, like if these offensive weapons don't go in this third round, it potentially changes what we should expect out of them. Tyler.
We have a long way to go. There is still time. We must have patience. Patience is a virtue.
How many picks are left in this round?
Like 30, Shane.
How long is this round?
That
It's
many?
long
It's like 28.
there are
You're right. It is a lot.
compensatory picks at the end. It's very long.
I'm not counting compensatory.
Well,
I'm
it's
sorry.
going to go until we're going to close with the Saints at pick 105. That's what we're going to do. So
Yeah, we're at 77 now.
People take compensatory picks for people too, Shane.
I'm
You
sorry?
might be a compensatory pick, but you're a person too, and you matter.
and we will cover all of those picks for the people. That's
No,
what we're going to
definitely.
do.
Definitely.
We're going to cover all of those.
Are you covering round 4, 5, 6, and 7 to the rest of
Oh,
this
you've
weekend?
got to be kidding me.
No, I mean,
Like, I've been live for every minute, dude.
are you going to stream live for the UDFAs when they sign? I think you
want me to
should.
do that?
I think you
want me to
should.
do that for the people? Do the people demand it? I don't see it in the
Yes.
comments. I don't see
Yes.
it. I don't see it in the comments. I don't see the people demanding that right now.
They want it. They want
Well,
the
they're not telling me that they
UDFA
want
stream.
that.
That's what they need.
Well, they
All right, guys. I'm gonna
Let us
take
know
off.
if you want Tyler to stream all day tomorrow by himself, 4, 5, 6, 7, and tell us the
people must
everything.
speak.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Tyler, you're scaring Brandon away. Brandon said he's out of here. You're scaring him away.
It's out there.
Brandon, tell everybody where we can find you, what you're working on, how we can support you this offseason.
Yeah, you can find me at Twitter at BGCO614. You can also find me over at the Destination Devi Discord over there, patreon.com/all guests. We have a grand old time over there with Ray GQ and your boy Jay Rich.
That's awesome. Yeah, great work over there. Appreciate you stopping by both nights.
Yep.
And great job.
Thanks. Take care, guys.
See you later.
I'm
And
gonna roll out too, guys, because I got some more Handmaid's Tale to catch up on.
How's it
just
been
got-
so far?
Pretty good. I'm only through the second episode, halfway through. It's tense. It's a little bleak. It's not a happy show for anyone.
I'm watching it all night tomorrow to make up for what I've done for the draft the last couple nights. So
It was. I couldn't get through season 1. It was hard. And
oh, it's the best.
Wow.
Y'all are crazy.
Wow.
Like,
I've
never heard of great.
Wow.
Maybe I'll try again.
It's awesome. It's on Hulu.
Yeah.
Okay.
On your recommendation, I'll try again.
Yeah.
Always looking for stuff to watch with the wife. So
That and The Wire and
The Wire is
Snowfall.
The Wire is really,
Snowfall.
really good.
We do have a few people coming in to join us here in just a minute. And Matt, I appreciate you spending some time with us. You do an awesome job. If anybody has not checked out the Behind the Grind series on Dynasty Vipers, it is truly fantastic. Matt, give a plug for what you're working on and where everybody can find you.
All right, so you can catch us over at Dynasty Vipers there, putting out on the Vipercast. Calvin's on that show. Bob catches in on that show as well. And right now we're just in the middle of getting our draft magazine going here, which will be published probably on May 15th. Last year we put it out there, the first edition of the IDP guys. This will be the second publication of it coming this way. I think 125 players profiled. We're just waiting, obviously, on these landing spots before we can put it to print. So, yeah, we've got the digital copy, we've got the print copy, and we're coming for it for year 2.
Yep. Awesome. Definitely follow Matt. Appreciate you stopping in. Have a good one. Bob, I appreciate you joining us, man. You all the way from New England in your basement that has a fireplace, which is really interesting to me.
Yeah, it's actually so there's like 3 fireplaces in this house, and it just happens that they added on the one down in the basement.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you stopping by.
Bob
What do you
always
do
looks
this
so
weekend?
comfortable.
I try
Bob
to
is very comfortable.
Well, I mean, it's an upright chair and it reclines. Why am I going to sit up like you guys? I'm going to do my thing.
If you have not seen Bob, you actually
There you
probably
go.
don't even realize that you have, because his graphic work is all over Twitter. It's all over most articles you click on, it seems like, and he does fantastic work everywhere with a bunch of different places. So yeah. Bob. So
I'm not even going
appreciate
to try to
doing it.
tell you where to find me.
Everywhere. Find him everywhere. Bob is all the Bob father. He's all over.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Bob. All right, we'll just reset a little bit. We are in the third round here. We have not a lot of fantasy relevant players been taken up until we just had a kind of a surprise wide receiver. I feel like I have looked at a lot of these wide receivers a bunch of times. But I don't know much about this Josh Palmer out of Tennessee that just got taken by the Chargers. That's a good landing spot. Anybody know a lot about Josh Palmer?
Nope.
He's a more of an athlete, unrefined. So
this is a joke, right? I mean, Josh Palmer went above Amon-Ra St. Brown and Tylan Wallace. I mean, that's a joke, right? I mean, that's I didn't even have Josh Palmer ranked on my list. So this is a joke, right? This is just incompetent selection by the Chargers. Is there any other way to slice it?
From what I remember, he had good hands, but that was about it. Like, he wasn't a good route runner. He's not ready to be an NFL receiver. I don't know how he goes over the guys you just named.
Yeah, so incompetent, like I said, by the Chargers. I'm very critical generally of the NFL teams. I come on here and bash them, and I think I'm justified on this one.
Jeff, you go pretty deep on these, but is this a guy you have you've spent any time on? I literally have never heard anybody talk about Josh Palmer on a podcast or a show or anything.
So he's fine. He's so let's see, NFL.com's got him their 12th best wide receiver prospect. So he's 6'2". He's got some size. Not a lot of the guys in this class have size. So if you can conceptualize it this way, he is the Chargers type. We've seen the Chargers, like, they have a type. They like these 6'2", 6'3" wide receivers. And so he fits in that mold. He's, again, just a raw guy. I don't know that Tennessee has done the best job of developing prospects over the last couple of years, and so that's a little bit of a concern. I don't know. It's 6-1, half a dozen the other. I know that we've talked about Tylan Wallace. We talked about Amon-Ra St. Brown, and those guys probably will go soon. The production, it's hard to compare the production of an Oklahoma State program versus whatever has been going on in Tennessee for the last couple of years since apples and oranges really there. I don't know. He's an okay guy. He's end of the third round pick.
Yeah, Jalen Guyton saw a lot of snaps last year. I don't know if he's a threat to him or not, but I love this idea from Evan. Evan, this would be fantastic. If Amon-Ra St. Brown went to the Titans, I'd love that.
Oh, that would be a steal. They haven't addressed the receiver position at all. They have done nothing to do that. So that would be something that would be very nice if they actually did something to complement AJ Brown. I mean, AJ Brown is going to be so lonely there. You know, the defense can just double cover him on every play.
Josh Reynolds, I do kind of like. So
Josh Reynolds is a nobody. Come on. I mean, he's a nobody.
Hey, yeah, what's up?
So going back to Josh Palmer, I had that's a name I did not know if I had it in the database or not, but it's in the database. He's a 4-year player. He did not eclipse 500 receiving yards at all in his time in college, but he did have an age 21 breakout age. He had 28% of the team's receiving touchdowns, and he had 23% of his team's receiving market share in his age 21 season. So he's a 4-year player, so he's not an early declare. Doesn't make a lot of sense when you have some players like that you guys are talking about that are still on the board. No returnability either, so he doesn't have even some dynamism or some after the catch type play. So this is a head scratcher for me from an analytical standpoint. But he does have the size that Jeff was talking about that is kind of missing in this class. But I have not personally heard him talk. I have not heard him on a single pod that I've listened to.
I've heard the name, but that's it. And like, we're talking someone who they like, yeah, this guy could be picked in like the 6th round. Like, we're not talking about day 2 player. So that is very odd, but well, you know,
Well, the reality of it is just like in our fantasy community where we have some split between tape watchers and we have analytics models. NFL teams have the same thing. And so teams run their teams differently. And he's a physical wide receiver. He's got size that not a lot have. And again, the Chargers have a type that they look for, and they are a team that's kind of notorious for digging a little bit deeper and taking guys earlier than what you kind of expect them to do when it comes to the wide receiver position. So fantasy-wise, I'm not holding out hope for him.
No.
At the same time, I do tend to defer to bigger frame wide receivers when I'm looking at fantasy wide receivers. And so it's hard to just completely write a guy off, especially a guy that is going to be in a solid offense.
Can't write him off. I mean, it's just I just criticized the move when Tylan Wallace and Amon-Ra St. Brown, also Diami Brown and Seth Williams, as much better players were available. I just don't. I just don't understand that.
The Oklahoma State history of wide receivers has not been exactly fantastic.
I don't care about that. I don't care about the history of a school. I don't care about that. That doesn't matter to me at all.
Okay.
Like I'm not taking Justin Fields because Dwayne Haskins was a bust. That just doesn't work for me. I don't care about that whatsoever.
Jeff, what that pick tells me is KJ Hill is dead. And that one deep dynasty share of KJ Hill that I got last year, I could just throw that out the window. Exactly, Tyler.
Who's that? Who's KJ Hill? I've never heard of him.
The fourth wide receiver on that team.
I thought that was Tyron Johnson.
Well, I guess maybe
KJ Hill's not on my spreadsheet.
The fifth
I know who KJ Hill is. I'm just taunting you. I do that. That's
I'm in a 32-team dynasty league with 40-man rosters, so he is my fifth. No, I think he's my sixth wide receiver. Yeah, and I was just kind of holding out hope that he might carve himself out a role. But
I ranked 322 players deep in a 1 QB league for my personal spreadsheet, and he is nowhere near that list. He's not even on the 50 players that I list after the 322 that I rank. So he is not on my radar.
Las Vegas is up for 2 picks, and I cannot tell you how much I hope this is a running back. I just want this to be a running back so bad.
How about a quarterback? How about another quarterback? What about that?
Is there anybody left that we would?
It's the Raiders. It's the Raiders. You could say, oh, there's nobody left, but they could do anything.
Ian Book?
Jamie Newman.
I mean, they took Alex Leatherwood in the first round. I mean, they have already shown that they'll do whatever they want, despite what the rest of us say.
Some in the community like Sam Ehlinger as a quarterback, but
that's a good name.
You know what? I looked up. He's got the most passing yards, passing touchdowns, rushing yards, rushing touchdowns of any of the quarterbacks available in this draft. Like he's actually had.
So speaking of quarterbacks, did you guys already beat the discussion to death on the run of quarterbacks, the Trask, Mond, Mills situation? Because that's going to be very interesting in Superflex rookie drafts. I feel like we're going to all struggle to rank them.
Well, JB already ordered his Trask jersey. It's on its way, 2 days shipping. But the Davis Mills, that was actually is I'm kind of intrigued by that. I want to hear your thoughts. I mean, he goes into Houston, Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really want to talk about Deshaun Watson, and I don't think we really want to get too much into that.
But it could open up an opportunity for Davis.
It could open up an opportunity. Yeah. I like that landing spot the most. I think of the 3, Kellen Mond, I just have no interest because I don't see that opening up. I don't see the Kirk Cousins is not that old and has 2 guaranteed years left on his contract. So Kellen Mond, I'll just pass on him. Here. Well, Jeff, go ahead. Plug your Twitter and anything else you want to plug.
Oh, sure. Yeah, Jeff at For Whom J Bell Tolls on Twitter. You can find me with Fantasy Pros. You can find me with Going for 2 and my podcast on Tuesday nights, the Devy Royale. We talk about Devy. We have a lot of fun. Check me out. And thank you so much for having me, guys. I really appreciate it. And it's been great to talk to you guys. I've talked to a lot of you on Twitter, and it's been fantastic to jump on a stream with you. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeff. And definitely one of the best follows on Twitter. Make sure you're following him. Do yourself a favor.
Right. Take care, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
You must follow him, seriously.
And then joining us here, despite the Dwayne Eskridge pick, he's still rocking his Seattle Seahawks hat. Britt, what's up, man?
I'm
I don't know if it's because I got my second shot or the Seattle picked the Dwayne Eskridge, but I am miserable. I'm so sad. Everything hurts on my body and my soul. I'll live, but I don't know how.
So
I'm happy to be here, though. Thank you for having me on. It really means a lot.
Thanks for joining us.
So just to update the people, the Raiders selected edge Malcolm Kuntz and linebacker Divine Diablo.
Wait, Diablo?
Yeah, so not so important.
My Raiders' reaction is at least they didn't take him the first round.
But we're going to get to something more important. We're going to get to something important that just happened here. So breaking news, the Dolphins just came onto the clock at 81, and their pick is in. We have the pick right now. They have taken tight end Hunter Long.
Ooh.
Tight end Hunter Long. So this is going to be very interesting now in Miami. We have competition from Mike Gesicki coming in from Hunter Long. So let's talk about that. We have to talk about that. He goes ahead of Brevin Jordan here.
Wow. I like Hunter Long, man. He's kind of on that Harrison Bryant trajectory last year, right? I mean, different systems, but in terms of like a similar player in college and coming out in decent, similar draft capital, it's not bad.
And let's not forget that Mike Gesicki is a free agent after the 2021 season. His rookie contract expires. So there could be a long-term opportunity here.
And I think that was a big part of that pick, Tyler. I think they know that, and I like Long. I think he's a good sure-handed receiving threat at the tight end position. So, I mean, he could definitely have that role carved out for him.
Yeah, it could be interesting. It's going to be something to watch. I think he's going to fall in rookie drafts because we know it's going to be a wait. They have a lot of receivers there. They have a lot of receivers and the tight end in front of him. So it's going to be a long wait for him to produce. But that was interesting that he went above Jordan, considering that Jordan went to Miami. Jordan went to Miami, and Miami did not want him, which I think is – I don't know how much we should read into that, but they selected another tight end over him. So something to consider, Brevin Jordan, as Brevin Jordan continues to slide down the draft board.
Now in Miami, they typically, we talk about Mike Gesicki, obviously, but he lines up split out in the slot a lot more than he does in line.
Well, not anymore. That's going to change now because they signed Will Fuller in free agency. They picked Jalen Waddle in the draft. Yep. They still have Devontae Parker, who they extended recently. So that's going to change. And that's why I think we're not going to see much from Hunter Long in year one without an injury. There's just nowhere for him to play. How is he going to get? I don't see how he's going to get on the field.
Yep.
It's going to be a wait. We're going to have to wait for him. But maybe something for people to consider who are looking for a depth tight end later in your rookie drafts. He got good. Day 2 draft capital is good. That's what we want to see.
Somebody you can slot on your taxi squad or something like that.
Yes, that is exactly right. I love that as a taxi squad stash.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a great point.
You guys already figured out who Josh Palmer was?
We discussed Josh Palmer a little bit, and I think we came to the conclusion that there was a dumb pick, right?
Incompetent, Tyler.
Yes, incompetent. I mean, incompetent, dumb. These are similar words. I mean, I just don't understand it. There's no one told me anything about Josh Palmer that was selling me. I was not sold. So
there's no reason to be sold.
Yeah, I don't think so. So I had 81 rookies listed prior to the draft. He did not make that group. So good.
The nice thing about Hunter Long, too, just briefly, is he's 6'5" and 254, so he kind of hits that premier size, right? He's also 21, so he's young. Ran a 4.71 on his pro day, so he's not slow. And, he broke out at age 20, so he does have a breakout age. He had a decent college dominator rating. So he's far from a bad pick. I think, maybe not draft him in your rookie picks or your rookie draft, but midway through the season, go float out a future third.
Dave, what you got?
With tight ends too, you really, from an analytical perspective, I'll say you want the athleticism, but also you care a lot about that last year. And Hunter Long I have so many freaking things open right now. Sorry. He's got the 57 catches, almost 700 yards, only 5 touchdowns, but you're playing in Boston College. That's actually a significant amount of the team's touchdowns. That's over 21% of his team's touchdowns. He's hitting some pretty decent marks from a percentage of his team's offense. And he was a name that you were not even in tight end premium. You were not seeing him go off until the 4th round.
It was the 4th round.
And now I think you're going to see him sneaking into the third round of rookie drafts, Superflex rookie drafts.
I think so. Premium. But we have to discuss the next player selected. Washington football team on the clock at 82nd overall, 19th pick in the 3rd round, have selected wide receiver Dyami Brown.
Ooh.
Hey, Dyami Brown is the choice.
I'll take that. Dyami or Tylan Wallace. I'll take it.
So yeah, I thought they would go Tylan there. I actually thought they would go Tylan there.
I like them picking a receiver. I did say that I thought there was a good chance they could pick one on day 2. This really gives them a very good offense. Terry McLaurin is their alpha number 1. They have Dyami Brown in the offense. Curtis Samuel can kind of, play a lot of different roles. And then also Logan Thomas at tight end. They're really loading up for Ryan Fitzpatrick there. So I like what they're doing on offense. I am a little surprised they went with Dyami Brown and not either Tylan Wallace or Amon-Ra St. Brown, who I like a lot better. Yeah. But that's the pick there.
Yeah, that's kind of best case scenario for Dyami too, because looking at his profile and his film, he doesn't really pop doing anything great. He's just good at everything. So we kind of needed a nice spot for him to put there. I think Washington's, he's going to move me up for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can take those Antonio Gandy golden shares and you're done with those. Clearly, he was just a bust, waste of time. It's not worth a discussion.
Don't do that to him.
I mean, he's not worth a discussion. He was a 6th round pick. Now he's who knows where on the depth chart. We care about the top trio there. But I assume, and this is going to be an interesting discussion, I assume everyone in here would still prefer Curtis Samuel on the same team over Dyami Brown. Or maybe not. I don't know. I would prefer Curtis Samuel. I'll take the guy who's done more in the NFL as the big contract for me. I'll take Curtis Samuel over Dyami Brown.
I'd agree.
All day long.
So it's really a question though. How are they gonna be able to support all of these weapons? I don't know. I think this pick maybe would give Logan Thomas a little bit of a hit for me because I don't think Logan Thomas is very good personally. I think he succeeded a lot of volume, and I don't know if he's going to get that. They added Curtis Samuel, now Dyami Brown as well. I think now might be a good time to people are desperate for tight end. If some people have nothing at the tight end position, this could be a good time to get out on Logan Thomas. He's older than people think. He turns 30 in July, I believe, July 91 birthday. So I would get out if I were holding any Logan Thomas shares.
Yeah, I was already souring a little bit on Logan as soon as they brought in Curtis Samuel. Now drafting a wide receiver in day 2, it's just I'm out. I'm with you. I don't think that he's going to hold nearly as much value as he did last year. So if you can get a decent value for him still, like you said, people are starving for tight ends. If you can get a decent value for him now, I don't think it's going to get any higher than this.
We know how desperate people are for the tight end position. We know that.
Where's Fitzpatrick in his cycle right now? I think this is the year he's supposed to do poorly now, right? Because he does well when he's a backup and he fails when he's a starter. So,
I mean, this is like, has he ever had a better complement of weapons in his career? I mean, he had the time with the Buccaneers. He had Evans and Godwin, right? But I mean, he didn't have a running back then. He had Peyton Barber was the running back. Now he has Antonio Gibson. Antonio Gibson is his running back, and he has all these receivers. And Logan Thomas, while I don't think he's very good, I also don't think he's bad. I think he's a good NFL tight end as well. So Ryan Fitzpatrick, where's he going to rank as a 2020 quarterback? 2021 quarterback. He could easily put up high end to mid QB2 numbers. I mean, there's no challenge to the starting job there.
Agreed.
None at all. And I think that's really interesting for him and see what happens in the next couple of years. Because good comment here in the comments, everything set up for Washington to go mortgage everything next year for a quarterback.
Got it. Yes. Yep. Or I hate to bring this up, but you got to bring it up. if Deshaun Watson becomes available, I think that they would go all in. They are a quarterback away. They won the division last season. Their defense is excellent. Offensive weapons, excellent. They could go for Deshaun Watson if he becomes available. And now we have another pick to discuss. Another offensive weapon at pick 83. The Panthers select tight end Tommy Tremble. Tommy Tremble, Notre Dame.
Woo! So you like that, Britt?
I do. That's my boy.
About this Tremble selection, Britt. You had a big reaction. So
Tommy Tremble was my tight end. He's my tight end 3 coming in pre-draft. Not only is he built like a Hawkinson, he's a good blocker, he's a good receiver. He doesn't have the profile because he also played with Cole Kmet and then the tight end that's eluding my memory in Notre Dame right now that went back from there. I think Michael Mayer. But he is like the prototypical tight end that is an inline guy, old school, going to split out wide every once in a while. This is a beautiful spot for him too. I mean, probably not the most ideal, but like when it comes with draft capital in the 3rd round, coming with the Panthers, with Darnold, I like it quite a bit. He's also, if I'm not wrong, he tested out really, really well. I'll double check to make sure I'm not wrong, but
there was a lot of hype surrounding Tommy Tremble in the last couple of weeks right before the draft. But as we all know, Carolina is now loading up with weapons. They have Christian McCaffrey. They have DJ Moore. They have Robbie Anderson. They already drafted Terrace Marshall in the 2nd round. Now they add Tommy Tremble to the mix. So I think it's very interesting. Essentially, I think it's going to be a comparison for people. I think most people will stick with the evaluation that they had on Pat Freiermuth as the tight end 2. He went in the 2nd round. People will stick to that. But for the tight end 3 and 4 between Tremble and Long, I think it's going to be, some people are going to pick Tremble, some are going to pick Long. It's just thinking about it straight off the bat, I would probably go with Tremble because he's got the opportunity to play a little bit faster, and that's what I want to see. But yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit of a pick-em there.
See, I think Tremble's more of a blocker where Long is more of a pass catcher. I think that Tremble is a pretty good blocker, and he had drop issues. So I think it's going to take time for him to be a receiving threat, especially in an offense that we see clearly doesn't utilize a tight end. So
it's true, they don't.
I think that I would go Long over Tremble if I was ranking him out.
They haven't. Joe Brady did utilize Thaddeus Moss back when he was running his empire at LSU for however little long that he did. But I mean, that really comes down to, what do you value more in your tight end? Do you value getting 90% snaps, or you value them getting 60% snaps, but 85% of those snaps are getting an opportunity at a touch or a route, right? That's one of those those hardened picks you got to talk about.
For me, it's more neither player is going to produce anything for fantasy in 2021. We can agree on that. So I want the guy who's going to get on the field. And I think for his dynasty value, we're not talking about fantasy value in 2021. If we're lucky, we're talking about 2022. We're probably more realistically talking about 2023. So I want the guy who's going to get playing time. And I think that's going to be Tremble over Long, just given what I said about Long earlier. I just do not see, without an injury to Mike Gesicki, they're not running 2 tight end sets in Miami. So without an injury to Mike Gesicki, there's just no way that Long is getting on the field.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, no, I was just going to say, at best, we're talking about the 5th best option in Carolina. I mean, there's a lot of mouths to feed there already. And it's not like they have a very prolific passer that's in charge, quarterbacking the team. I do want to say, though, it is interesting. You brought up LSU, and I made the connection for the first time. Don't know why I didn't already. But Joe Brady taking Terrace Marshall, that is kind of interesting. He knows.
Yeah, I didn't make the connection until now. We have big news. First, we'll get the Cowboys out of the way. They select the defensive end Chauncey Golston. That's not the big news. The Packers have traded into the 85th overall pick with the Titans. They have selected wide receiver Amari Rodgers. Clemson, not Tylan Wallace, not Amon-Ra St. Brown, not Seth Williams. They have opted for Amari Rodgers. You heard it first here. And I can tell by the reactions, and I think the people saw the reactions, that people on this stream, our analysts here, are displeased with the selection.
I like Rodgers. I wanted him in Baltimore, but now he's going to eat into Aaron Jones' work just a little bit. Not a lot, but just a little. He's going to kind of run that H-back slot role. So, I mean, he's going to get opportunity, right? So great. But I really want it to be Wallace or Moore. That seemed like the best spot for Amon-Ra. Because like there's good spots that are running out for Kenny Gainwell and Amon-Ra.
I don't
Wallace.
get it.
Like, there's not spots there anymore.
I don't understand this.
We have the answer though, Tyler. We have the answer. It's the reason why Green Bay doesn't select wide receivers in the first round is because they don't know how to pick wide receivers. There we have it, right there. So we have our answer.
You have answered the question. I totally agree with FM Spaceman on this one. Well, you should all follow on Twitter, by the way, and sign up for his Patreon. But with that said. Sorry, I have to do it. I'm the plug. I'm the promoter of people. That's what I do. But yes, I totally agree. The Packers have shown complete incompetence in handling the wide receiver position.
Could he be like a Randall Cobb type? I mean, that's the
hope. That's the hope.
That's the hope, but that's a long time ago. That's a long time ago that they've picked any useful wide receivers.
I mean, Amari Rodgers did two good things great. He destroyed when he had opportunity at LSU. He did just incredibly well. And then he also put on a really good showing in the Senior Bowl, right? Back when they were hamstringing the defensive backs in that drill, he was putting on an absolute show. So he's not a bad player, but like given the breadth of the class still available, there's something with Tylan Wallace. I don't know what it is, but this is a ridiculous fall to me.
Yeah, there must be. And let's welcome our new guest into the stream. You want to introduce yourself? I always think it's better to introduce yourself.
Hey everybody, John Dabari at Dabari22 on Twitter.
This is a treat.
I just came out. I was, I'd said in the messages before, I was like, I was super excited to come on end of day 2. I was like, this is where all the fantasy goodness happens. And then, no.
There hasn't been a lot of fantasy goodness, right? I mean, like Amari Rodgers is maybe the most interesting in terms of landing spot right now. I'm going to be kind of curious to dig into that a little bit more. But John, what have you thought about like the rest of the day? Elijah Moore, the Rondale Moore. We've had a lot of interesting people get taken. Any thoughts on that from day 2?
Yeah, no, I thought most of the day sucked, really. I mean, we had that second tier quarterbacks all went earlier. The tight ends, I kind of like all their landing spots. I mean, I was listening before I came on. You guys were talking about Tremble a little bit. I know Katie Flower was high on him and kind of put him on my radar and said he was going to be a day 2 guy. So kind of fell right where she said. NFL liked him more than fantasy people. Wide receiver, I didn't love a lot of these landing spots. What's funny is Amari Rodgers, I had him a lot higher than most people. I had him 8 in this class. So I actually really like that landing. For me, I already liked him, and now I like the landing spot too. So
there's a big problem with this landing spot, though. Big problem. I don't think that
Jordan Love's his quarterback.
And Jordan Love will be the quarterback. Aaron Rodgers will play 0 more snaps for the Green Bay Packers. You heard it here today on this show. Aaron Rodgers will not play for the Packers again. It's not news, but that is my prediction. I do not think Aaron Rodgers will ever play for the Packers again. I think it's more likely he goes and is the next host of Jeopardy than plays for the Packers. I don't think he's working out this issue.
Does he retire?
I said this last night. Do not put that hate on Ken Jennings. Ken Jennings is the next host. Get that out of here.
LeVar Burton would be my choice for host. LeVar Burton would be my first choice.
Aaron Rodgers is not a good host of Jeopardy. He's not good.
Well, but it's more likely that he's the next host of Jeopardy than coming back to the Packers. He will not play any more snaps for the Packers. He's going to retire we're heading for a Carson Palmer situation here. That's what we're heading for. He is going to just say, my career is over. You don't want to get anything back from me? You want to just lose me for nothing as a franchise? You want to get nothing in return? Fine. You can go, stick it wherever you want and, whatever. That's what he's going to do. He's not playing any more snaps for this team. He's had it with the Packers. So I'm evaluating this landing spot as if Jordan Love is Amari Rodgers' quarterback.
The thing I think they made this pick to keep Aaron Rodgers. They're going to go to him now and say, "Listen, Aaron, we just drafted your brother Amari. You have to stay now."
Oh, where was the wide receiver in the first round? Why didn't they pick a wide receiver in the first round?
They were waiting to draft Rodgers for Rodgers.
Instead, they thought they needed a cornerback. And then a center. What was it? A center in the second round? Yeah, they did lose their
That's
center.
a good pick.
It's a good pick, but you have a quarterback that you know is angry and you know is threatening to retire from your team. It's just not. It's unacceptable.
Tyler, you're talking. Oh, sorry, my bad.
No, go ahead.
Tyler, you're talking. You're saying they don't want to keep Rodgers, but the center is a very valuable position. That he has his hands. That Rodgers has his hands under center a lot. There, man. There's a lot that goes into that. They could be trying to lure Rodgers back. That's all I'm saying.
It's not working. Whatever they're doing is not working. It's Rodgers is getting more and more angry. If we read all of the news today, I mean, I believe it. Aaron Rodgers. Does anyone here think it's a coincidence that the report of Aaron Rodgers refusing to return to the Packers just happened to come out on the day of the draft? Oh, what a coincidence! Just happened.
I thought that was sneaky.
It happened to be released at that exact time. I don't think so. I think
here's another interesting part to that, Tyler, is you heard all the rumors about Denver yesterday, right?
Yeah.
His fiance lives in Denver part-time or right outside of Denver or something like that.
It's not too late. It's not too late. Denver, it's not too late. Denver can still undo the disaster that they've done. They have incompetent, disastrous Drew Lock, who every time he releases the ball, it's going to be an interception. Oh, I'm going to throw it anyway.
I've been calling Denver to the home of Aaron Rodgers since last year. I had a hot take last year that they were going to trade him in the middle of the season, but I think that is the best spot for Aaron Rodgers. And if it's not Rodgers, then I don't know who it's going to be because I don't think they're going to go get Deshaun Watson. I'm just happy John Elway's out of there. Are we worried about Kenny Gainwell? There's only 2 spots left that he can survive in being fantasy viable, and it's San Francisco, which pick twice, and then Buffalo. Everything else, dude, there's no good spot. Maybe the Chargers, but he's at risk of falling out of the third round with Dave 3 back.
A terrible fit in the Chargers. That makes no sense. I mean,
I'm just looking from a standpoint of from opportunity. I think
there's
not a lot of spots open.
I think the Chargers could be in the market for a running back, but it wouldn't be Gainwell. It would be someone big,
probably
someone big to complement Eckler. I do think the Chargers could be in the market for a running back at that pick because Josh Kelly is not it. And Justin Jackson, we've seen 3 years of failure. They both lost carries to the man that I call Kalen Mirage. Kalen Mirage.
Garbage. That name gives me flashbacks.
Not good. So they need a second running back there. So I would like someone. But yes, I totally agree with you that Kenny Gainwell is sliding in this draft.
I thought we'd see Trey Sermon today. I thought we'd definitely see Trey Sermon.
Me too. We still could. Trey
Sermon to the Chargers. Trey Sermon to the Chargers would be a good fit for me. I like that one.
Also, Dalvin Cook is going to have one hell of a year this year if he can stay healthy. The Vikings are doing the absolute most to keep that offensive line good. I love that.
John, could I convince you to move Amari Rodgers to your number 1 wide receiver if he were to go to Green Bay and take the number 12?
No.
Oh my God.
Would that be the most baller move possible? Just take the number 12 in Green Bay?
I'll do 4.
Okay, we have some news at this time. Somehow that can't be right. How did they get on the clock? Something's very confusing here.
Steelers?
We're trying to figure out what's happening. There's some trades going on.
Steelers went guard. San Francisco's on the clock.
Steelers went guard. Well, how did San Francisco get? Oh, Rams are trading the pick to the 49ers.
Ooh.
The Rams are trading the pick to the 49ers, and we have a selection. The 49ers are taking a man we talked about recently. Running back, Trey Sermon. Trey Sermon, running back.
Love it.
The selection here. Very interesting. I love it.
Dave, where's he go in one quarterback rookie drafts?
I have no idea. I I gotta give me a minute. I have to process this. I'm sorry. I need a minute to
I
process
can
this.
go faster. In 1 QB rookie drafts, he is now my. He's going to come in at probably the 108 for me.
Seems fair. Trey Sermon's my running back for pre-draft. I love what he's able to do with small sample size. He did great, and he did really well at Oklahoma State. The 3 games we saw in Ohio State, I think that if he was healthy against Alabama and continued that trend, then you would have seen a legitimate argument for having the big 4 in this class, just because he has this size. He tested out kind of as a grinder. He's not really going to be this. It's a weird scheme fit. And now, Tyler, I know you hate that word. It's a weird scheme fit with Sermon and the Niners because they need an outside zone fast guy, and Sermon doesn't really fit that.
He'll figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I'm not going to hate it. I'm a happy guy right now.
So here's what I have to say about it. Like, if we look at it, obviously, Jamar Chase, Harris, Etienne, even Javonte Williams, Kyle Pitts, I think those guys are all way ahead of Trey Sermon. It's not a discussion. So for me, then we come to Devonta Smith and Jalen Waddle, the wide receivers who had massive draft capital. Even with the great landing spot, it's only in the mid to late 3rd round. I'll still take the wide receivers who went in the top 10. And then I come to Trey Sermon next. I come to Trey Sermon at 8 above everyone else. I just don't see anyone else in this draft that really excited me with their landing spot in 1 QB. So I would come to Trey Sermon next.
That's a great landing spot for him.
Yeah.
If we're
just what kind of role you think he plays this year, though?
I mean, I'm just looking at the other players. I mean, what kind of role is Elijah Moore going to play this year?
No, I agree with you, but I'm curious what kind of role you think he plays right off the bat.
I mean, I think he's going to be probably the backup to Mostert to begin the season. It's going to be an ugly committee. I think we know that. But I mean, it's just kind of at this point, none of the other wide receivers really got the draft capital or landing spot that we want. So I know what we're doing here, but like, I know we did this last year, but I don't think this wide receiver class is as good as last year's. We don't have all the good wide receivers that I would say last year with Keyshawn Vaughn. Oh, well, we have to take these wide receivers over him. This year, I listed the 3 wide receivers that I thought got the draft capital that they deserve to take over him. But I mean, I don't know. Do I want Trey Sermon in San Francisco or Rashad Bateman in Baltimore? Just given the way dynasty value works, I'll take my chances on the running back. Elijah Moore, I'll take my chances on the running back.
Even going a little earlier with draft capital, would you Kadarius Toney? So we got him 20th overall.
I didn't even include him. He's way down. Exactly. Yeah. That wasn't. I didn't think that was much of a debate. I think most people would prefer to have Trey Sermon over Kadarius Toney. I didn't think that was.
Hurt. What about Terrace Marshall over Trey Sermon? I mean, that's
no.
Give me Sermon. Really?
It's a little late for me. I'll take the running back. Even Terrace Marshall was late 2nd round draft capital. He goes to a place where he's not the number 1 wide receiver. Christian McCaffrey is there. DJ Moore and Christian McCaffrey are not going away. So he's going to be the 3rd best weapon on a Sam Darnold offense. I mean, could he be really good? Sure. But I'll take my chances on the running back once again.
4th best option. Because you got McCaffrey and you got
don't sleep on Robbie Anderson.
Robbie Anderson's a free agent after this year, though. So
I think Terrace Marshall is better than Robbie Anderson. I think Terrace Marshall is going to be better, but he is not passing Christian McCaffrey or DJ Moore. They just picked up DJ Moore's 5th-year option. So for the next 2 years, he's the 3 at best. They picked up Sam Darnold's 5th-year option too. So.
Well, I think Marshall's saving grace is going to be him playing in a big slot role like he did at LSU, which he absolutely ate at.
I like Marshall.
I'm with you though. It's fair.
Yeah, it's just that I'm going to take my chances on Trey Sermon instead.
You're going to have the Keyshawn Vaughn trap of last year. People are going to have PTSD about taking Vaughn over these guys, and so people are going to be hesitant, I think, on Sermon. And I think it's fair. Because
this is a weak receiver class, though. That's the only thing. It's not weak, but it's not strong. It's not like last year.
Stop me if you've heard this before. A running back that's been hurt before and has an injury history playing for San Francisco.
Well, I don't. That's. I mean, that's.
Well,
you know what I'm saying, though.
Different. I think this is way different than Keyshawn Vaughn, and one of the main reasons why is a pretty prominent ranker of these running backs, and Matt Waldman had him as his RB1. I think that's going to affect a lot of rookie drafts.
There were prominent rankers who liked Keyshawn Vaughn too.
But not as an RB1. I didn't know anybody that had him as RB1 last year.
Right, but I think having Trey Sermon as RB1 is completely insane. Like, I understand that he has it ranked that way, but I thought that was crazy before. I did hear that.
I think it's going to bump him up. I'm saying I think
my
people
opinion
are
has
going to take him
not
high.
changed that's crazy.
People are going to take him high.
This solidifies him as a running back 4.
Oh,
and,
yes.
We had a guy that write for the Fantasy Football Fair, the website that I'm a part of. He wrote about the hit rate depending on where you're picking in rookie drafts. And 1 through 6, it's predominantly in a Superflex league. It's predominantly running backs and quarterbacks, and then 7 through 12, it's predominantly wide receivers. So I like Sermon as like a early second in a Superflex and probably 110-ish at one quarterback, I think.
Yeah, I have him at 108. So in order for him to get to 110, I mean, there's always the debate about where you put Trevor Lawrence as well. So I'll have to finalize for me, he's either going to be 8 or 9. It's really a question of I'm just going to have to look at my startup rankings and see where he slots in running back and where that goes against Trevor Lawrence. Now that I think about it, he'll probably be behind Lawrence. So it'll probably be because I'm a big Lawrence fan. Just given where I have him ranked. So, yeah, he'll probably end up being 9 then. But I just can't imagine that I'm going to prefer any of the wide receivers like Rondale Moore, Elijah Moore, Rashad Bateman, Tony, Marshall, any of those guys. I think I'll just take my chances on Sermon.
We just had another wide receiver go.
We do, yeah.
And I want to get John. I want to get you back in here, get your reaction to some of this. But Nico Collins there to Houston. I guess Davis Mills throwing in passes or Tyrod Taylor maybe throwing in passes. John, what do you think?
It's going to be the Davis Mills show. Collins was somebody that a lot of people seemed to be gaining steam more than a lot of other guys that were a little bit off the radar. So, the question there is going to be who's throwing him the football. I mean, this is not an offense you want to be tied to, given what they have everywhere, front office, coaching, quarterback. So it's not the best landing spot. I mean, if they clean up their quarterback thing, I get the upside of the pick and Collins, but unless he has a quarterback, I don't know. But I would like to discuss how awful the NFL is for a billion-dollar company, and their NFL.com is the last one to update their picks. You can get the pick anywhere on the internet except from the actual NFL.
Is this like even slightly surprising? I do think it's kind of crazy that Nico Collins again went over some other wide receivers that
I'm so happy. Better. I'm so happy. His biggest issue is he played for Michigan. Like, that's his biggest issue. And he's got the size, he's got the speed. He showed out with limited ability, and he's going to have no competition in Houston. But as John said, he's going to have a paper bag thrown in the ball. So if you can, I mean, he's not going to be in the first round of your rookie draft, so you can get him in the second. That's a healthy investment to sit on your taxi squad.
In a world where Deshaun Watson ends up starting week 1, he could be interesting, right?
Right, exactly. With Deshaun Watson, I would love it. I mean, Nico's a good deep threat. He's an excellent guy that could take the top off of defense and go up and make the big play. But he needs a guy that can get the ball out there.
Spencer Rattler's going to do just fine, I think.
People valuing Nico Collins should not assume that he's ever going to touch the field with Deshaun Watson. I think that the chances of Deshaun Watson playing again, sure, but playing again for the Texans are like remote. So I would not factor that into your value calculation. I think you should factor in the fact that they have a quarterback mess this year and they'll be going to a new quarterback in 2022.
Nico Collins or Kadarius Toney, Tyler?
What? Nico or Kadarius Toney? I'll take Kadarius Toney.
I know you're giant.
Is he their wide receiver too? I'm looking at their depth chart. I think he is.
Brandon Cooks is the 1.
Randall Cobb, Andre Roberts.
Yeah, so he'll be the 2 pretty much from the jump. But yeah, it's not the worst. Oh, okay. We're gonna have another receiver to discuss.
Browns
have selected wide receiver Anthony Schwartz.
I don't believe you. I don't believe that's a person.
Well, you might
not
track
believe star.
It, but the selection is wide receiver Anthony Schwartz. So we're gonna have to talk about that.
He's a track star to Auburn. Yeah, ran a
Yes.
4.27 in his pro day. That's his claim to fame. He runs fast, straight. He's like Marquise Goodwin. That's what he is.
Yeah, Anthony Schwartz is the selection. So that's what we have right here. It's a puzzling choice to me when other players were available.
This is why you take him on your team, is so you can name your team this.
I mean, let's not forget that Amon-Ra St. Brown and Tylan Wallace were available. Instead, they opted for Anthony Schwartz. That's going to be interesting. I don't know what
have the Titans taken their second wide receiver yet?
No. And I think they're going to take one here. We're going to like.
If they don't, then I don't know what's going to be.
If they don't take one here, it could be a tight end. Brevin Jordan's still there. They need tight end.
Yeah.
That'd be a good spot. They had better take a skill player here, the Titans. But Anthony Schwartz, do we have any interest in this guy?
Not for fantasy.
Not really, right? I'm not. I don't know.
And if they wanted a fast guy, there's still several fast guys whose names I've heard of.
I feel like he's second to last of all the players that we've talked about, ahead of Josh Palmer, because at least I've heard of Anthony Schwartz. I know who that is.
You could have just stopped second to last, period. That's it.
Dave, do you have a column in your spreadsheet that shows whether John has heard of the wide receiver or not?
Well, actually, I just have a bat phone that I call John on, and he just answers it for me as needed. So he picks up at 2:00 and then at night. It's perfect, actually. So
I like to see the correlation between NFL success and John having heard of them.
It's high. It's very high.
Very high.
Yeah.
So
I'll pat myself on the back. It is high.
So what do you think the Browns? I mean, the Browns have so many tight ends too. Like they usually run 12 personnel. So Anthony Schwartz is not even going to get on the field unless we think OBJ is getting traded. But I don't think that he is.
No, and they brought back Higgins, who Baker seems to like.
Peoples-Jones is still there, who I don't really like, but
I did want to get back to Anthony Schwartz a little bit. So from an analytical point of view, he's an early declare. He's got the speed that NFL teams have you, and he gets that third round draft capital. If you can sneak in and get that third round draft capital, early declare. He has the breakout age, 25. He reached the 25% threshold, and he's got almost a 0.7 scrim yard per team attempt. There's a lot of people that I've heard a lot of buzz actually about Anthony Schwartz.
He's the
I'm
youngest.
not necessarily. What's that?
He's the youngest player in this entire relevant skill player of all the skill players. September 2000 birthday.
So there's a lot.
That's what
there's
it
a reason.
old.
Yeah, there's a lot to. I can understand the argument for him, but Tylan Wallace did what he did before he even tore his ACL. Like he blew him out of the water before he tore his ACL. Why? I don't get
it.
It's got to be
the Titans pick is in.
Oh my god!
Oh god!
And if you saw my facial reaction.
Oh my god!
Titans pick linebacker Monty Rice.
Josh Reynolds, baby.
Linebacker is what they did here.
AJ
Brown. They don't need any wide receivers. Those just would be an obstacle to their success. They don't need any tight ends. They're taking linebacker.
There's one spot. There's one spot I want Tylan Wallace to fall to now, and that's going to be New England.
Bills are on the clock.
England. It's the only spot left that's beautiful.
This could be a running back here. The Bills could take a running back.
If this isn't Gainwell, then I'm man.
Titans do have another pick.
I do not understand the selection of Monty Rice. I don't get it. They have no plan on offense.
I like the sound of the name. That's all I can offer. But
I don't know who Monty Rice is. But what I'm seeing I'm seeing a lot of people complaining about the pick on Twitter. So yeah. There's a lot of complaints, many complaints. So
question here from Ian: where are you guys taking Nico Collins? And that's Pat Freiermuth. I'm thinking second round. Are we thinking both of them?
No, I don't think so.
I would in a tight end premium superflex. I'd take Nico probably 203. I'd take Pat probably 206. 6-ish, and it's had a premium.
Wait, hold on.
I'm very high on Nico Collins.
That's not. Look at the Superflex tight end premium. Look at the board again.
Let me look at the board. But that's where I've got. Let me see.
203 on Nico Collins. That's basically. I mean, you'd have to take him over one of like Sermon or one of the two Moores. I'm not doing that.
We were just talking about how Nico Collins is sliding right into a number 2 role. I mean, regardless of who's throwing them the ball, he's going to get targets.
But 203 is high in Superflex tight end premium. That's not like he was picked in the 3rd round. He's not going to go at 203.
Quarterback concerns aside, you could argue Collins is one of the best landing spots of this whole draft.
Targets,
but he's not going to go at 203. Like he's just not. Guys like the two Moores, and
he won't go there, but I would take him there.
Well,
I would take him. I would take him after the 2 Moores.
You will
no problems about that.
You will not need to take him there.
That's
you
fair.
will not
That's
need
fair.
to take him there. If where he should go and where he will go are not the same conversation, I tend to be more interested in where he will go because that's more helpful to the people. And I think he's going to go. Just looking at this board, he's going to go behind Bateman. He's going to go behind. I think he's going to go even behind De'Ami Brown. He's going to go behind both the Moores, Sermon. That puts him probably. He's going to go behind Tony, just given the 1st round draft capital, and Collins is in the late 3rd. So I think you're looking at late 2nd and Superflex tight end premium is about right for Nico Collins. Mid to late, mid 2nd at best. I think 207, 208 is the ceiling. 207, 208 is the ceiling. I think if I had to bet on it, I would bet on like 211.
What about Pat Freiermuth? I mean, 2nd round. I'm assuming like this landing spot. I mean, it looks okay, but I mean, is it really?
Yeah, I don't like the landing spot at all. What's good about it? What is good about the landing spot? Tell me something good.
You're going to get a Heath Miller comparison. That's a good thing.
But that was years ago. Tell me something good about the landing spot now. Something
he's
that's
also
relevant now.
He's a good football player. I can tell you that. He's going to do
I like
well.
that part. But
if Pitts wasn't here, he would be getting a lot more steam than you anticipated. Especially since he couldn't.
Early, though.
No, but if he wasn't able to test, he kind of had that injury. I believe it was a hip injury this year for Penn State. That probably dropped him a little bit. But if he was able to test, I think he'd have gone a little bit higher.
I wished he had gone, just given there were other teams on the board right around them. The Steelers were at 55. Right before was the Colts and the Titans, who have just nothing. I mean, Titans have Ferkser, but imagine Pat Freiermuth and the Titans offense. If he had gone to the Colts, we know Carson Wentz, even though Carson Wentz is straight garbage, he loves to target the tight end. They don't have anything at tight end there. So I just think that those would have been much better. The Steelers, they have 3 solid wide receivers, and Big Ben is kind of on his way out. They don't have any plan to replace him. I'm not a big fan of the landing spot, but if that causes him to slide, he could be a value.
And I'll say too, I'm at this point in rookie evaluation, if our first thing that we're evaluating is landing spot, I think we're approaching it backwards. I think it's important what Britt said about Freiermuth is a good player. That is the good thing. Then you got Ebron. He's out soon. 1 year left. Then you got Juju's probably gone. He's in a 1 year's prove it deal. And then all you have is then you have 2 other players that you're competing with for targets there, and probably a new quarterback by then. And we have to remember, even Gronk, one of the best tight ends we've ever had, did not see more than 50. I don't think he got 50% snap share in his first season. And that's just how the tight end development works. If we think that any of these I will take Freiermuth over Nico Collins. That's what I'll do. I'll take
getting like the Cole Kmet treatment. Like how Cole Kmet has like really bumped up this offseason. I can see him getting that kind of treatment next
Cole Kmet
offseason.
got 100% snap shares near the end of the season. You think Pat Freiermuth is going to do the same? Maybe, if you think so.
I can see him getting that kind of hype.
Bills might tackle.
He needs to get on the field. He needs to get on the field to have that kind of hype. Tight ends, that's the thing that's the most impressive is when tight ends get on the field year one. That's why I'm so in on Cole Kmet, because he got on the field playing star. He played significant snaps from the beginning, and then he had snap shares above 80% down the stretch. So I like that. So if Pat Freiermuth does that in year one, I'll be very into him in year two. I wish that he had gone a little earlier. That's the only thing. He slid a little bit more in the draft than I would have liked, which tells me that there were a lot of teams that we talked about that needed a tight end. They didn't take him. They felt it was better to take someone else, so other positions. So that sours me on him just a little bit. I wish he had gone more in the early second round. I'll hold that against him. I will.
The thing is, Tyler, the thing is that Pat Freiermuth is good. Has got a good enough profile and had enough steam coming into him that I don't think you're gonna be able to get him for a discount moving into year 2. Everyone knows. That's fine, but I think in a tight end premium. You're going to get a wonderful discount on him, and if you're set for this year, you can just let him sit. And I think he's a player I'm gonna be excited for year 2, given that he doesn't sustain injury and he recovers fully from that injury at Penn State.
Who do you want right now, Pat Freiermuth or Cole Kmet? To me, it's easy. It's easy. Neither. Cole Kmet, no doubt.
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, neither. But I guess, Cole Kmet, just because I guess he's got Justin Fields throwing the ball now.
I do like that. I do like that. I'm a big fan of Cole Kmet. I love that Justin Fields is throwing him the ball. I do like that a lot.
I didn't know when the Bears became a good organization.
Here, I've got a question about this. So I grew up in Chicago, was a Bears fan. I gave up because I have common sense. So the Bears are gone. So here's my thought process with Fields and why I think this is terrible. I know people got all excited. Do any of you guys think the Bears are a playoff team now?
They were last year. So yes,
I don't think they are. So
they were last year. Why wouldn't they be this year?
I just don't think they're
right. Like, I don't know,
John. And half the teams that make the playoffs don't make them the following year. I mean, it's a 50% turnover. So are the Bears a team that are?
Their schedule won't be as easy this year as it was last year either. That was a big key of how they made the playoffs.
Why is that a detractor for Justin Fields?
Okay, so they don't make the playoffs this year. They're going to fire Nagy and Pace if they don't make the playoffs. So they're out. So Fields is going to go into year 2 with a whole new system again, with a staff and administration that didn't bring him in. We've seen this repeatedly with young quarterbacks, and it screws up their development. I think Fields has the highest bust potential out of anybody now, especially going to the Bears. I don't like the landing spot, and I don't like it long term. To me, Fields is if he fell to me as a value, I'll take him. But to me, he's my biggest fade out of all these guys.
You won't get him.
Wow. Okay. I mean, hey,
so let's talk about that.
Someone's got a bust, right? Someone's got a bust.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Zach Wilson and Mac Jones are in this class, so I think those are more likely to bust, personally, especially.
That's a great way of looking at it, though, right? I mean, there's two sides of the coin. One side is that Justin Fields is so good that he's going to make the next coaching staff enamored and fall in love with him. But you also have the point. I mean, John holds a good point. There's plenty of good quarterbacks that just get ruined because they can't find a system. And the Bears are certainly an organization that is pristine for that.
I've said this once, I've said it a million times. If you're that good, you get past it. If you're really that good, if you're really that great, if Justin Fields is as great as some people tell me, if he's really that great, he'll make it. If he's that great, he'll make it. If you're just okay, let's look at Sam Darnold, who I think is just okay. He failed. He could be the perfect example. Failed with the Jets. Maybe he succeeds with the Panthers because he's just okay. Jared Goff, same thing. I think he's going to fail in Detroit because when everything was perfect for him, he was good. One thing goes wrong. I can't do it anymore. So that's how you can tell the difference between just okay and good. I think Justin Fields is excellent. Not Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence is generational, but I think Justin Fields is excellent. I think he's going to succeed. I think that the Panthers and the Broncos are going to look back on this draft and they're going to be in tears.
There's no way the Broncos pass on Justin Fields without having Aaron Rodgers in their back pocket. I refuse to believe that as a Broncos fan in the closet. I refuse to believe that
when I see it. But
I have a trade for Justin Hurts. Me sending Justin Hurts to get Aaron Rodgers, and I cannot press accept, and I know I should, but just it scares the bejesus out of me.
Fields or Hurts?
No. Justin Hurts trading for Aaron Rodgers because the owner's freaking out. Yeah, I'm sorry, Jalen Hurts. My bad. My head's all. Yeah, Jalen Hurts for Rodgers. and I just can't
we were
press
combining
accept.
Fields and Hurts there.
Yeah,
I
I
like
think
it.
Jalen Hurts for Rodgers
like
is
them
about
both a
fair
lot.
value at this point, all things considered. I don't think that's crazy either way.
It
You
scares
told
me.
you told me you wanted Hurts. I'd be fine with that. Someone told me they wanted Rodgers. I'd be okay with that. I don't see that as not crazy to me at all. I'm a notorious Aaron Rodgers hater because I'm a massive ageist, and he's past that point. I mean, he's old, so it's time for him to goodbye from my roster. But I'm fine with taking Jalen Hurts over him. I don't see that as crazy in any way.
I currently am, but I mean, point being, their owner or the manager is absolutely freaking out
about Rodgers.
Yeah.
I would freak out about Rodgers. I think there's a good chance Rodgers never plays another snap. I really do.
Terrifying. Also, why the Broncos and John Elway need to make that happen.
Get on the phone. Pick up the phone now. Pick up the phone now. Don't wait. Pick up the phone now and make sure that you're the one who gets them, because I guarantee you, if there's one thing I can guarantee you, it's the Raiders are calling. The Raiders will call. I can guarantee that the Raiders will pick up the phone. 100% chance.
John Gruden.
We know the Raiders. They are calling. So if you're the Broncos, you pick up the phone. You have incompetent disaster Drew Lock as your quarterback. You pick up the phone. You call the Packers right now. You do it. Otherwise, you should be fired as the general manager. I'll take your place and I'll make the call.
Yep. If they walk into the season with Drew Lock as their only quarterback and Teddy Bridgewater, I will.
Unacceptable. It would be unacceptable. I would cancel my season tickets if I were a Broncos fan.
I'd agree.
We've reached the compensatory pick portion of the draft.
Finally.
NFL listed the Patriots as a tight end being a position of need. That was interesting.
What are they calling tight end?
I'm like, what? What are you talking about?
After receiver. What are they?
They must have missed free agency.
They didn't pay attention. Free agency. Why would that have been an important thing for the NFL to cover? Why would they have covered that?
An intern just got fired. That poor person.
Yeah. Okay. Well, here we have the Patriots picked pass rusher Ronnie Perkins. So not a tight end. We've had a run of not fantasy relevant.
And not
picks.
the wide receiver we wanted them to pick either.
No.
Jacoby Myers lives.
We had 3 offensive linemen in a row. We had Brown to Buffalo, Cleveland to the Ravens, and Hainsey to the Bucks, who also passed on all of, the Bills and Bucks passed on a running back. Both of them passed. And then the Patriots, as I said, picked defensive end.
Chase Edmonds is alive somehow. And I honestly don't understand it. I don't get it. Same with Zach Moss. It doesn't make sense.
Chase Edmonds is more alive than Zach Moss.
Yeah, but like the fact that they're both alive and they're both going to have running backs that are going to enter the room with less than day 2 or day 3 draft capital is just mind-blowing.
I think I know what the Cardinals are going to do. I think I know what they're going to do. I can predict the Cardinals. I know what they're going to do. They're going to pick up the phone and call Todd Gurley. That's what they're going to do. They're going to improve. They're so incompetent in some ways that they're going to add Todd Gurley. They're going to think that that's fixing everything.
If you do it,
you need a warning before you say that.
Some warning. The vomit warning.
If you do it right, you could stitch together a full season with James Conner and Todd Gurley, and you may not be bad.
Chase Edmonds is always injured too.
Just let them alternate weeks.
Like a Frankenstein, running back Frankenstein. Just body parts.
Edmonds, he gets the workhorse role, and then, oh no, a 6-week injury? Oh, I can never come back. I had too many carries. I can only have 8 carries in a game.
I love Ken Moon. I love Edmonds.
I hate him.
Always will. Always will.
I kind of like Edmonds.
Because you hate it. You like Kenyon Drake. That's because you like Kenyon Drake, Tyler. Come on.
No.
Yes, you did. You did like Drake.
Man, I hate Kenyon
He was a
Drake.
top 12 running back for you in redraft last year.
But that was where he was, consensus. What did you want me to do? Like, that's where he
Have
ranked.
Chase Edmonds over him, like I did.
Well, I didn't, though. Kenyon Drake finished as, like, RB16. The ranking wasn't that bad.
No, I know. I'm just saying, but I felt like you had more invested in
But
Kenyon
I've never
Drake.
liked Chase Edmonds. It's not that it's that I hate Chase Edmonds, not that I like Kenyon Drake.
I'm just having some fun with you anyway.
I know. But I do think it's very interesting that the Raiders eliminated their whole offensive line. They eliminated the offensive line to replace it with a backup running back. That's what they thought about Kenyon Drake.
Is Josh Jacobs going to even be a running back too going forward? Like who's going to block for him?
I think he's going to rank as a mid to low RB2.
Yeah,
I
know.
2021. It's not an RB1. I mean, there's just no way. Not an RB1.
That's easy.
Yeah, but he'll be in the RB2 range. Just
Speaking of which, I'm happy that the Steelers are addressing their offensive line after. I was a little concerned with Najee Harris, but I like that they're actually loading up on a bunch of these day 2 guys.
We have a stunner.
Oh God,
the Chargers have made a second stunner, a whopper on this pick. They have selected tight end Trey McKitty.
Whoa!
Trey McKitty
Wow.
is their pick.
Don,
Not
have you heard of Trey McKitty?
Jordan. Instead, they opt for Trey McKitty. What a decision!
John, have you heard of him?
I have heard of him, but this is a bold move. They're making questionable choices. I don't know if I can support this one. I don't think so. I would have gone with Brevin Jordan personally.
It's a great name. It's a great name.
JB, go ahead and plug your stuff, man. I know you got to go. I appreciate you coming on. You got to stay here and watch your Bucks take another tackle for. They're just free picks, man. Just
he's
whatever.
Gonna play guard. He's gonna play guard. He played tackle at Notre Dame, but he doesn't have the quickness to play tackle in the NFL. So they'll move him to guard, and he'll be that that backup guard. So I don't love the pick, but I don't hate it either. But I appreciate you having me on. You can find me on Twitter at FantasyCoachJB. You can find my writing on Razzball. You can find me on the Fantasy Besties podcast Monday nights, and Fantasy Magnets coming back soon on Friday. So appreciate you guys, and great chatting with you.
Thank you, JB.
Thanks for coming
on.
Thank you.
I kind of like that Trey McKitty pick.
I mean, I don't hate the idea of them picking a tight end. That seems like a reasonable choice, but why not Brevin Jordan? Why Trey McKitty? Someone tell me something about Trey McKitty, because I've heard the name, but that's it. All I know is his
jersey
name.
Sales. That's a great jersey if I'm a Chargers fan to have.
Okay.
On the back, like my wife, I need to get her involved in the game. Hey, look, here's a McKitty jersey. That's how I'm approaching it.
But
McKitty,
I don't know anything about Trey McKitty, so that's not. Tell me something about him. I know that he is a tight end.
I got you here.
6'4", 243, never broke 300 passing yards. Transferred from Florida State his junior year to Georgia. Granted, Georgia's offense is a dumpster fire in the passing department. He had a 10.6% college dominator. He ran a 4.71 40-yard dash. 22.3 years old entering the draft. So
where are you finding his age? I've been looking for it.
Player profiler.
Okay. Great. Okay. Well,
I like that less now.
yeah, they decided. Okay, this is a move. I don't understand. Why is Brevin Jordan continuing to fall in this class?
I don't think he tested that well.
Receptions? Why do we want 6 receptions? What am I missing here?
This was in the comment section from Evan here. Lots of people were disappointed in the pro day Brevin put up.
Mm-hmm.
Expected him to be more athletic.
But what am I missing with Trey McKitty here? I'm not seeing best comparable Jordan Akins. Whoa, that sounds terrible. This is awful. There must be something that I'm not understanding.
It looks like Georgia lined him a little bit at the H-back position, so maybe they are looking to give Eckler more work and stick him back kind of in the fullback role a little bit, give him a hybrid slot and out of playing a little bit.
That's a possibility that they could do that.
That's the only thing that would make sense to me.
Oh
honestly.
yeah, how did that go with Josiah DeGuara last year? Did we ever want him? No. So he'll be Trey McKitty. I think will be off my board completely. I don't think I'm going to have any interest. Yeah, they already picked another receiving weapon in this round. Another wide receiver ahead of him, who I'd also never heard of. So yeah,
he gets to learn from Jared Cook though. Don't forget he's got a good mentor.
Okay, that is very interesting. Anyone holding on to Donald Parham. Rest in peace. And on top of that, the Chargers are just making some questionable decisions in this round 3 here. The Cowboys, by the way, on the Cowboys listed needs, wide receivers on that list. The ESPN broadcast thinks that the Cowboys are in need of a wide receiver.
Their wide receiver depth is rough.
It
like
is
after
rough,
their top
but
3,
they need
it's
defense.
rough.
Defense is a big problem. We know how bad the Cowboys defense was last year. It was very bad. We targeted the crap out of their defense. That was our big streaming matchup. Them and Seattle at times, Atlanta, Arizona at times, depending on the part of the season. So
they have 7 picks left, and not great landing spots, or not good enough landing spots between all of them that we're going to be excited about some of these wide receivers.
I know. Tennessee is next.
This is it. This is the Talon Wallace. Detroit
too. Detroit too. Detroit could save Talon Wallace.
There's a chance that going back to Dallas needing a wide receiver, there's a chance Cooper's gone after this year.
Oh yeah,
they have a what is it? $6
million.
They can cut him, save $40 million. Yeah, save
$6 million dead. But the Cowboys
$60 million.
They've selected a cornerback, Nashawn Wright. So they're not looking at receiver depth there. And now we come to the Titans. I think the Titans we've said it all day, but I think the Titans have to take a receiver here.
You know what?
I don't know.
A sneaky pick I want Jonathan Adams out of Arkansas State.
Him I've heard of, but I really just think it needs to be Tylan Wallace or Amon-Ra St. Brown, right? I don't. What did we miss?
Amon-Ra would do really well there.
What did we miss?
I love Amon-Ra. I don't like.
Me too.
I think he's really good. I don't know.
I'm saying that
now this fall is making me second guess that
he's not.
He liked them a lot more than the NFL did. The NFL is saying no thanks to these guys.
Didn't that happen with his brother too? I mean, didn't we do this with
that was 6th round?
Equinemius, what's dropped to the 6th?
Amon-Ra is a lot better though.
He's the best out of the 3.
But what's crazy is that Amon-Ra, apparently his interview, his off the charts interview, like people, his personality. That's what I've heard.
I heard that too, as well.
Crazy smart too, man. He took the SATs in 3 different languages: English, French, German.
He had like a whole great
military
understanding of the NFL.
I mean, he never was going to come in and blow the doors off as like this high ceiling player, but he was this guy. You would take him, and he would be a really solid contributor.
To be a day 2 prospect.
I agree. I mean,
how he falls to day 3. You need
there must be medical issues.
Contribute. Maybe have we heard a lot? We don't have Jeff, but I don't remember hearing. I heard maybe with Tylan Wallace that he had a big injury last year.
I don't think Amon-Ra suffered any major.
Wallace had a big injury, but I don't.
Athleticism concerns with Amon-Ra. That's the concern.
Yeah, for sure.
From a speed perspective, but I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like I was watching a pretty good athlete. I don't know. I guess I don't know all of his testing numbers, but I feel like when I watched him on film, he looked like he
wasn't
good.
Exciting.
He tested. He was eerily similar to Tyler Boyd.
Well, okay. Well, that's not great.
Athleticism is overrated for wide receivers.
We don't have to worry about it. We don't have to worry about it because the Titans have picked cornerback Elijah Molden.
Oh yes,
they have picked cornerback. What a bold. I don't know. I'm done with metaphors. What are they doing? What are they doing? What is this? Cornerback? They didn't take Brevin Jordan. They're not interested in getting a wide receiver 2 on the team. Like what are they doing? Wow. Well, I don't get it.
Josh Reynolds season.
But they're not putting. Josh Reynolds sucks. He's a jag.
I wouldn't go that far. I would not go that far.
Josh Reynolds is a jag at best. He's a jag at best. At best, he's just a guy.
He's a jag that's going to get a lot of opportunity. Yeah, he's going to get a lot of opportunity.
Well, but that's bad. That's if you're an NFL team and Josh Reynolds is your second receiving option, you're a failure. You're a failure as an NFL franchise. That is a failure. So that's what they're doing. They're failing.
Listen to the list of pass catchers: A.J. Brown, Josh Reynolds, some guy named Nick Westbrook Ikehini, Rashard Davis, Cameron Batson, Mason Kinsey, Chester Rogers, Cody Hollister, Marcus Johnson, and then then tight end they got Ferkser, Swain, Jared Pickney.
Freddie
This
Swain?
is
No.
They're two injuries away from winning 2 games.
Nothing. This is incompetent. I mean, you have.
I'm going to sell Ryan Tannehill.
Well, I would sell him. Sell him because they're not putting any weapons around him. This is a big problem. I don't think Ryan Tannehill is like the best quarterback in the world. If he doesn't have any weapons, I don't know. It's kind of scary. I just don't understand.
AJ Brown, 2 knee surgeries. No
This is a good
big
point.
wide receiver 2.
We say, Ferkser stock rising. I agree with that on the sense they didn't pick a tight end ahead of him. But if the offense is going to be this much of a disaster, like if there's no receiving weapons, I like it when the offense goes. We need the offense to go in order for there to be receiving touchdowns. People always complain about targets, but if the offense is never near the end zone and they're just relying, what if Derrick Henry got injured? What if it hasn't happened yet, but what if it did? What if it did? Any running back can get hurt on any play. What if Derrick Henry tore his ACL? They'd have nothing. The team would be a disaster. It would be the worst team in the league, worst offense in the league. Without Derrick Henry, it would be awful.
Just looking at it now, they are 1 or 2 injuries away from winning 2 games.
Yeah, you have to plan.
Easily.
You have to plan for these things. Like, what if Derrick Henry is hurt? What if AJ Brown? He missed time last season. He missed time with injuries last season. What if he gets hurt? What do you do? You don't have a passing game.
Let me just say this though. Last year, did anybody expect Corey Davis to be a relevant wide receiver?
Corey Davis is a competent player.
But we didn't think
you got a good point, Cal.
at this time.
I did. I thought he was a competent NFL player who could play a wide receiver role in the NFL who was never going to be relevant for fantasy.
Much like Josh Reynolds.
Josh Reynolds is a step below that. Josh Reynolds is a below average NFL player.
Similar with Brashad
for fantasy.
Similar with Brashad Perryman, there is a strong hive of supporters for Corey Davis. So there's always people in his corner. I think a strong majority of people were not expecting much as a Titan. But
I think that Corey Davis was a lot better going into last year than Josh Reynolds is now. Like, I think even the perception of Corey Davis last year, we're talking about someone who was a first-round pick who had 980-something yards in a season. He playing with Marcus Mariota. He wasn't good. I don't think people – I think he outperformed expectations in 2020. But, this is – they don't have no plan. They have no plan. What if there's an injury? They're not planning as an NFL team. It's just – you can't run a franchise this way. You can't just rely on players, and then if they get hurt, you have no backup plan. What
this does mean is whoever they do draft, the wide receiver, you're going to have to seriously consider them in fantasy drafts just simply from the opportunity alone. Because
it's hard if they go on.
It's hard. It is, absolutely. But I mean, the people standing in his way, as we've been discussing for the last 10 minutes. We've
been roasting the Titans. Let's move on. Let's move on and roast the Lions next.
Oh, don't tell me what they did.
They needed a receiver. They have no receivers on this team. They decided cornerback Ifatu Melanfonwu. Why? Wow. Why a cornerback? Why? There are no receivers on this team. I don't even like Jared Goff, but you're not even giving him a chance. You're not even giving him a chance. You're not giving him a chance to succeed.
TJ Hawkinson to the moon.
I agree with you. I agree, but why don't you pick a receiver? Why don't you pick one? Why don't you give him at least something to try to succeed? Why? Can someone explain that to me? Because I just don't understand. I don't get it.
Dan Campbell. There's your answer.
So he's an idiot. Is what you're telling me. He's an idiot. That's what you're telling me.
I think that's a given.
Yeah. Okay, so then he's an idiot. Is it just that simple? That
yes.
Okay.
Opening press conference was biting knees. I mean,
to be fair to the Lions organization, that was a atrocious press conference. But how they're building their team moving forward is like they're building it in all the right ways. They're investing in the trenches, right? That's what you want to see. However, from a fantasy perspective, we would really, really enjoy seeing some warm body that is younger than 23 on the wide receiver position.
I understand not taking a wide receiver at 7. You had the opportunity to get a generational tackle prospect. I get that. Bolster the offensive line for the next 10 years. But you trade for a quarterback. You say you believe in him. You make him your starter. You don't get anyone else. And you don't even give him a chance. You don't pick any receivers. You don't sign any receivers. You let Golladay and Jones walk. You don't bother to franchise tag Kenny Golladay. It might have been around the right price. And then you just don't draft anyone in the draft. You don't sign anyone in free agency. And you just DeAndre Swift, TJ Hawkinson, and then a bunch of garbage is what you have on the team.
That they went out and got Rashad Perryman. I know he's like, nobody likes him, but I kind of like that they did at least go address that. Tyrell Williams, like he was a thing at one point.
It. Tyrell Williams.
It's a Band-Aid. It's a really crappy Band-Aid. That's what it is. And they're going to be mediocrely fine, but nothing that's stupendous. They're going to be mediocre. They have to be mediocre. They can't get 120 targets and be bad. It's just not how that works.
No, they'll be bad. We've learned this lesson before. Remember the year where we tried to target the Cowboys wide receiver 1 when it was Allen Hurns? How did that go? It didn't go very well because there was no bad players don't produce. Even if they can be as many targets as you want, but bad players with a Jared Goff are not producing. It's not going to happen. I don't understand what the Lions are doing here. I don't get it.
I mean, I think they know what they have. I think their offseason, they're not going into this like we got a chance to take down a Super Bowl here. I think they know this is a new staff coming in. This is a rebuild. They have to say they believe in Goff because he's their quarterback. They're not gonna trade for him. And go,
I understand.
They're probably gonna get another guy next year. So
give the guy a chance.
They're
give him a
blowing
chance.
this up.
But they took a cornerback. It's not like they took a pass rusher. They took a cornerback.
To be fair, though, next year you have some pretty good blue chips coming in the wide receiver position. They're clearly going to be in contention for the top 5 pick again next year. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to consider that. So it's like Spencer Rattler, Sam Howell, and then if they somehow manage to put 2 or 3 wins together, then take your pick of the litter. If it's David Bell, Treylon Burks, George Pickens, Chris Olave, and then Garrett Wilson Jr.
By the way, the 49ers also selected a cornerback, Ambry Thomas, and then the Rams went with a linebacker, Ernest Jones. The Rams decided not to pick another wide receiver.
It's Denver now, right? Denver's the last pick?
We're on Baltimore now.
Baltimore?
I want you to know, NFL.com is 3 picks behind now.
So let's talk about the Rams decided not to pick another wide receiver. They already have two.
Van Jefferson. Oh, God. Oh.
Yeah, last year, I see why the Rams trade their draft picks every year. I see why they do that. They spent a second-round pick on Van Jefferson last year. Now a second-round pick on Tutu Atwell. They should just never pick again. Trade all the picks forever. They don't need those. Those draft picks are just getting in their way.
I love Van Jefferson.
I'm so sorry.
He's gonna be great. Tutu Atwell is 46 pounds and ran a 4.44.
Yes.
Like he's going. We are going to see a casualty. I am sincerely concerned for that young man.
You have Deshaun Jackson. That's what you have. You have Deshaun Jackson to help provide receiver depth on the team. That is what you have. So this is very questionable decision-making from the Rams. But luckily, Cooper Kupp and Robert Woods are good.
I want to see Puka Williams go somewhere, man. Dang, I really wanted to see him in San Francisco.
Go anywhere.
I think Denver could be a dark horse for grabbing a wide receiver. I know they grabbed KJ Hamler last year. I know that's a stats room this year,
could
but
take another wide receiver.
Courtland Sutton's gonna be a free agent next year. So
nobody will ever sign with Baltimore. No wide receiver will ever sign as long as Lamar Jackson plays there. No good wide receiver will ever sign with Baltimore in free agency. We saw that this season. So
wasn't that partly because of the cap though?
No, they offered Juju more money. More money.
Juju's also a hometown guy. Like they
declined it to go back.
He likes being.
They were about to reach an agreement with T.Y. Hilton. They were literally on the verge of reaching a contract agreement. T.Y. Hilton says, I didn't really feel like playing for the Ravens. Something about the Ravens told me I don't really want to go play there. That's what he said in his interview. So this is telling me that no wide receiver is ever going to sign there. So I think the Baltimore could pick another wide receiver because this is the only way they're going to get them.
I mean, counterpoint though, why would you invest in a wide receiver in Bateman first round if you don't want to be throwing the ball more? Why not just keep
They
investing?
said they don't want to throw the ball more. They said that
but why not invest in your
continue
defense?
to
There's
run the
plenty
ball.
of great defensive players that were available and instead they went for Rashad Bateman. So
I don't know. They want to use him as a decoy. I don't know.
That's like Urban Meyer saying it's been pick 25 to have my running back get 5 touches a game.
They said that we want to continue running the ball. We're not going to pass the ball more. That's what they said.
And Pete Carroll says that relationships with Russell Wilson are fine, but they're not.
Right, but they were winning. They were winning games. They won games.
Greg Roman
picked up Jackson's fifth-year option. They're going to sign him to a long-term extension. They're doubling and tripling down on, as they should. They're doubling and tripling down on this Lamar Jackson offense. It's not so. That's why when I adjust to the Baltimore landing spot, it's because it's not changing. They are sticking to this offense. It is not going away. This is it forever.
Well, what's the top end expectation for his targets? I mean, that's the thing that gets me.
He gets 100 in 17 games. He's lucky.
I think 85 is probably close to the max he can get.
I don't want 85. If you get 85 targets, you have to be the best receiver in the league to succeed on 85 targets.
I think Mike Clay did his projections, and I compared it to last year. It was like Damery Bird numbers.
Oh, I don't want that. No, thank you.
When we're speaking from wide receivers that can produce on a short amount of targets, so Rashad Bateman's pretty high up there. I mean, when we're looking at college players, you're looking at yards per team pass attempt, and he had a career high of 3.77 and a career average of 3.23. That's, I think, the highest average in the class. So,
here, I found it if you want to hear it. So, Clay's projections when he got drafted: 64 targets, 40 receptions, 506 yards, 4 touchdowns. Which is
that's not bad for a rookie wide receiver, guys. That's not bad.
No, I don't disagree. Wide receiver 67 though. I mean, but how much more upside is there?
Well,
and
I mean,
people around those numbers.
Exactly. We do get carried away. We get carried away with what we want out of wide receivers. The problem is that I think that I just don't see the future. It's not like he's not going to be on a different team. Lamar Jackson is going to be his quarterback. They are extending Lamar Jackson. He and Lamar Jackson will play together for the next 4 years.
4 or 5. Yeah.
4 or 5 years. Yeah. So as long as we can possibly look ahead in Dynasty, they're going to be paired, right? So we can only plan for that. And the plan there is bad. We don't want that.
Lamar Jackson's entering his year 24 season right now. So you have this year, next year, and then after that, you're looking at a decrease in rushing abilities. So
years from now.
Right, I understand, but this is Dynasty, and maybe this is a case to wait on Bateman if you like Bateman like myself. But I think that there's a future for Bateman in which he's going to be a successful fantasy football provider. It's going to be tough. I mean, no one's going to disagree with that. It's going to be tough. He's going to be dropped on boards.
The problem with Bateman is, for him to succeed in that offense, he has to be one of the best wide receivers in the league for him to really be a fantasy player that we care about. He has to be one of the best. And one
of the most efficient for sure.
Yeah, but to be one of the most efficient, you are usually one of the best. You're usually good. You're usually a good player if you are one of the most efficient. Right. But you have to be very good. And I'm not sure I want to say that Rashad Bateman is going to ever be a top 10 or 15 or even 20 wide receiving talent in the NFL. I'm not sure he's that good. I do. Think about how many good wide receivers there are in the league for a second.
I'm very comfortable on skill alone saying Rashad Bateman's has a ability to be a top 15 wide receiver.
But he has to do it. He has to do it to succeed.
Everyone has to do it. Yeah. You can't just not do
it. No, there are plenty of receivers who just Tyler Boyd has never been that. And he had seasons where he was fantasy relevant because he got volume. He got target volume. You can succeed with target volume even if you're not that great. And he's never going to get that. So he doesn't have that option to succeed. He has to succeed based on the efficiency and being very good, which takes away, for me, half of the avenue of him being fantasy relevant. So that's why I don't want him.
He's going to get like 40 to 50 less targets than Josh Reynolds.
Yes. He will, like,
from the top shelf, from the top of the cage right there.
Oh, that's terrible.
But as it is, I mean, you have to rank Josh Reynolds in redraft ahead of Rashad Bateman. There's no contest between the two.
Well, I don't think anyone's expecting a big year from Rashad Bateman year one, right?
But I'm not expecting a big year from Rashad.
I'll rank Bateman over Josh Reynolds in redraft.
Well, I'm not expecting a big year from Rashad Bateman as long as he plays with Lamar Jackson. I mean, what's a big year?
So also too, from a projection standpoint, we have to one, the Ravens score more touchdowns. They're like, when that offense, they took a step back last year, but if they revert to the mean at least at all, you're going to see more touchdowns. They throw more touchdowns in that offense. They don't target the running backs a lot because Lamar Jackson's taking off. So it's not like you have to disperse targets that way. And what you have to hope for is that you have the Ravens saying they've taken wide receiver Marquise Brown 2 years ago. Now they're taking Rashad Bateman now. That you have to say that the Ravens are committing to maybe shrinking that tree, that target tree. Instead of spreading it out, you're trying to focus it into a little bit and then working on the run game and then trying to focus on what Lamar Jackson does best. And that's the argument on top of Rashad Bateman's talent of how he gets to the target numbers that you need to get to.
I mean, it's Occam's razor at work, right? I mean, I think that was wonderfully laid out where it's like the likely truth is the one that requires the least amount of like major divergences. And you can't sit here and say the Ravens think that they're going to win a Super Bowl doing what they've done the last 2 years, which is failed to achieve that while getting close, right? So you have to assume there's some change. What that change is clearly up for discussion, but what would make sense is that they're going to rely, or they're going to start throwing more and start asking a little bit more of their wide receivers. Now they added another talent on there to help alleviate some of those issues.
I think I would believe that more if they had replaced Greg Roman. Like the fact that they're bringing him back is saying like, we like what we're doing and we're going to keep doing that.
They said, we're not throwing the ball more. We are not going to throw the ball more. We will not throw the ball more. We're going to continue to run the ball. That's what they said. So until I'll need to see it. They'll need to prove me wrong. Otherwise, until they prove me wrong, I will not change my mind. It doesn't matter what anyone says. Nobody's going to convince me. I need to see it.
It's probably fair.
32nd in the NFL pass attempts, 32nd in the NFL in passing yards, 13th in passing TDs. But you got to remember a lot of that goes to guys like Mark Andrews.
I don't want to rely on touchdowns though. Like yards and receptions are what's predictable, and attempts. Touchdowns, what if it's even worse? What if somehow the touchdowns go away? What if more touchdowns go to the running game? If we're not having any passing attempts and we're not having any targets, I don't want receiver who's not in an offense where there are passing attempts and targets. I just don't want that. If the coach is saying the receivers will not put up good numbers in this offense, why on earth would I, as a fantasy player, want a receiver in that offense? Why?
You have to remember the nature of targets, though, Ezra. They are earned. It's not like it's not a pie that we're just divvying out. Targets are earned. If Bateman has the skill, he will earn what is his.
That's true, but the targets have to exist. That's the other thing. You're right that targets are earned versus good players earn targets. I agree with that. But if there are no targets on the team, if the pie is so small, Bateman alone does not make the Ravens pass more. He'll earn the targets him over. Like, I agree that Bateman is better than Hollywood Brown. He'll earn the targets over Hollywood Brown. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about his place in the target pecking order. What I'm worried about is that there are no pass attempts. There are not going to be minimal pass attempts.
Tyler, the only issue that I have is that, like, I agree that I'm not happy that Rashad Bateman landed on Baltimore. I think we all are. It's like I'm sitting here he was my wide receiver 3 heading into the draft, and him landing there is not good. I'm not happy about it at all. But I think to have such certainty, to write him off in such a way that you are writing, I think is overlooking what makes wide receivers succeed in the NFL. That's all I'm saying. I think to say without a doubt to just write off Rashad Bateman, I think that's not necessarily the best way to go about attacking.
But I'm not going to change my mind. Like, I'm not writing him off. I mean, do you want to know where I have him ranked among rookie wide receivers? It's not wide receiver.
But I'm listening to you. I think we're all listening to you. And I think if I was listening, I would think that I understand where you're ranking. I understand, but the way that this conversation is going is that if he's just, let's get rid of him. That's kind of that's how the feeling I'm getting.
Well, people will see my rankings and they'll see that that's not where I don't have him ranked there. I mean,
okay. So Sorry, but so if we're going to dissect Ravens passing attack last year, right? They had 292 passing attempts. Let's say Marquise Brown receives it.
406.
Oh, excuse me.
292 can't be right.
392.
392 seems
So,
scary.
so let's say my apologies. So let's say we take the 100 away that Marquise Brown earned last year, and let's say that's there. So that's 292 remaining. That's the number I was working with. My apologies. Let's say we give Rashad Bateman 40% of that. So that means we're taking targets away from Snead. We're taking targets away from Ricard. We're taking targets away from Mark Ingram. We're taking targets away from Miles Boykin, Devin Duvernay, and let's say we give 40% of the 200 of the targets for 292 targets, which that seems like a fair pie that he could earn in due time, right? That would be 116 targets, 116.8 targets. That seems to me like a pretty realistic career average for him. I mean, not great, not something we love to see, but not this death knell that we're talking about now.
That just seems, I don't buy that it's going to be that high.
I don't either. If it is that, then yes. But I mean, I do think you have to project in a little bit more use for J.K. Dobbins at some point. I think that there is, it's going to be hard for me to think of him as, and again, I guess not to just pile on, but like, I guess I see Dave's point. Like if he gets out there and he just balls and he is just like one of like hits his ceiling and he's the best wide receiver out of this class talent wise, all this, like he's got to hit all those things. And then you've got the offensive coordinator changing stripes a little bit and deciding he's going to throw more and design more plays for him. I guess that's the only way I can see it happening. I just have a hard time investing in that.
What do we think of Mark Andrews moving forward?
I mean, tight end is so weak that just given the tight end landscape, he's still.
He had 88 targets last year. Do we think that he's going to start slowly declining? I mean, think he's turning 27 now.
No. I think Mark Andrews
might even go up
and take a step forward, which is
so
not.
If he goes up, right, and if Justice Hill starts eating to the work, which some people are concerned about for J.K. Dobbins, then you're probably looking at for about 80 targets for Rashad Bateman.
That's kind of
what I think. 80, 85 is kind of what I think.
I mean, the best case scenario, and Dave said it earlier, if they have their guys that they like and Jackson trusts them, the best thing you could have for fantasy, even on a low volume team, is a very narrow distribution tree. If all the targets, if a huge percentage of the targets are going to Andrews and to Bateman, that makes them more valuable. So if they demand the targets, that they can both still be fantasy relevant, even though we're not seeing the volume that we typically want to see from guys.
Yeah, it's just I think it's a little difference in what we say. For me, target share is earned, not number of targets. Number of overall targets comes from the quarterback. Mostly for me from the quarterback, and then target share is earned. So I completely agree with Dave on that target share is earned by the players on the team, but number of overall targets, I think, is mostly based on the quarterback and in some cases, the coaching, in this case, seemingly more than others, because they're demanding that they continue to run the ball. But Bateman will, if he's really that good, he will earn a significant portion of the target share. I'm just worried that target share is so small that the portion he would have to earn is so high. And I'm just not sure. Is he that great that he's going to earn I don't know what exactly is good for an NFL receiver. See, if he has to earn 35% of the target share, is he going to do that?
That's like 30 to 35 is Nuck territory. You have anything over 30% is top.
Right, but I think that's what he needs to do. I think for him to be great, he might need 30%. I mean, what's 30%? Someone help me on the math here. What's 30% of, like, say, 425? Just based on 16 games. We won't try to translate.
127.5.
How much? 127?
Mm-hmm. 425 times 0.3 is 127.5.
Okay, so we're talking about best receiver in the league category. We're at 127. I mean, and that's if he's that great, if he's earning 30%. So, like, I'm just we can see based on those numbers, you have to project a massive increase in pass attempts to be in on Rashad Bateman.
The biggest flaw that I'm feeling is that
Before I will say I kind of agree with what you're saying about the targets, like target being earned, but I think there is a part of it too, is a target that you earn, and you're good. If you're good when you earn that target, that's another first down. That's another 4 downs for your offense. That just naturally occurs more opportunity for your offense. So, but I agree with what you're saying overall, though, Justin. Or I guess I know it's Tyler. I want to say Tyler, Justin, Tyler.
Whatever.
But now going back, now I got all flustered because I called you by your second
It's fine.
name
Just
there,
go.
No, I can't even. I'm trying to think where I was going with this. What was I?
Target shares, Bateman. What do you have to do?
I'll come back to me as soon as I hear Dabari's voice. It's gonna come to me.
So I feel like it's necessary to talk about another great wide receiver on a low passing volume team, right? And that would be AJ Brown. And I'm not saying Rashad Bateman is going to be AJ Brown, and I'm not saying that they are AJ Brown. Dave, I see you got your point. I'll make it quick. But AJ Brown just had 106 targets this year. He had 84 in 2019, and we weren't complaining about it. So depth of target is also going to be important in Bateman's profile. No, Dave, please take the floor.
Game. He didn't play all the games in 2020. So on a per game basis, that 106 targets was
around 130 or so.
Yeah.
But see, this is where, though, I don't think people understand how little Baltimore throws the ball. They had almost 100 more pass attempts. They had like Tennessee was almost 100 more pass attempts than Baltimore. That's like 20% more.
Yep. And I will. So my one point I was saying is that I think we're making one of the biggest mistakes that we make as fantasy analysts is thinking we know more than we do. And one of the issues when we're predicting landing spot and assuming landing spot, we do not know in a year or two when everything's going to be different. We did not think 2 years ago, and this is extreme. 2 years ago, we did not think we'd be going through a COVID type season. And we did not think that Tom Brady would be playing in Tampa Bay. We did not think all these things are happening. Things change drastically in NFL, and that's why I'm going to bet on talent. I'll bet on the talent.
I think that's part of the difference. It's like, to me, is Rashad Bateman like that much better than Rondale Moore, than Elijah Moore? Not to me. To me, there was one good wide receiver in this class, and everyone else was kind of take them all.
Well, he's that much better than Jalen Waddle and
but not for me. For me. So not for me. Not for me. He's not much better than Jalen Waddle for me. So
easily.
I disagree with that. So
I think you're projecting. Okay,
I disagree. I disagree that Bateman is way better than Waddle. So we're not going to.
So he's definitely a lot safer. Well, pre-draft he was a lot safer.
We're not going to change my mind on which wide receiver I like better. We all have wide receivers we like better. I'm just saying that my opinion of this class going in was that there was one really great player, and everyone else was there was a huge tier. And draft capital and landing spot was going to change things. And then here we are. Here we are. I like Rondale Moore and Elijah Moore's spots better. So I have them above Rashad Bateman. I have Bateman at wide receiver 6.
This is also your annual reminder to go and buy 2020 running backs, because we've had only 4 running backs get day 1 or 2 draft capital.
I was actually just going to say, you'd mentioned draft capital, and I was looking through it. Yeah, 2 today. And I mean,
not good.
I don't know what the normal number of running backs taken on day 2 is, but yeah, there were quite a few guys who people really thought were going to go today. Chuba, Gainwell. I love Elijah Mitchell, and he tested through the roof. And I was like,
me too.
I thought he was going to go somewhere.
In case the people were wondering, obviously there were no fantasy relevant players after I stopped agreeing with picks. It was a bunch
Denver finished with a D3 offensive or outside linebacker.
That's what they did.
Great story. Definitely lead up on him, but that's what they've ended up with.
So
closed with a whimper. We went from Nico Collins and then fell off the edge of the earth.
So at this point, I mean, you have who's the biggest fallers, I think people expected, I would say, the following players to have gone on day 2. Kenneth Gainwell, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Tylan Wallace, some people Chuba Hubbard, some people Michael Carter as well, expected them. And I think, and maybe Seth Williams and Brevin Jordan for some people. Were the other ones. Jamar Jefferson kind of fell off late in the process, but he was another name that was on the radar. So of those players, because those were the ones I think that people had mocked in day 2 at some stage, who still interests you? I'm big on day 3 and I'm just out. So I'm going to be pretty low on all of them, but is there anyone we have some hope for?
Chuba. We talked about this on my podcast where I said Chuba in Atlanta day 4 would be amazing for me because I love the scheme fit. And then you told me that day 3 sucks. And I said, well, I still like Chuba. So I'm holding out hope that Chuba goes to Atlanta. If he doesn't, then I think the only wide receiver I'll have interest in probably is Amon-Ra St. Brown, just simply because I think he offers a stupendous floor for your fantasy football teams.
I just won't pick a day 3 receiver. Look back at
I respect that.
Look back at the success of day 3 receivers. You're better off to take a chance on a running back.
Yep, 100%.
Any running back, undrafted even.
100%.
Don't bother with a day 3 receiver. The success rate is absolute garbage.
Stevie Scott.
I mean, how many day 3 receivers have succeeded in the last couple of years? It's just nothing.
Yes,
I'm going to take Amon-Ra. I'm going to end up taking Amon-Ra like in the 4th round or something, or 3rd, wherever he goes.
You're going to get him dirty cheap.
I'd rather take a chance on like Gainwell or Carter.
Yeah.
If they go, or even someone like Kylan Hill.
Mm-hmm.
Anywhere, just any path to any playing time at any point.
I'm happy. I am happy. Go ahead, John.
If you exclude the quarterbacks, if my math is correct, and I'm terrible at math, so I could be wrong here. We have 24 skill position players taken for fantasy, and obviously no one's bumping up the Trey McKitties of the world into the 2nd round of your fantasy draft. So the back end of your fantasy drafts is going to be entirely day 3 guys. I mean, we went through.
Well, you can,
you know what I mean? There's going to be a lot of trash at the back.
I mean, you're going to have to decide. You're going to have to decide with guys like, what do you do with Dwayne Eskridge? Like, what do you do with him? He was picked in the 2nd round. Are you just
take David Moore instead?
Yeah.
David Moore is on the Panthers. So,
and I'd rather take David. That's how much I think David Moore is a better wide receiver than
right. But you could no Dwayne Eskridge for you, but Tutu Atwell was also picked in the 2nd round. Is that could be worse, right? I mean, there's another problem.
I blew him over.
But yes, he's one of the only prospects that weighs less than me. He weighs less than me. So that's very interesting to fill out well. But you're going to have to choose between those guys. Are you going to take them just because they went in the 2nd round? Or are you going to go for the receivers who went later? For me, I'll probably take them anyway and just be like, maybe. They went in the 2nd round. I'll just take my chances. But I understand if people don't want to do that.
I can riddle you a story for why Eskridge may have some success. I can't do it for Tutu, though.
For Eskridge, I have slightly more hope, though I don't.
It hurts.
There are some people, not necessarily people that I'm like, I trust them like they're geniuses, but I've heard some people that at least something have told me why I should like Dwayne Eskridge. With Tutu Atwell, I don't get it. I haven't heard any positive opinion from anybody. Nothing.
True.
So that one I don't understand.
I will say this got spirited. I loved it. It was fun, guys. This was freaking. I loved the back and forth on Rondale Moore, Rashad Bateman. I wish I could have gotten my Johannes Sanchez. I just searched him on Twitter. I couldn't find him. This Spaceman is right thing. I wanted to get this framed and put it on the wall back there. That was pretty odd. I'm not used to this. This is weird.
Really?
Usually it's Fade the Space. No, I'm joking around.
I feel like everyone just always says that you're right, though.
Yeah, that they just say that, but they don't actually look at they don't look at the numbers. The numbers differ.
I appreciate your mom joining us for this show here.
Yes, thank you. Actually,
I love it. But I also think in Superflex drafts, this is going to push the quarterbacks like Davis Mills, Kellen Mond, Kyle Trask. It's going to push them up the board just because there's no. What are you going to do? You're going to take nobody else. Guys, you're going to take a day 3 wide receiver. Probably.
Davis Mills is going
my chances on one of those guys.
Yeah, where are you going to draft Davis Mills and Kyle Trask and Kellen Mond now in your Superflex leagues?
I mean, right now I have them right on the border of the 2nd and 3rd.
I don't know.
Mills might be on the field.
I know.
We'll see. Mills. I think Mills may push up into a 112 region just simply for that.
Whoa. You're gonna start hearing buzz.
He's gotten a lot of buzz lately. I don't think it's right, and I think if you have a league mate that does that, then send them a pack of beer or whatever they'll enjoy. But
it won't happen. It won't happen. Not with the round 3 draft capital. I think Davis Mills. he's not going to get in the first round. The 12, I think in Superflex for most people, the top 12 is pretty locked, and then Trey Sermon is going to be right up there. So if you're talking about after that, that's where it's, when you get into the Moores and Bateman range is, I think, when you're going to start. If Davis Mills really starts to get buzz, he could go there. But 202 is the ceiling. People are going to reach on Sermon. As much as people want quarterback in Superflex, there were not a lot of running backs in this class. There were 4 running backs taken on day. It was 1 and 2. So I guarantee you, Sermon's going to go as early as I'm saying. I said a 201 in Superflex tight end premium. He's not going to be there at 201 in most leagues. He's going to go even earlier than that.
I mean, he's just by default, he's the RB4 now, right?
Well, it has to be because there's no other option.
Yeah, that's what I mean,
baby.
Yeah, that's not a question.
What if Atlanta trades up tomorrow and we'll just say fill in whoever your favorite running back remaining is goes to Atlanta.
We learned this lesson
Sermon
with day 3 in the past. I wrote a whole article about it.
The public's gonna jump Sermon, but I don't know if it's the right decision.
It's the wrong decision.
I personally feel like
I don't know.
People have been burned. People have been burned on that.
If he's the RB4, that's right. I mean, that's the right spot for him, right? I mean, that's
people have been burned on day 3 so badly.
Nobody drafted after this should go ahead of him.
Yeah, it's just that the day 3 curse, like people, were taking 2019 Justice Hill was very popular. Day 3, how did that go? 2020, we had a lot of hype right as we were getting into rookie drafts on Joshua Kelly. Big opportunity in the Chargers offense. Some people told people to pass on Antonio Gibson to take Joshua Kelly. Whoops. I'm sorry. I apologize to the people. I've learned my lesson. Day 3, no thank you.
You know what's going to happen is Kenny Gainwell is going to go and get drafted by the Dolphins in the 4th round, and then you're going to have people that planted that's the only running back that's going to jump Sermon as a whole consensus at 4, just simply because people are planted such a firm flag on him,
Shanahan.
And they've just been so strong on him that if he goes to Miami in like the 4th round, they're like, well, look at Gaskins in the 6th round or 7th,
people
and
look
at Ahmed and undrafted. I mean, that's not the right process, but I think that's the only running back.
People are in love with it. They always say that the Shanahan system makes running backs. That narrative is just, you're never going to hear the end of it over the next week. And Sermon will stay at RB4.
I am the first thing that I am doing tomorrow when I wake up is I'm going to watch the San Francisco press conference, and I'm going to read all of the reports on the Trey Sermon thing. And what I'm going to look for is one key thing: was Kyle Shanahan pounding the table for Trey Sermon? And if he was pounding the table for Trey Sermon, it makes me think of Joe Williams back in the day. Old running back, doesn't catch passes. Is just as a 1 and 2 down grinder. That's the thing I've been thinking about all since when he was first off the board. I was trying to think was he pounding the table for? It was Joe Williams to me. Honestly, what is he like about 1st and 2 second down grinders? And that's why I would rather have Kenny Gainwell. You could even convince me if Javion Hawkins is gets the top 10 picks in this round, which he's not going to. I would love to go pound for pound. I like to take the odds of Javion Hawkins over
Day 3 is just death.
Sermon's not a bad pass.
Day 3 is death. It's death. It's just so bad. I mean, if you go back and look.
I think what we're finding out here is that we're just going to fade Sermon. That's what I'm hearing.
No, right? I want to stick with Tyler's Day 3 death thing. Like I said, we got 24 skill guys taken, which is your first 2 rounds of your 12-team draft. So 36 guys in your rookie drafts, give or take, are going to be Day 3 guys. So how are you guys going to approach this in your rookie drafts? Are you just going to take the guys that you already liked coming in? Is landing spot going to be a huge deal breaker? Because unfortunately, especially for running back, the way this shook out, you're going to fill the back end of your roster with Day 3 guys this year.
That's when you trade them. Go get yourself a flyer that's already shown a little something, and just try to jump into the 2023 class. Skip 22. Who cares? Skip it.
I didn't think. How do I word this? I didn't think this was how it was going to play out for the NFL draft. I had a bad feeling about this year just because the weird college year, no combine, all this stuff. So I had already been trading out of this year's draft to next year, just moving up around. I got a 2. You want to give me a 1 next year? I got a 3. You
I
want
love
to give
that
me
move any year, though.
Yeah, but this year more than any, like there's drafts I totally jumped out of. I have no.
There's been a lot of hate in 2022.
Yeah, there's been a lot of hate in 2022.
So that's a good move for you, Dabari.
Yeah, that's why it was probably easier to get those 2022 picks than it would be normally. That's probably why you had an easy time with it.
And I think this year too, you're going to have, like I said, there's still names there, and obviously we all write and do this far too much than we should. So if you're in leagues with, people that are less invested, and somebody's like, I sure like this Chuba Hubbard guy, and now he's falling into the 3rd round. So you could turn your 302 into middle of a 2nd round pick next year. This might be the best year ever to just dump your 3, 4s, and 5s.
Especially because you can weave that. Well, it's a COVID year, right? They wouldn't have gone in day 2. Or they would have gone day 2 if it wasn't COVID. Like, that's not a far-fetched for people to kind of grasp.
I also think you're going to just have people, like, depending on your leagues, you're just going to have people just not going to take Tutu Atwell. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that he was drafted in the 2nd round. They don't care. Yeah, they're just not going to take him. Their process says, nope, no Tutu Atwell for me. I won't take him. I'll just take anyone else. And then I guarantee you, I don't play in that many leagues anymore. I'm mostly retired from actually playing fantasy football because I'm too out there. You mentioned that, actually. It's hard. I definitely find it's much more fun to create your content first and just be the content creator, not have to worry too much about, I have to make a trade here. I don't want like people on the clock to worry about. I was just like, I'm over that. Like, I want to focus on making my stuff and just do the best I can. But with that said, you're going to have someone like me who's like a draft capital snob and just going to be, okay, I'll just take Dwayne Eskridge. I'll just take Tutu Atwell. Like, I understand what you're telling me, but I just look at this list of day 3 wide receivers, and I'm like, well, that list is really bad. So I'll take my chances on the draft capital and just pray and just hope.
John, you said 24 skill position players?
Excluding quarterbacks.
Excluding quarterbacks. Okay, then that's about right.
Okay, so if somebody that's going to be taken tomorrow you're going to be taking him over Josh Palmer.
Oh, yeah. I'm not interested in Josh Palmer at all.
You're taking him probably over Anthony Schwartz.
Yep.
Anthony Schwartz, I have a little bit more interest in. I mean, I've heard of him. He's not just like, who is this guy? Like, I've heard of him. He went in the 3rd round. It is what it is. Like, I'll
take
probably
him over
take
Tutu.
I mean,
take him over Trey McKitty.
Yes. And as the dynasty ADP shakes out, once these, everyone gets their landing spots tomorrow, and then, we start looking at ADP, there's lots of guys. People are going to overdraft Kadarius Toney. I'm going to have none of them. Like, there's certain guys who I'm going to have way more day 3 guys over Toney, or, we mentioned Palmer and Schwartz and McKitty, and, even unless I needed a tight end, I'm not going to pay what it's going to cost to get Pitts. I like Freiermuth, but someone probably likes him more than me. So that I'm going to end up with a lot of these day 3 guys at the early 3rd, tail end of the 2nd.
Yeah.
Hey, like it's like 205 maybe. After that is like maybe. Are you saying you would sell those picks?
Yeah. Or I mean, there's a few guys that that I have my little stars next to their name. My guy, like I said, I mentioned Elijah Mitchell earlier. So seeing where he lands, I have no problem taking him. 205 and a 1 QB.
But yeah, I mean, for me, like the only ones who are really off my board mostly are the 2 that the Chargers picked, Josh Palmer and McKitty. Like I just had no idea who these people were, and it's not like they went in the 2nd round.
Yeah, I'm not
taking went in the 3rd. McKitty, forget it. And Palmer, I mean, again, I'm going to end up, I guarantee you I'll be the one taking it because 3rd round, I'll just, okay, well, I don't know who it is, but whatever. Well, okay. I'll take him over, if Amon-Ra goes in the 7th, I'll be the guy who takes Josh Palmer over. Yeah, Amon-Ra goes behind his brother. How about
breaking my heart.
I know, but it happens every year.
I'm not sure.
John had, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
Go ahead.
John had mentioned about how he's traded back to the 2022 class a lot. What I am tempted to do based on how things have worked out, I could see myself after maybe a couple of these third round flyers that I just want to have just because I like them, like a Talon Wallace. Maybe I want him. Javian Hawkins, I probably can get in the 4th round at this point. Elijah Mitchell, I like. There's Kylan Hill. There's all kinds of players that there's players that I like. But say they're not there, I think I would be willing to just trade up for in that 3rd round. I would willing to just take a 2022 third straight up at that point. Like, because the idea of
you can get
and
more.
I never do this. I'm always like, oh, give me that value because you have the opportunity cost, but just so I can have that static value in season for trades, though. To get trades done. Whereas these 3rd round picks, a lot of them decrease in value when the season hits because they're not getting their opportunity.
As much as people hate it, though, people are so out on the 2022 class. You can probably get more. What they say is the class is also so shallow. So the last thing that 2022 thirds, people are always saying, from what I've heard, is 2022 first, keep those. Those in a super flex, you're going to have quarterbacks. You're going to have a few good players at the top. 2022 seconds, we don't really want those. 2022 thirds, just get rid of them. So you'll be able to get even more than what you're saying. Even
I'm just trying to give like an issue of like I think one of the best things that I've started to do is I feel like a lot of people have started to catch up to the way I play fantasy football. They invest in rookie running backs. They establish young wide receiver core and quarterbacks, and they build through rookie running backs, and they turn over that way. And now I have to find myself, how do I find edges? Well, people don't normally say to trade your current pick and just for just re-roll for next year. People don't say to do that. But in this class, based on how it's going, I could see myself doing that just so I can have capital to move around in season. That's
no matter the year.
Edges is tough. It's not easy.
No matter the year, third round draft picks are valuable in trades because they're usually a little value just to tip it over when it's really close. That even if it's a bad class like 2022, which it is not a fabulous class, but in next year when college football is up and humming, you're going to have these players that are come out of the woodworks every single year, just like Javonte Williams. And like, oh my goodness, did you see X player X, Y, and Z do this? They're going to gain value. It happens every year. We know the cycle. And that's why it's nice to have those 3rd and 4s. You don't trade 2 years of 4s because you need those to help push your trades that upcoming year forward.
Well said. Well said.
Yeah, it is.
I never own 3rd and 4s just because of that. Because
I always have a lot of them.
I always trade them away. If I'm in a draft with a 3rd and 4th, then there's something that's odd.
I always just there's always these bottom of the player rosters that I don't want, and I'm just like, give them to me. They'll hold some value for longer.
If that's the case, I'll just trade back into 3rd and grab them. That's what happens when I see it.
I know you can do that, but I just like accumulating them, and then they just sit there and accrue value. And then when I get to the next draft, if I want to trade from like the early 3rd, we're talking about a tier break. If I want to trade into the early 3rd, from the early 3rd to the mid 2nd, I have additional like ammo to do it. So that's why I always load up on those things. It's not like I want to make all of these picks. I just like having it because sometimes it's that little thing that, not everyone wants your flyer players. Those hold value rarely, but everyone values a late pick at something. It holds some value to everybody. So that's why I always just like to to accumulate those and then use them as trade chips later. I often end up making none of those picks.
I'm sure I'll owe 2020 thirds just because I'm going to use them to trade them more,
The 3rd's always a good spot to get, your guys because there's guys that that you like that you're like, I can't take this guy. If you're picking in the middle of the rounds where you're like, I can't overdraft this guy at 2-6. I'll be sick to my stomach. Then he falls a little bit and you're like, ooh, and you don't mind overdrafting somebody that's like,
what do you do? What do you do? Do you go, ooh?
I twinkle my fingers like this as I do it. Yeah.
People would think I'm like that, but I'm like the exact opposite. If you actually play Dynasty against me, I'm like a cold, emotionless robot. Like I do all of this stuff. It's just for the show, like the people, just to like give them an idea of how I'm really feeling. But I'm just all value. I never have guys that I actually like want in rookie drafts. I'm just like value. Who's gonna give me the value? That's all I care about.
You know who's gonna be great value?
Who?
Rashad Bateman. Great value.
Depends on where he's
It
depends. I don't know how far he's going to fall. I'm curious. The crew of don't adjust to the landing spot is larger than I thought it was, which means he's going to go too high for me.
Okay, that's all I can say. That's all I can say about Rashad Bateman.
I'm excited for that DLF ADP on the rookies. So I think it's going to be very, very fun.
Which I think people should participate in. This is a DLF show. Yeah. People should participate. And this happens every month, not just this one. This month we have rookie data, but it's the last month of rookie data. We do that in February, March, April, and May. But throughout the whole year, we have startup mocks. We have regular. We have 1 QB. We have super flex. Super flex obviously is becoming more popular, but we do still have both here. And you can participate in those. It's a great way to get practice because the best way to improve in Dynasty is practicing. If you don't practice, then you're not prepared. So if you participate in our mocks, you'll prepare, and then you'll do better in your real draft. Try out your new strategies with us, and then see how you like it. And then, that'll help you do better in your real drafts. And that's why we offer these mock drafts, both that and to provide a data source for our subscribers. So it's a great thing.
I got a quick question about somebody who went earlier in the day before I was on, and we're talking about target share with Bateman and what kind of work he's going to get. A lot of people were high on Elijah Moore, who went to the Jets, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So they brought in Davis. They bring in Keelan Cole. They already had Mims. They already have Crowder. I mean, that's for a guy that people were high on, he fell into a pretty crowded wide receiver room. Even if you think Keelan Cole is garbage, he's still competing with Davis, Mims, and Crowder has a role whether anybody likes it or not. So
Crowder's going to be a cap casualty.
Crowder's going to be a cap casualty. I think they were just waiting.
100%.
The point remains, though, John. The point remains. It's not an ideal situation for him. But do we really think that Elijah Moore? I'm very high on Elijah Moore personally. I think he has the ability to not only play inside, but to succeed also on the outside. I think he's one of those rare, smaller guys that has the talent to do that. But so if he pushes himself, if he pushed Corey Davis out, then I think that wouldn't be surprising. But Elijah Moore spending a year or two in the slot, getting passes from Mr. Zach Wilson, I don't mind that.
I like that.
I think that's going to be really valuable, especially in PPR.
For me, it would be Denzel Mims. He would push out. I mean, Denzel Mims was a later second-round pick than Elijah Moore. What did Denzel Mims show in year one? What did he show?
He showed he can strain both hamstrings at the same time.
That's what he showed.
You can't knock that against him because he had no OTAs and I missed half the year.
Okay, so who do you prefer coming in? Who do you prefer? Elijah Moore or Denzel Mims? I prefer Elijah Moore.
I like Moore better than Mims.
It's a really good question, actually, and I hate the draft bet.
And then I prefer Moore in a vacuum, and then Moore gets the superior draft capital. And we don't have the data point that whatever Mims was, he didn't show much on the field year one. He didn't show much.
Who would have? I guess that
you can say that. You can say that, but
would have shown
he showed the last couple of games. He showed a lot. He did in that sample size. Okay, not a lot, but for given what you were looking for as a rookie wide receiver, and it's hard because overall, it is
his rookie year was a negative.
And it doesn't look great, especially when you have Justin Jefferson setting the freaking record, right? So it's difficult. But I think Mims and Moore are really, really close in terms of fantasy production. I think it's just going to come down to who's going to. I think they will be. I think career-wise, I think they'll be close. I
like Moore much better.
I like Moore better from a collegiate production standpoint, but I think that they're going to be similar.
Well, I just think when I say Mims was a negative, you'd be better off with no season. His season pushed his value down. It was below the line of replaceable average, whatever you want to call it. It was below that. For me, his season pushed his... Well, no, it did. I mean, I'm just telling you, as Dynasty value, 28 games, 9 games played, 23 receptions on 44 targets, 357 yards. It's not pushing your value up. That pushes your value down.
But it's also without any context, right? You're not wrong, but it's also just ignoring the context of the situation.
Well, it's not ignoring it. If he were better, I think he would have done a little bit better. That's all. For me, I think he would have done better in that time.
Prior to the draft, he's been a very hot name for people that have been buying low on expecting.
I've been warning them not to do that.
So
I've never liked Mims from the start. I don't like him now. I'm just saying that on the balance, if you look at his rookie year, it was below the line that should have raised his value. It was on the point where it lowered it. That's all I'm saying.
That's fair.
That's fair. I think that's fair. It didn't lower it a lot. We do expect too much from rookies in year one, but it was below that line. It wasn't great. That's all I'm saying. And I'd rather have Elijah Moore because I like his collegiate profile more, higher draft capital as well.
We have had an amazing night, a lot of fun here with a lot of very smart people, and this crew here that has stuck it out and is still hanging out with us. Want to give them a chance to shout out exactly what they're doing and what they're working on. So, John, let's start with you. What do you have going on? Obviously, a lot of great work that you're doing, but how can the people support you from here throughout?
Yeah, you can catch all my writing at DLF. Follow me on Twitter at Dabari22 and my podcast, the Fantasy 40 Podcast.
Very good. Definitely check that out. Britt, appreciate you joining me, man. It's really cool to get to connect. I haven't been able to connect with you yet. You do a great job on Twitter. And where can everybody find you?
I'm a bit spread out, so most of my dynasty and redraft stuff is going to be on ffaffair.com with the Fantasy Football Affair crew. You can find my Devy writings with Breakout Finder. You can find my analytical Devy breakdowns, part of the Devy Deep Dive crew on YouTube. I also host a podcast called Rookie on the Rise. I'm sure I'm going to try to get every one of you on there because it's wonderful. And we're doing a rotor ball contest, which is like a DFS best ball smash up. And it's kind of like a only rookies, super fun. We're going to open up to the public here, hopefully in a couple weeks. And then the winner is going to get $50 to their charity of choice, as well as some potential swag. So thank you guys for having me on. This was a really, really fun event for me. I'm happy I could make it work.
Dave, I appreciate you contributing to our viewership by having your mom on earlier. That was great. I certainly appreciate that. What else? I love it. Where are you? Where can we find you?
Well, my mom, her number. No, I'm just, no, you can find me here at DLF, the home for Dynasty football. My writing's here. You can also find me. I have a podcast called Tail 2 Rivals, and I also contribute to the I'm part of the Rookie Fever podcast as well. And you can always check out my nerdy spreadsheets over on my Patreon, which is 98% of it is free. So come check it out. Thousands and thousands of useless information on a spreadsheet. Come check it out. So
it really is great information compiled there. It's you do a great job. I remember even before I was part of DLF, I remember people pointing me to your work. So certainly appreciate being able to connect with you the last couple of nights. Great analysis. And, so Tyler.
I've been saying that I won't plug myself the whole last 2 nights, but I'll do it once. You can find me on Twitter. The people know where to find me, I think. But you can find me on Twitter at I love it. I love it. I love it. This is more important.
Engagement, baby. Engagement.
We have to get the funny comments in from the people, but you can find me on Twitter at DLF_carp. You can find all of my writing at Dynasty League Football. I love writing there. My author profile is on my Twitter page, so just click on that. I recently started a podcast called The Dynasty Duo with CJ, who was on this stream like 3.5 hours ago. It was a long time ago, but hopefully you remember. He's at KidFlashFF. And yeah, I have a Patreon. I never promote it. It sometimes appears in my pinned posts, but it really is just buying me. So you're buying me to just sit there and give you dynasty advice. If you think that would be helpful, if you want what was on this stream, if you want that guy screaming at you, being like, no, you will not pick that rookie. No. Day 3 wide receiver. No, don't do it. You're not allowed. No, can't do that. Then you should sign up for my Patreon. But if you're not interested in that, that's fine. Just subscribe to DLF. You'll see all my writing. That's really what you need to do. And I think that's the takeaway, from everyone listening, that you should subscribe to DLF. The value is unbeatable. You cannot beat it. The tools, the ADP, the rankings, the articles. You get the Ask DLF forum, which we never promote. And I'm making sure to promote here, where you can ask the DLF analysts, all of us, or anyone who chooses to answer. You can get their answers to your questions directly without your league mates seeing it. So I never promote that. Remember to do it, and I think that's everything. We'll go back to Cal.
Yeah, some poor guy's gonna get pushed into Tutu Atwell from you.
They will. I'm sorry, but I got to give. I only give advice that I would do myself. That's if I wouldn't do it myself, I don't tell someone else to do it. So, and that's what you got to do if you're an analyst. If you're doing anything else, you're not really doing it the right way.
There is almost certainly going to be a Josh Palmer versus Tutu Atwell column coming from Tyler in the next 3 weeks.
It's coming very soon.
Yeah. And there's a good chance that if you click on any random article at DLF, it is going to be one that Tyler wrote because he's pretty much, 50 articles a month seems like he's pushing out there. And so great stuff, great work. Really appreciate all the analysis from all you guys and everybody who contributed tonight. I mean, just really the last 2 nights, we've had some amazing people on with some great things. Go back and look. Typically, they have their handle right there in their name. Follow those guys. Support their work. They really are a lot of great people who are grinding hard right now. And if you are still here and you are not currently subscribed to this YouTube channel, make sure you do that below. Turn on the notifications because there's a lot of great stuff being put out as well. And we've got a lot of great live shows, a lot of fun things that are in the works that we're planning that I'm excited to be announcing here in the near future. But yeah, it's been incredible. I've had a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. And yeah, appreciate all you guys hanging out. Appreciate everybody in the comments.
People should follow Cal too. Don't forget, follow Cal.
Follow me at Calvin and Hobby. Just if you don't like Taysom Hill, just mute that word because I'll definitely tweet about him.
That's the 101 for Twitter handles, by the way, Cal.
Yeah.
But people should definitely follow you for sure. You definitely don't have enough followers. People should definitely go and change that if they haven't followed you already.
I appreciate that. Well,
quite the host voice.
The microphone's doing most of the work.
I love it.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you,
We'll
guys.
see y'all next time.
Appreciate you.